Chapter 24, Consequences. Kakashi collapses, holding his eye socket and trying to focus through the pain. A scarred, grinning face looks down at him with triumph. Long time no see, Kakashi. The man greets jovially. I'd hate to cut this short, but I have a date with destiny. Space itself seems to warp and twist around his eye, but Kakashi manages to see the pattern. The same as the strange Sharingan form he saw in the mirror. Oh, Obito? Kakashi reaches out, almost desperately. The same hair, the same face. That same, stupid grin. Tsunade's delicate hand wraps around the now empty socket. Cover us, Guy. Understood. Obito vanishes without a trace, narrowly avoiding swarming gold dust and globs of lava. All of you keep back. Guy orders everyone in the conference room. Typical Konoha runts. Hanoki gloats smugly. One of your best crippled and your Hokage pregnant. You didn't come prepared for this problem that came from your village. Guy's chakra explodes from his body. His skin turns red and his irides vanish. Anoki quickly shuts his mouth, feeling the magnitude of Guy's power. I am more than enough to protect both my Hokage and my best friend. Guy states boldly. And if someone like that man can swoop into a meeting full of Kage and take but one thing, I expect you all to take the power of the Akatsuki more seriously. This is indeed troubling. Mifune comments idly. Tsunade Dano's proposition of a ceasefire between the nations is given credit. If that's what he is capable of on his own, imagine that magnified with the power of all of the Bijou. Mei wipes lava from her lip, looking disconcerted. It took only 2 members to invade Sunagakure and capture the Ichibi. One to disable me and the other to steal the Jinchuriki. Raza reveals unpleasantly. Uchiha Naruto made that one flee when he interfered in the recovery mission, but it was still too late. Now it appears he has another valuable tool in the form of the copy Nin's Sharingan. Kakashi stays silent through the deliberation. Naruto was right. He hadn't stood a ghost of a chance. He isn't stupid. Kakashi knows that Obito may very well be beyond redemption, but still. Kakashi had hesitated to strike back, just to see if Obito could be spoken to, for just one piece of closure that might settle his heart. But he let his heart get in the way of his head and paid the price. Yes, well, I can't ignore merit where it's due. Anoki comments begrudgingly. Perhaps the Akatsuki isn't just some motley crew of mercenaries. You hired them without knowing what they're capable of? I slams his fist on the table. Don't you lecture me on wisdom, idiot boy. You're the one who lost the Nibi to Konoha when you attacked them? And why did you do that? Perhaps wanted to slingshot your pathetic village into the spotlight again. Look how that turned out. Calm yourselves, Kage. It is evident that the threat of the Akatsuki is truly significant. As the representative of the smaller nations and Tetsu no Kuni, I propose moving forward with the ceasefire and sharing what intelligence we can to ensure the safety of our peoples. This doesn't appear to be outright war, but a combined effort would do well to mitigate damages to our nations. Mifune suggests calmly. The Kage reluctantly take their seats, save for Tsunade who is tending to Kakashi's injury, and Guy who insists on staying guarded for them. Tsunade Dano, please explain what you know of the Akatsuki's plans when you have tended to Kakashi Dano's injury. Mifune continues respectfully. Kakashi, still kneeling, looks up at Tsunade painfully with his working eye. Will they listen to the truth? He asks with a tight throat. It doesn't matter if they believe it, because what the Akatsuki's doing still affects everyone. Tsunade keeps Kakashi's head cradled in her arms, green chakra working overtime to heal as best as she can. The blood flow is slowing down but her hands and Kakashi's mask are drenched. As absurd as your claims may sound, I assure you on behalf of the smaller nations that I will take them seriously. Mifune assures wisely. Tsunade sighs. What a mess. Uchiha Madara created a theoretical plan to capture the entire world in a genjutsu called Mugen Tsukuyami. The plan is based on the legend of the Jubi, from which all Bijou were divided from. The legend says that a wielder of the Rinnegan can summon the husk of the Jubi from its prison and seal the Bijou inside of it. Capturing all of them leads to the rebirth of this demonic god, at which point the Rinnegan wielder can seal it inside of themselves for unfathomable power. Mugen Tsukuyami is supposedly a genjutsu that will reflect off of the moon and capture all living things in it, trapping them in an eternal dream where everyone has a catered world of happiness. And he died before he could bring this plan to fruition? Mifune asks stoically, not passing judgment on the claims. Madara did figure out how to awaken the Rinnegan, but ran out of time. He gave his eyes to an Uzumaki child, and groomed another young Uchiha to guide the child to completing the plan. That Uchiha was Obito. Madara lived a short while after entrusting Obito with the plan, just long enough to teach Uchiha Naruto how to use his powers. Obito was responsible for the Kyuubi attack on Konoha, he was an accomplice in the Uchiha massacre, and also mastered a prototype version of Mugen Tsukuyomi to control the Yonde Mizukage and lead Kirigakure to civil war. And you haven't killed Madara's spawn knowing this? Onoko snarls. I trust Naruto with my life and the lives of every citizen of Konoha. Naruto is my candidate to replace me as Hokage. Tsunade reveals without a shred of hesitation. I would like to attest to Uchiha Naruto's character. Mei intrudes mildly. He was the one who stopped Yagura's rampage through Kirigakure. If not for him, then we may very well still be in civil war or destroyed entirely. Instead of capturing the Sanbai, he killed it in order to buy time against the Akatsuki. These do not seem to be the actions of someone working towards Madara's goal. Naruto could very well have prevented the Ichibi from being sealed, had it not been for Obito's interference. Raza adds. Regardless of the historical accuracy, the collection of all the bijou still poses geopolitical catastrophic consequences. With that much power under one banner, nothing will be able to stand in the way of the Akatsuki from this goal or any other viable goal. For the sanctity of freedom and choice, I propose the nations undergo the ceasefire and share intel on this organization. And what do we hope to gain from this? I clenches his fists over the wooden table. How about your nation not turning into a battleground for the strongest shinobi of the era? Tsunade sneers at him. Reputation can be built back. The lives of every last man, woman and child can't. You think your village is in dire straits now? What if Obito turns up looking for the Hachibi with Naruto hot on his tail? I reluctantly backs down. Due to the conflicting nature of field missions, a ceasefire will not be proposed between standard shinobi operations. Actions taken directly against each other and the smaller nations, however, is prohibited. Any intel amassed on members and movements of the Akatsuki will be shared, however. All those in favor? Tsunade, Mei and Raza raise their hands instantly, understanding the gravity of the issue. I follows with no small amount of displeasure, but possibly his wisest public decision in years. And with an equal sneer, Inoki lastly, does the same. Naruto barges into each and every office in the Hokage Tower and freezes everyone in the room with Hoken. The veritable legion of ANBU follow behind closely and arrest every last person. Inoichi, Ibiki. Go through their heads and find out which ones are innocent of this discriminatory behavior. We punish only those who are guilty. Understood. They nod determinately. Have the Senju been secured? Chuza asks, acting as the group's muscle. Karen is protecting them, so no worries there. Naruto assures. I'll get the nastier ones myself. Make sure everyone is ready for processing when I get back. There is some chaos in the streets of Konoha as people are dragged out of their homes. Mission assistants, current and old, sometimes kicking and screaming and demanding for explanations. It's nothing personal, Asuma. Shikaku explains dully, having caught Asuma and a large number of Sarutobi in his shadow jutsu. What the hell is going on? Asuma demands. You know how it is. Shikaku shrugs. There's something big going on and we had to move hard and fast. You've got nothing to worry about if you've done nothing wrong. In the street, another group moves slowly towards TNI. Sorry about this, kids. Yamato says apologetically to a number of Hyuga. We can't take any chances. Of course, Yamato-san. Niji smiles, slightly unnerved but still confident. I have nothing to hide. Where are we being taken? Hinata asks meekly. Just to someone who can give you a quick peek into your mind. You'll be let go as soon as it's done. Yamato promises. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. Hizashi comforts quickly. Trust in yourself, you've done nothing wrong, so we'll be let go. We'll be able to stay with each other, won't we, Yamato-san? You have my word. Yamato assures again. Hinata's stressful tension slowly deflates. Hamura and Koharu are sharing tea when the door to their little ceremony is blasted away by invisible force. Naruto? What are you doing? Hamura splutters indignantly. Naruto says nothing, only picking them up with his gravitational power and throwing them out onto the street. Spectators in the street look on in shock. When Tsunade hears about this dash, Naruto whips out a folder. They freeze in place, and not because of his jutsu. Look familiar? The veins on his forehead and hands bulge out as his hatred rakes across the village. This is your death sentence. You can't get away with this, Uchiha mongrel. Hamura snarls, passive political calmness vanishing. Oh ho ho. Naruto mockingly gives a fake laugh as his anger spikes even more. What can't I get away with that you haven't? You're about to find out how it feels to be on the receiving end of someone manipulating the system to protect their interests. Konoha, the Uchiha and the Senju are going to be safe from you vile animals. And what will you do? Koharu spits venomously. Kill all of us? Justify our choices? Oh no, not all of you. Just the ones who were in on this. Unlike you, I'm not so much of a monster to kill Konoha's innocent. Did you ever think about the pain those children went through, just so you might sleep a little better at night? So that your weakling spawn might rise to the top of a pile of innocent bodies? Then you're a fool. If you can't find the will to kill all of us, then more will rise to fight the inhuman creatures you are. Then you will stand as an example to those who turn their blades against Konoha and the Uchiha. 1 week has passed since Naruto had thrown Konoha into chaos. Many shinobi were working overtime to cover what clan members had been doing for missions, and Naruto had been using clones to do all of the office duties that were previously filled by said clan members. Questions are being thrown around. Has Naruto gone mad with power? The more sensible ones declared in defense of him that he could want for nothing when he takes whatever he wants anyway, given how powerful he is. Nobody could realistically stop him if he went rampant, so he had to have a reason for the abrupt abduction of so many people. Friends and families were notified that the people in quarantine are being treated fairly and well. Tsunade arrives at the gates with a slumped Kakashi and a concerned guy. A squad of ANBU appear before her. What's wrong? Naruto hasn't done anything crazy, has he? Naruto-sama requests your presence immediately. This is something that cannot wait. Tsunade is surprised by the tone of the ANBU. He has waited until you arrive to pass judgment on the traitors. Traitors? Tsunade is mystified. What the hell has happened since I've been gone? Kakashi, guy. I'm sorry, but come with me. Understood. They chorus with unease. The streets are eerily empty. They walk as briskly as they could to the tower, with Tsunade not feeling comfortable running just yet with her steadily increasing stomach size. The quiet is more than a little unsettling, the usual bustle replaced by the natural sounds of tree leaves being blown around by the wind. Once they arrive at the tower, Karen is waiting at the front with the 3 other remaining senju. Before Tsunade can open her mouth, Karen is already speaking frantically. You know that thing Naruto looked into about the Uchiha and senju? Karen bites her lips momentarily. Her blood runs cold. It wasn't just a conspiracy, it was true. All of it. They groomed Itachi from the start to destroy the Uchiha clan and they whittled away the senju until it was just you guys left. Tsunade feels ill and woozy. Nawaki, all along? My parents, Naoriba-sama. Behind Karen, Takahito rubs instantly at his eyes. Naruto hasn't acted? Tsunade chokes out. No, he was waiting for you. Then he has more patience than I do. Tsunade storms up to the tower. She nearly breaks the hinges off the office door when she barges in. Naruto is waiting, overlooking the village. The sky is a muted orange as the sun prepares to set. The rest of the group follows nervously. I'll warn you now, it's worse than you thought. Naruto waves loosely to a massive stack of files, folders and scrolls. We've only just finished the final interrogations. I've made a compressed report for you to go through. Tsunade sits down in the chair that had been Naruto's place for weeks now. The compressed report is still far longer than she's comfortable with, but she does read through it with growing anxiety. The temporary Hokage turns around and immediately sees something not visible to most. Kakashi, your Sharingan? Kakashi places a hand over the empty socket protected by his headband. You were right about me. I was too weak, I couldn't do anything. Obito took it back. You are not weak, Obito is just a different kind of beast. Come here. The mystified Kakashi walks towards him only to get wrapped in a hug. I'm sorry. Naruto apologizes deeply. I wanted to do what I thought was right. I never wanted you to get caught up in our mess. Kakashi is unused to this overt emotion from his surrogate little brother and doesn't really know what to think, but hugs back anyway. Don't be, Naruto. I should have listened and understood you were trying your best. I made an ass of myself instead. Let's just put this behind us and do what we do best. Let's. Naruto agrees, pulling back but placing his hand over Kakashi's empty eye socket. What are you doing? Kakashi thinks Naruto is just fretting. Tsunade-sama already did her best. Her best isn't Uchiha Naruto's best. Tsunade would probably take offense to that if she weren't engrossed in the report. His hand begins to glow with bright white chakra. You want to keep your scar? He asks candidly. I think I'd forget what I'd look like if I didn't have it. Kakashi replies in confusion. This is gonna hurt. Naruto warns unapologetically. Inokuryoku says a life force rebirth. Kakashi fades from consciousness before even realizing what's happening. Naruto. What did you do? Guy catches Kakashi before he falls to the floor. Don't worry, Naru did the same thing to get rid of my scars and fix my eyes. Karen comforts. You gave him his normal eye back? Yes, although it might take him some getting used to. He's not going to get the Sharingan back, I'm destroying Obito's eyes as soon as I kill him. Guy peeks under the headband and sure enough, there's a very real eye hiding under the scarred lid. Incredible. Guy is amazed. You can regenerate a body? At the cost of a lot of chakra. He's lucky it's only an eye and not an arm. I don't think I have the skill for that just yet. And believe me when I say that using that jutsu isn't easy. Naruto reveals, Rinnegan flickering back into the Sharingan for just a moment before returning back. He'll be fine in a few days. Karen comments. Kakashi isn't an Uzumaki, my love. But he'll be back on his feet in no time. Guy shakes his head. Naruto really makes all the insane things he can do sound easy, despite claims to the contrary. Can you take him home? Shizune is gonna be pissed at me for knocking him out like this, so I don't want to be anywhere near her. Ah yes, Shizune is a force in motion when she is upset. Ignore the rumors going around about this, by the way. Tsunade and I will probably make an announcement about everything that's going on. As you say? Guy hefts Kakashi up and piggybacks him ridiculously before speeding out the door, screaming something about doing hundreds of push-ups if he doesn't get Kakashi back without harm. Tsunade looks paler and paler as she slogs through the report. He even had plans for you? The report stated that Sarutobi was only appearing at the orphanage to check up and see how manageable I would enough. It was only because of my Uzumaki genes that they were concerned about me. Basically a senju by principle. Said it'd be difficult to act with Kakashi over my shoulder a lot of the time he was in the village, and that my skills were advancing too quickly. They hoped that I'd end up getting put with a shitty sensei until you threw a spanner in the works by putting me with Kakashi. What, Asuma? Tsunade's lips tilt in disgust. No, actually, Asuma is completely innocent in all of this. Sandame kept him in the dark, the only thing he's guilty of is being a terrible teacher. They hoped I'd get inducted into Root so they could quietly cull me with some aburame plant that has flesh-eating insects that can go through a body like a hot knife through butter. Weak leadership? Tsunade assesses the report in regards to herself. He put you in charge because he thought you'd be no good at it. You were reluctant to take the position in the first place and the goal was to help people lose faith in Senju leadership. Again, it became difficult when you handled the attempted Hyuga kidnapping. We are putting a stop to this. Release everyone who's innocent. We need to have a discussion about what to do. Naruto leans against the window. Karen, please take these three into the conference room. This isn't something young ears should hear. Karen takes Fujita and his parents away without missing a beat. The Uchiha goes through his own thoughts on the mess. I'd initially thought exile might be a good idea, but scrapped it. The vast majority of them, while loyal to Konoha, still know too much about Konoha's inner processes and contingencies. If those secrets fell into enemy hands, we'd be in for a bad time. Loyal to Konoha? If they were loyal, none of this shit would be happening. Tsunade screams viciously. Despite their plans, they did serve Konoha effectively when we disregard what they've done to the Uchiha and Senju. Mild nepotism isn't exactly uncommon. It's what else they've done to secure power in our control system that's the real crime. Very deliberate discrimination against more than just us, and then adding on the Uchiha and Senju being bureaucratically genocide. You can see in my report that they were forming contingencies, even against the Hyuga just in case they ended up with their own Madara or Hashirama. And what's stopping us from just outright executing them? Tsunade doesn't see any possible way they could let this go with a slap on the wrist at most. Public perception. Naruto identifies the potential problem. But it swings both ways. On one hand, summary execution of traitors would send a ripple across the village that we're not to be fucked with, especially not from the inside. But on the other hand, we don't really want people thinking that this is mutual nepotism to protect each other exclusively and that genocide is always an option for us to keep them in check and constantly in fear. It could lead to a mass exodus from Konoha if the clans start thinking that they're at risk for being a little ambitious and wanting to move up the chain from their own merit. And what do you suggest? A consultation with the clans to gauge what their thoughts are first, and then telling the press everything. It'll spread across the village like wildfire. We'll have people banging on the doors to give us their thoughts on what they think we should do. Even if we choose to appear merciful, the court of public opinion may not be so kind to them. What do you want, Naruto? Not as Hokage, but for the Uchiha clan. I want to slaughter every last one of those pigs myself. Naruto admits darkly. I want them to run in fear like the Uchiha did from Itachi. I want to scorch them until they are nothing but dust and ashes. But I can't put what I want in front of what the village needs, and Konoha needs to be united for a greater threat than what's happening in its walls. We may lose manpower if we get what I want. I will admit to you, Naruto. If I didn't have you here right now, I would have done exactly what you wanted to do. You've stayed my hand for now, but if it comes to what you want, you'll have my express permission to cut loose. Naruto nods unblinkingly. We're organizing this meeting, right now. Emergency powers. 3 days later. The underground containment prison used in interrogations had to be extended to accommodate the influx of captives, and Niji is quite tired of having been down here for over a week. Everyone is getting testy, and some were moved to different cell blocks after their interrogations were complete. The entirety of the former branch of the Hyuga were in one, along with some Sarutobi. Their saving grace comes by as a fight is nearly ready to break out. You're all free to go. Yamato calls out to everyone in the block. Finally. Asuma spits, with his nephew Konohamaru sitting meekly beside him. What the hell are we even here for, anyway? Niji feels that Asuma might have something against this Yamato, but passes it off as being moody from the difficult week. He's not exactly pleased himself, it was hardly a nice holiday. Tsunade-sama and Naruto-sama will be making an announcement shortly. I'll keep it brief, you're gonna want to listen to the broadcast yourself. We found a massive amount of conspiring traitors linked to your clans in Konoha's hierarchy. We're keeping them down here until Tsunade-sama decides what to do with them. People like you who've been proven innocent are free to go. Traitors in the Sarutobi? That's ridiculous. We've served this village loyally for nearly a century. Yamato looks him dead in the eyes, and Niji can feel the warning there. Then hope it stays that way, because you're going to have to save a lot of face after what your father did. I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, Konohamaru. Let's go home. Niji has a sense of dark foreboding. As they're escorted out, the bright lights of the entrance are nearly overwhelming. But Hinata sighs with relief, so he supposes he can put up with being a little disoriented. Fresh air, at last. His father stretches out happily. Can we go back to the compound? Hinata asks Niji quietly. Of course, but I want to look around and find out why we were locked up in the first place. Asuma is storming out after them with Konohamaru in tow. Niji observes closely, feeling things aren't quite right. There are too many people around, especially if they haven't been told the captives were getting released today. And he is proven right when as soon as Asuma and Konohamaru step outside, they're pelted with rocks from every angle possible. Get out of here, Sarutobi scum. Jeers and screams howl loudly at any Sarutobi coming out of the facility. The Hyuga delta away quickly, seeing that they're not the targets. What in the world? Niji runs up to whack some of the rocks away to protect Konohamaru. Asuma. Kurenai-sensei lands in front of him. You need to get out of here, quickly. I'll explain everything. I'm gonna beat them to a pulp. Asuma threatens madly. No. Not now, I mean it. You need to do everything you can to prove that you're not like your father. Take Konohamaru and go home. Niji speeds through the streets, generally being ignored with a few weary looks. His first finding is a series of newspapers. Shocking discovery. Sarutobi, Shimura, and Hyuga. Friends or foes? Uchiha and Senju slaughtered. On Sandame's orders? Traitors sentenced to execution. Oh my god. Niji breathes. Uchiha Naruto's bloodthirst is felt by all around him. He stands atop the gate to Konoha with an hourglass. The traitors are assembled beneath him at the gate, forced out by Anbu and Jounin with nothing but the clothes on their backs. You have 1 hour to flee as fast as you can. Naruto calls out superiorly. One former Jounin spits out a rock jutsu at him. It is squashed to the ground with invisible force, along with said Jounin. His eyes burst open in a bloody shower and his body shreds under the weight of increased gravity. Run. Naruto orders malevolently. They run. And after 1 hour, they don't last long. Oto no Kuni, hidden base. Obito stumbles out of the vat with shaky legs. His Sharingan glint with vicious success. His newly regenerated flesh is red and raw for now, and the scars on his face have vanished. You're alive. Kabuto comments dully. Oh good. Obito grins wildly, eyes whirling. Border of Hai no Kuni and Yu no Kuni. Sasuke looks up at the fortress that is the Uchiha hideout. Can't believe that this has been here this whole time. Yugao looks enraptured by the castle. It is certainly well hidden. Shino adds. Sasuke only has his mind on one thing right now. Kept you waiting, have I, Itachi? Chapter 25, Nothing Left to Say. The Uchiha hideout is a grand spectacle against a midday sky, bright light shining down on an ostentatious fortress surrounded by encroaching nature. The tiered skirts on the perimeter of the massive structure hold bountiful game, waters full of fish and untended flora that spreads and weaves in the places rarely occupied by humans. It was once a home for their kind. The Uchiha needed just one place to retreat when all was lost. When alliances fell and when numbers dwindled, they would return here to rejuvenate and regain strength. It's sacred to the Uchiha, more than even their little shrine in Konoha. The one place that only they could set foot on. Naruto will not be pleased. Sasuke comments softly to himself, knowing that it would likely see irreparable damages in the coming battle. Yugao isn't as relaxed. I don't like this, Sasuke. It feels like a setup. Itachi was never one for dramatics like waiting for you in some sanctified battleground. What if he has the battlefield advantage? Agreed, Shino adds. A tactical retreat is our best option. We have a greater advantage in a field of our choosing. We've known it was a trap since we felt the Yonbi nearby. Yugao and Shino furrow their brows. We being Sasuke and the Nibi. The Yonbi? It's a trap. Sasuke concludes carelessly. But they have the advantage no matter what we do now. They've already got the Yonbi, so the fact that they haven't sealed it already means it's going to be used as a tool by Itachi to capture Madara and make the sealing process easier. They're going for me because they can't get the Sanbai, and if they have the Yonbi and haven't sealed it yet, then they probably have the Gobi too and they can't seal that yet either. They were counting on me coming here. All the more reason to leave. Why? So they can't capture the Nibi. Shino argues, though his voice is dull. No. Obito got impatient. That's where he messed up. He hasn't taken into account that it doesn't matter what he puts in my way, it's not going to stop me. In fact, I see this as an opportunity to take the Yonbi back. He's trying to get too much done at once and hasn't assessed the threat level of his opposition. Either that, or he's counting on someone panicking that those two Bijou were captured and he's making a move separately to capture another one while everyone runs around looking for missing Jinchuriki. This area is too isolated for conventional backup. The summit was not a proactive enough attempt at hindering Akatsuki's movements. Shino seems to gain some insight. No use crying over spilt milk. We have an opportunity here, I'm not going to waste it. I don't think we have the time to rely on luck to find its way to us and send help. I can do this, no. Madara and I, we're ready. We're about to show them a whole new level. They think they've backed us into a corner. They don't know how unprepared they are. We will be of no use, Sasuke. Yugao almost pleads, begging him to see that he can't do it alone. I'm a shinobi of Konoha. Sasuke insists, smiling as he stands from his kneeling position. I would give my life to protect it. Even against my own brother. So you two go get help, those are my orders. I'm going to need more shovels to bury them. Tsunade doesn't like the quiet that has taken over the village since Naruto's operation to eradicate the traitors. It's not too out of the ordinary, some days are slow and some are busy, but there's a foreboding silence. People are on edge, seemingly understanding the seriousness of what's happened and what's about to happen. Konoha cannot have infighting when there are madmen running around capturing primordial forces of chakra. I've kicked the Hyuga out of my compound. Naruto comments, not sitting on her chair for once and instead throwing pieces of balled-up paper at Fujita while he's trying to meditate. Upside down. On the ceiling. Got sick of the uppity one demanding for better accommodation, but there's a lot of free space up in the actual Hyuga compound now. You mean the heiress? Tsunade scribbles something on a scroll and puts it away. I'll be happy if I never have to manage something like that again. Naruto states, looking a bit down. It's not easy for anyone involved. And I've never had to deal with something this bad before either. The worst is behind us now, put it out of your mind and let's focus on the more pressing matters at hand. But how do you feel about all this? Sarutobi was your teacher. My old man did some pretty horrible things, and it didn't exactly make me feel great. I am not my teacher. Tsunade insists firmly. I console myself with that fact alone. He was a guide for my skills but not my soul. I am my own person, and I refuse to become him in my leadership. You're not Madara, just like I'm not Sarutobi. Don't think so hard about it. Naruto gives a hum, not agreeing but seemingly thoughtful. The intercom buzzes loudly, startling them out of their little chat. Hokage-sama, we have an Iwagakure shinobi requesting an emergency audience regarding the Akatsuki. Send them in, now. Tsunade orders immediately. Fujita. Go home, we'll continue training another time. Naruto suggests to his apprentice. Okay. Fujita acquiesces nervously. The Iwa Kunoichi barges in, looking beaten and ragged. Her pink eyes stand out to them, and they don't fail to notice she's alone. Identify yourself, Kunoichi. Naruto orders her, standing up with his arms behind his back. She takes in several quick breaths. Kuratsuchi of Iwagakure, granddaughter of the Sandaime Tsuchikage. I have news, the Yonbi and Gobi Jinchuriki have been taken. Exact location of both of them when they were taken and where they were last seen, and who took them if you can identify them. The Yonbi Jinchuriki, Rashi, was in a hut near the border of Ishii and Tsuchi. Gramps had a platoon guarding him, which included me. Itachi killed everyone else. We don't know who was with him, but there were two. And the Gobi? Han was by 6 guys with orange hair and the same eyes as you, and we have no idea where they went. Naruto leans in incredulously. Nagato captured the Gobi himself? Naruto? Why is that important? Tsunade feels his slight panic. Nagato is the one with the Rinnegan, only he can initiate the sealing ritual. The fact that they're letting Itachi keep the Yanbi means that they're not planning to seal it, and they're leaving other capable Akatsuki members out of it for other duties means they're being delegated to another capture. Guess who's chasing Itachi around right now? Sasuke's walking into a trap. Tsunade realizes in horror. They're using Itachi as bait to capture the Nibi. Naruto gets ready to leap out the window. I'm gonna gear up. Keep the village on high alert, and protect Karin. As he vanishes in a blur of movement, Tsunade turns to the girl. How'd you get out alive? It's not like Itachi to be so sloppy. I don't think he knew I was still alive, but the big blue guy who was with him definitely knew. He just kinda spared me. Kisame spared you? Tsunade murmurs thoughtfully. Perhaps the Akatsuki isn't as united as we thought. Disgruntled dark eyes look up at him. The small face winces into a pout when he pokes the boy on his forehead. Sorry, Sasuke. Maybe next time. He is startled from his memories by the crashing noise of furniture being forcibly tipped over. Haydn punts a small wooden coffee table out of sheer, aggressive boredom. Fucking hell. What the fuck are we doing in this dump? Shut up. Kakuzu growls back. Now, children. Kabuto smiles amiably at them over the collar of his Akatsuki coat. His hands are alight with glowing green chakra, restoring Itachi's own after he'd captured the Yanbi. You're guests in Itachi-san's holiday property. Show some respect. Go fuck yourself, you creepy snake-fucking CUN dash. Haydn. Itachi interrupts stoically. Make yourself useful. Sasuke-kun approaches. I think it wise to prepare. Kabuto recommends, still smiling. As if one little teenage runt can take all of us at once. He'd be pushing it just to beat the best mass-murdering Oniai-chan up there. It may be overkill, Itachi concedes that point. He, Kisame, Haydn, Kakuzu and Kabuto. 5 S-rank shinobi to take one Jinchuriki, but they need to prepared. The capturing of Jinchuriki is becoming increasingly difficult with Naruto running around hindering their efforts. His appearance in Kiri had been testament to that. He's willing to just outright kill a Bijou to buy some time. There'd be no telling if Naruto would see through the deception, though Itachi is quite certain he'd left no one alive. Kisame has been unusually quiet since Obito outed himself to the world, but he's been doing his job just fine. Normally Kisame would be the one talking away, his unusual appearance catching someone's eye just long enough for him to smooth-talk some intel out of them. For someone so brutish and bestial in appearance and in battle, he has a strange charisma about his person. Little of that is showing now, he's letting Itachi do the talking. It's a red flag. The dark chamber they reside in is the assembly, and perched in the stone throne in front of a decorative shrine depicting the Kyuubi, Itachi observes his allies with little regard for them as people, but for what they offer him now to get closer to the eternal dream. He can almost feel the warmth, imagining in his own thoughts how blissful life will be with everything he ever wanted. His eager and springy Otudo bugging him to play, his proud brother figure keeping a watchful eye over him. His parents are nowhere to be seen, unable to poison his world with Uchiha values. He will be Hokage, and live a long and fulfilling life, free of the dirtiness and hatred of reality. All he needs to do is be rid of his bond with the current Sasuke. And now, he hears the slapping of sandals against the cold stone floor. You come alone. Itachi states his observation monotonously. Unwise. As Sasuke steps into the windowlit hall, Itachi feels as though his imagination may have been playing tricks on him. Faint traces of heterochromic coloring fade from his brother's eyes. Sasuke is much bigger than he remembers. Calm, not as hot-headed or petulant. And his eyes are pitying, as if he sees something worthy of pity in Itachi. You've been through a lot, Nisan. Sasuke's Sharingan whirls into life. But I can't let you have your way with the innocent anymore. Is that all? Itachi is bored of this justice approach. You don't seem to understand. You've walked into enemy territory with no backup. You're facing down someone who has outclassed you in every way from beginning, and all you can do is spout platitudes. Ideals will not win you this fight, nothing will. Are you surrendering yourself this easily? Then you are weaker than I imagined. I had hoped that you would have greater sense, or perhaps at least an honorable death to see the world's new future come to light with triumph. I expected more. Sasuke does not take the bait. It is unsettling to him that Sasuke has risen above such things, despite Itachi's meddling. He is as cool as can be, still looking at him with those damn pitying eyes. I'm sorry, Itachi. Maybe next time. Itachi's eye twitches, ever so slightly. Tsukuyami. He renders the illusion as a perfect copy of the hall, other Akatsuki included, so Sasuke wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Only he didn't expect a massive, two-tailed flaming cat to appear behind Sasuke in the supposedly perfect Genjutsu. Such a shame. The Nibi tuts. Itachi grunts in pain and covers his eye as the illusion shatters forcefully. Haiden and Kakuzu swoop in instantly, one with an insane cackle and the other stoic. A decorative scythe and earth-coated fist slam into Sasuke. Or it should have. A purple, etheric rib cage appears around his brother, just enough to cover him from head to toe. Sasuke doesn't say a word. Lightning chakra leaps out from the skeletal structure, zapping and sparking his assailants into retreat. The fuck is this? Haiden curses angrily. Tears of blood dry quickly, enough for Sasuke to pick the red shells off of his face. Sasuke's hand touches his stomach and twists. The potent energies of the Nibi leak out but do not consume him. The expanse of chakra melds with Sasuke's own, causing a bright eruption of purple chakra. It forms a cloak of similarly colored light on Sasuke, make his skin glow just the same. His sclerae change to match the Nibi's, though his Sharingan remains unchanged. Straight black seal patterns crawl down Sasuke's newly formed cloak of purple chakra, Magatama appearing in the collar and back. He puts his hands into a horse seal. Katan, Kasha Mikyaku. A colossal wave of blue flame spreads violently through the hall, decimating what little furniture remained. Itachi barely had time to summon his own Susanoo, the mirror shield deflecting the flames but not nullifying them. It does little to mitigate their danger as they immediately scorch Haiden to a crisp and Kakuzu attempts to shield himself with water, turning his skin earthen and attempting to retaliate with the natures of his other hearts. 5 chakra natures losing to Sasuke's sudden and immeasurable power. The redirection of flame causes it to crash against the assembly walls, weakening them and causing them to crumble. The roof falls down on top of them. Sasuke vanishes before their eyes, reappearing with a Chidori in hand behind Kabuto and spearing him through the heart before any of them even realize he's there. Itachi notices that Kakuzu howls in pain and anger too, only it's not Sasuke. It's Kisame. Going after the medic is an established tactic, I'm impressed with that little Sasuke. Kisame grins viciously. Kisame. You damn traitor dash. Samahata peels off Kakuzu's Keton heart. I really hate liars, and I'm sad to say that real life has more truth in it than Obito's dream. Kisame explains jovially, whirling Samahata around and tossing Kakuzu into the rubble that was once the stone ceiling. Kabuto sputters as he feels a massive hole form where his heart should be. The sparking lightning chakra burns his insides away. His head twists around unnaturally to look at Sasuke, though he's careful not to peer into his eyes. Even his senjutsu-enhanced senses hadn't been able to keep up. You motherfucker. Haiden's scorched body comes running with scythe in hand, flailing furiously. Sasuke's palm opens through Kabuto's chest. Chidori Nagashi. Lighting streaks out and stops Haiden in his tracks, making him scream and flail in pain on the spot. Kabuto uses the opportunity to use body replacement, vomiting himself out of the mouth of his old body and slithering into the rubble to reconstitute. With Haiden being completely bullied and Kakuzu occupied with an apparently traitorous Kisame, that leaves Itachi and himself to fight off this unbelievably dangerous Jinchuriki. Worse yet, he can feel Naruto rapidly approaching and filled to the brim with natural chakra. He can work with this. He just needs to make a quick getaway to prepare his contingency. Zetsu spores wiggle out and attach to his skin. Good. While Haiden struggles to heal with his strange immortality jutsu, Kabuto will simply slink off for a minute. At least Haiden's voice box is the first to go when he gets fried by lightning. Sasuke vanishes again when Itachi's Susanoo swipes with the strangely fluid bright yellow sword. Itachi's Susanoo is quite different to Naruto's. It has some strangely versatile abilities. That sword should only be able to absorb so much. Matatabi points out. He'll hit the limit on what he's absorbing and have to dispose of it eventually. That'll be your best opportunity to catch him from behind. An assault from the front will do no good against that shield. I wonder. He appears before Haiden, digging elongated claws into his victim's back to lift him up, and throws the cultist into the path of Itachi's blade. What the fuyuyuyuyu dash? Haiden seems to liquefy as he gets sealed into the gourd attached to the blade. Sasuke retracts his claws. We only have so long in this state, we are unpracticed. Go all out. He focuses all of the combined might of their chakra. Itachi glares with hatred. It's startling to see it as a real emotion, unfaked like it had been in the past. The yellow Susanoo points the gourd away, blasting Haiden and a huge amount of rubble out in a gust. He weaves hand signs to summon. Here we go. Sasuke tenses, focusing their chakra. Combined with his own, it remains purple and expands rapidly to take corporeal form. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Itachi slaps his palm on the ground. Naruto's Susanoo soars as fast as it can. He senses numerous spikes in strong chakra, both inhuman in strength. He transforms his eyes into binoculars using Shurato. The old Uchiha hideout? He retracts his eyes when he sees a gargantuan plume of smoke and the Yanbi appearing, enslaved to the Sharingan. But even from this distance, he can feel Sasuke's chakra level skyrocket. What the hell has he done? And now, without enhanced vision, he can see a bright purple light in the middle of the day at the top of the terraced compound. Remaining still, he absorbs Senjutsu chakra and enters Sage mode as the Susanoo carries him to his destination. He can feel Itachi and Sasuke. Kabuto is hiding somewhere away from the battle, but still present. 2 other signatures he doesn't recognize, with Kisame fighting one of them. At least that gives him a little wiggle room to get rid of the other unknown before taking on Kabuto, the greater threat. At least this way, he can let Sasuke extract some closure from Itachi in the form of vengeance or however he wants to justify it. Floating into place above the fortress, he lets his Susanoo dissipate and suspends himself in the air, judging what the best spot would be to drop for a shock entry. No doubt Kabuto already knows he's here. But something is off about this whole thing. He can sense a blob of weak and plain chakra signatures under the hideout. He wants to dismiss them as summons, but no summon has such weak chakra. But he needs to act regardless. This wild form Sasuke has taken is impressive, but everything has its weakness. He doesn't doubt there will be some way to counter it, or if it'll even last that long against the Yanbi. Sasuke's chakra pulls out of him and takes the form of a purple Nibi, flaring gloriously with 2 swishing tails. Sasuke claimed he had come far with the Nibi's chakra. Maybe he has unleashed the theoretical state of being between human and Bijou. Futon, Shinku Tobikomu, wind release, vacuum dive. Heiden's body begins to heal, drawing power from the souls trapped in his shadow. Sacrificed in the divine ritual of Jashin, their lives fuel his crusade to spread the power of a true god. He takes sight of the massive flaming purple cat. Seriously, what the fuck is that about? The kid doesn't even seem a slight bit scared of them and then he whips out that bullshit? Itachi is gonna fuck him up. But he can't fight something that big anyway, better to kill Kisame and add that fish fucker to his well of souls. Or he would, until his entire midsection gets ripped apart by a massive shuriken of screeching wind. It flies through him and curves around in the air towards Kakuzu. Oi, Kakuzu! Watch out! Haiden howls at him. I know. Kakuzu splits all of his hearts away, narrowly dodging the expanding Raisin shuriken. Footsteps next to him reveal just who decided to rob him of yet another life. A clink of crimson armor and a massive weird-ass gunbai on his back are dead giveaways. You're still alive? Uchiha Naruto asks disbelievingly. Kihahaha. Haiden cackles delightedly. I'm immortal, cocksucker. You can't kill me. No, I think I've figured it out. Naruto comments again, offhanded and calm. You're trapped a bunch of souls in your shadow. I can see them with my Rinnegan. You let the soul replenish your shape when your body takes irreparable damage. Quite inventive. I don't know how you did it, but unlucky. I can control souls with these eyes. A black rod spears out of Naruto's gloved hand and straight through Heiden's heart, nailing him to the floor. Harder, daddy. Haiden cackles again, unflinching. You can't do shit. Near translucent blue orbs with dense red ones float around them suddenly, coalescing in front of Nibi Sasuke's mouth. Oi? Naruto balks. That's a bit close, Sasuke. You're dead, cocksucker. Haiden grins wickedly, already feeling his body put itself back together. Naruto narrows his eyes and plunges his hand into Heiden's shadow. Let's see how well you do now, then. Naruto grins back. Ninjendo. Haiden feels the pull on his shadow, and the following eruption of a rainbow of wisps that are the souls once trapped in there. Ah, fuck. Haiden panics. Though his body is restored, he now only has one life to toss away. The ground seems to melt slightly, pulling his full body down into it. Good, Kabuto is looking out for him. Mokuton, Makujin no Jutsu, would human. Haiden sees only the humanoid construct of would slide down onto another terrace before Kabuto whisks him away. Bijudama. Sasuke and Matatabi cry in unison. Itachi makes the Yanbi put its head down, summoning his Susanoo to manifest its shield. The Bijudama collides with it and explodes violently, but the shield deflects its energy into a ring of force that carves a gaping chasm through the middle of the elevated hideout. Another massive plume of smoke explodes in the distance, and the most gargantuan purple snake he'd ever seen slithers towards them faster than anything that size should be able to move. Ignore it, Sasuke-kun. Naruto will take care of that, focus on Itachi. The terrifying rumble of the beast is so loud and deep that their footing shakes. Such delicious morsels. It growls unnaturally. Kabuto is barely visible on its head. Kabuto's snake could swallow a Bijou whole. How did he create such a massive creature? Even Gamabunta and Matatabi were dwarfed by it. Did Naruto even have anything that could take that thing on? Regardless, Naruto shoots out some light blue chains that pierce the Yanbi's flesh. The Bijou howls in anger, grabbing the chains and flinging Naruto straight towards the massive conjured and enhanced snake. Seems that had been his plan, so Sasuke refocuses on Itachi. Madatabi bats away incoming Yasaka Magatama with one of her tails and dashes to one side to avoid a river of lava. Chidori sparks to life on the ends of both her tails, and they weave around the fluid blade and tails of Itachi and the Yonbi with swift agility. She claws the edge of Itachi's shield, whipping one tail around to hit the gourd attached to the sword. The Yonbi catches it with one of its feet, doing a cartwheel and whipping all of them into a twirl. Madatabi's other tail strikes, using the precision of Sasuke's Sharingan to guide her movement, and this time it strikes true. The gourd shatters from the Chidori, disabling the sword as a flurry of rubble and lava globs explode from it. They roll down the side of the hideout, landing on its highest terrace. Madatabi leaps back up with the Yonbi in tow, lava streams being spit ferociously, but she is too nimble, even for him. The Yonbi swings from one of the standing sky pillars, crashing down upon Sasuke and Madatabi and pinning them and their tails down. You are a nuisance. Itachi's eyes begin to bleed. Amaterasu. Black flames appear pelt down on the side of Madatabi's head, burning the chakra composing her physical form away and getting closer to Sasuke. Sasuke's right eye shifts shape, and instead of contesting Amaterasu with more flame, he instead decides to control Itachi's. His eye bleeds as well. Enten, Kagetsuchi, Blaze Release, Flame Control. Applying the principles of all chakra being connected, Sasuke dominates Itachi's own power and uses it like it were his own. The black flames change direction as if chasing something and attack the Yonbi. I can't maintain form for any longer, I need to regather our strength. Madatabi informs Sasuke desperately. That's fine. Sasuke agrees readily, huffing from controlling Itachi's unbelievable power. But with the Yonbi tumbling down the edge of the hideout and into the chasm left previously, they have a bit of time. The purple cloak of chakra wisps away while she recovers, and Sasuke and Itachi face each other alone. The snake is empowered by Senjutsu chakra, Naruto notes. It's an unnatural creation of experimentation. No being, even one with chakra, can be that massive without using ninjutsu, and this snake is certainly no Akimichi. Kabuto is continuing to be a massive pain in his ass. As he soars towards the snake, he wonders just what he can do to put this enhanced clone of Manda in the ground for good. Genjutsu wouldn't work with Kabuto atop its head to break it out of it, so he needs to think of something massive enough to contend with it and protect Sasuke. He has a few ideas though, and for now he's going to start off small. Well, as small as Senjutsu Enhanced Mokuton goes, anyway. Naruto feels his blood pumping. The thought that Kabuto has come this far, possibly far enough to be a worthy enemy, has him excited to go all out for once. Kabuto, for all the pains he brings Naruto, is truly a model of how far someone can come without legendary genes. Not wasting chakra creating another construct, he uses the summoning jutsu mid-flight to make his previous Makijin appear under his feet. Pumping Senjutsu chakra into it, he forces it to grow another 2 heads and 2 more sets of arms. It grows impressively in response to the chakra, enough to not be swallowed in one bite by the creature. ISO, Susanoo. His light blue chakra wraps and weaves around his humanoid Mokuton construct, coating its body with dense armor. Spreading from the head down, instead of forming wings, it covers all 9 arms and gives each hand a massive blade from his Susanoo. Glowing brightly, the Mokuton-clad Susanoo sprints towards Kabuto and the demon snake, leaping into a jump and making itself a bladed spinning top. Nidame Manda burrows underground, receiving shallow slashes on its back. Wounds that would kill a normal summon were but scratches on it. It re-emerges and strikes with a bite, grabbing Naruto's ISO Susanoo and flailing it. A ring of fire blasts from the main head and lands straight into the roof of Manda's mouth, causing a cataclysmic booming noise and cooking the entirety of its mouth. Manda whips his sharp-edged tail around and proceeds to regurgitate himself from his own mouth, as Kabuto did. The snakeskin quickly disintegrates into natural energy. Naruto uses one blade of the Susanoo to swing upwards, causing a massive shockwave to chase Manda across the ground. Predictably, Manda turns around at lightning speed and goes straight back towards Naruto. The Uchiha digs 4 blades into the ground, upturning it and making a ramp that forces Manda to skitter up it. Manda dips his head down to bite, only to be met with another 2 blades slashing and wounding his eye, taking a chunk off the side of his head. The 2 rear heads of the ISO Susanoo launch a flurry of massive fireballs that chase Manda instead of simply letting him dodge them. The Senjutsu Enhanced Katon behaves sporadically, and Manda is just barely quick enough to get away with 1 scorch wound. Smoke from the fireballs burning away the trees and grasslands rises up and clouds the sky, making his Susanoo shine brighter. Manda spits out giant snakes from his mouth, 1 blue, 1 red and 1 green. Naruto manages to ocularly control one of them to bite another, though the remaining one sweeps the Susanu's legs out from under it, letting Manda get the jump on him and tackle him back down. Naruto laughs wildly, more excited than ever before. Kabuto is close, on Manda's head and smiling in his own demented way. The Susanoo plunges 3 blades into Manda's neck, locking him in place and allowing Naruto to leap from his construct onto Manda's head. The humanoid, still clad in Susanoo, tears its swords away and Manda's head falls to the ground. But while Manda once again regenerates, the essentially giant Mokuton Bunshin keeps it occupied as Naruto and Kabuto clash. He grabs his gunbai from his back while Kabuto launches his Soundan Light Jutsu. Channeling the chakra from it, he diverts it into the gunbai to avoid being torn apart and deafened. You've learned some new tricks. Kabuto dashes to his side, unaffected by his own jutsu and ready to strike with a disabling medical jutsu blazing on his hand. Naruto opens his mouth and lets out his own senjutsu-enhanced deafening roar. It tears away the flesh of the head they're standing on and launches Kabuto to the hard ground. Naruto chases him with his glowing gunbai. A whirling ball of Amaterasu flames form in front of him, and he converts all of the energy he'd collected into Futon Chakra. Black flame blots their vision with one swing, disintegrating most of Kabuto. But surely enough, Kabuto replaces his body once more. He stows the gunbai, and the two engage in blurringly fast taijutsu. The landscape had never looked so barren. Sasuke doesn't allow his hatred to dominate his sense. He ducks and weaves under Itachi's speeding kicks, narrowly evading grips that would end up with him being thrown down. Jiraiya's masterful teaching of defensive taijutsu is the perfect supplement to the aggressive style given better shape by training with the Nibi's chakra. Itachi is getting increasingly frantic, trying to land blows. He certainly does, more than once, but Sasuke takes it. Endurance and resilience are key traits to lasting in a spar against Naruto. His brother fights alone, with training that groomed him specially for killing enemies that cannot fight back. Genjutsu cannot immobilize Sasuke, so no single hit kills from a disabled enemy. His body is strong, from rigorous training and sparring. His ninjutsu is refined with the help of Kakashi. Every piece of him is forged with the help of others. Itachi has nothing like it. As strong and genius as he is, Sasuke is the culmination of acceptance of help and love. Hatred and doing things on his own will not be enough. Have you nothing on your tongue? Itachi spits with hateful vitriol. My pity for you will do no good. Sasuke counters evenly. I have no dramatics left. You are my enemy, and you will fall to me. That is all. Itachi's face is painted with disgust and exhaustion. You would defend Konoha after all of this? They used my love for you against us, they wanted us dead and now you serve them like a dog on a leash, even after knowing the truth? And that is why I pity you. You didn't grow up with the same joy that I did. Itachi screams in anger and launches into another ferocious assault. Sasuke deftly cartwheels back, copying Itachi's moves with his Sharingan and using them against him. Itachi does not have the same endurance and speed, and can only be put on the back foot in the face of Sasuke's now aggressive moves. Sasuke-kun, the Yanbi dash. Said creature emerges from the chasm with a howl, pumping its chest with its fists. We aren't ready yet. But a huge bubble of water begins to tsunami towards it, suspending it in it on the edge of the compound. Even from here, he can read the transformed Kisame's lips through the occlusion of the bubble. You better finish this quick, kiddo. Sasuke lights his palm with Chidori and dashes. Blood spittles from Itachi's mouth, and his eyes morph again. The mirror shield absorbs Sasuke's attack and disperses the lightning. Itachi holds his hands over his eyes to wipe the blood away, making his Susanoo slash and crash around wildly with his lack of sight. Sasuke-kun, it's time. Yeah. Sasuke steals his heart. He looks at his broken brother, so full of hatred and sporadic. So unlike the Nissan he grew up with. This is mercy. Itachi was groomed from the start, he never had a chance at a happy life. Not while those people were in power. It's time to end this, once and for all. For the future of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. His body clads in purple chakra. He slips under the shield before it crushes him and with all their might, they rip the shield from Itachi's Susanoo. Sasuke hits and hits with Chidori. The Susanoo begins to crack as more and more lightning chakra spools out into the atmosphere. The air is charged, and as the yellow light begins to fade, Sasuke puts one hand in the air and summons all of the lightning chakra around him and in the sky down upon Itachi. Kirin. The flash is blinding, but he closes his eyes and forms his Susanoo with Matatabi's chakra. The lightning beast crashes down. The Uchiha hideout is no more. Itachi is miraculously still standing. Although he is absent in mind, blood pouring from dark eyes and hair scorched away by lightning. Sasuke spears him through the chest. Goodbye, Nissan. Itachi coughs out chunks, and with one last hateful glare, takes his last breath. The Yanbi snaps out of Itachi's enthrallment. Kisame is relieved, he can't keep absorbing this much bijou chakra. It puts its monkey hands up in the gargantuan Suetun prison, a sign of peace or submission. Kisame lets the water cascade down and separates from Samahata. It chitters at him happily, having gotten a delicious meal. I guess it's over. Kisame says to himself WRLY. Now I just gotta survive that Naruto, hee. He makes his way up what remains of the flattened compound. Farewell, Itachi-san. Kisame bids respectfully. Sasuke looks up at him. Scary kid. Even Kisame doubted him at first, but he supposes that bijou can be infinitely more terrifying when used like this. I'll deal with you later. Sasuke says to him dully. Kisame takes no offense. The kid clearly still had some love for his brother and needs a moment to recover. They stay silent, even as the Yanbi lumbers over as quietly as it can. Hate to interrupt, Sasuke-san. But Obito could be here any minute to take the Yanbi back. You're weakened from your fight and Naruto-san is busy, you're better off returning to Konoha with Itachi-san's body. Why did you help me? Sasuke rasps. I didn't really do it to help you, Kisame answers honestly. My ideals don't line up with Akatsuki's methods anymore. I don't much like liars, and I find myself not liking the idea of being trapped in an eternal one. That's all. Sasuke doesn't respond. One of his chakra tails does poke into the ground and pull Haiden out, though. It's so casual that Kisame thinks Sasuke doesn't realize how absurd it is that he's straight up bullying an S-rank criminal shinobi like that. Hi, Haiden. Kisame grins and swings Samahata at him, shredding him to pieces before Sasuke can. Haiden drops and doesn't give any hint of him regenerating. How odd. Kisame pokes the pieces of his corpse to gauge for a reaction, but it seems that whatever Naruto did has robbed Haiden of his abilities. Looks like he's dead for good. I have a feeling that this isn't over. Sasuke mutters, a foreboding premonition. Kisame's grin falters. Suddenly Kabuto and Naruto appear by crash landing next to them. Naruto is holding Kabuto down by the head. They both heave deeply, Kabuto in worse condition and absent of senjutsu patterns on his face. Naruto has had his armor torn away, along with his sleeves. The blood on him probably was his, he simply healed from his wounds. Kabuto doesn't appear to have enough chakra left to do his weird body replacement. Naruto stands up, looking at Kisame. Hold him down, and I'll see to it that you're removed from Hai no Kuni's bingo book, so long as you don't commit any more atrocities in our lands. Aye, Skipper. Kisame mockingly salutes. Naruto goes over to Itachi's fallen body and unseals 2 jars filled with strange green liquid and starts harvesting Itachi's eyes. You think that this is a victory? Kabuto spits out globs of blood, still smiling away. It makes a menacing frontal image with his giant dead snake behind him in the distance, covered in the pieces of Naruto's wood creation. Enough out of you, Kabuto. Die with the pride of knowing you're the only man that's ever pushed me this far. Naruto doesn't turn away as he fills up the jars with Itachi's Sharingan. You idiots, Kabuto scolds wickedly. This was all part of his plan. A loud shout in the distance catches everyone's attention. Kuchios, Geto Mazo. The Yanbi looks alarmed. Get out of here now, humans. It shouts to them, before its eyes are ensnared by the Sharingan again. This can't be happening, not now. Naruto stumbles over to Sasuke, putting the eye jars in his obi. A plume of smoke erupts nearby. We need to go. I can't fight Obito and Nagato in my current condition. White Zetsu begin to emerge from the ground, though Kisame notes that there are many of them instead of just the one like he thought. They're all tinged blue, and Samahata growls. They're full of Nibi chakra? Kisame is confused. Obito left them here. The 8-trigram seal is too complex to get through quickly, so he had some Zetsu here to absorb the ambient chakra from your battle that you stumbled into so perfectly. Kabuto laughs maniacally. Dark coffins emerge from the rubble. A dark green light begins to filter over the destroyed castle. It's a Susanoo. And rested in the jewel on its head is Obito. The white Zetsu gets sucked away by invisible force, heading straight towards the Geto Mazo. It swallows them whole. Now would be a good time if you got an escape plan. Kisame mentions idly. I need chakra, I can try one last thing. Naruto exclaims desperately. The Yanbi begins to get absorbed by the Geto Mazo. Without a seal protecting it, it dissolves into the mouth rapidly. You can absorb chakra, right? Use as much of mine as you need. Kisame puts his fist out. Just take me with ya, won't ya? Ours too, we still have plenty to spare. Sasuke puts out his hand. Naruto absorbs as much as his body will allow him and re-enters Sage mode simultaneously. The dark marks under his eyes take shape once more, light blue chakra flares around him as he claps his hands together. Senpu dash, he says slowly, grinding his teeth together. A massive black shuriken hurls towards them, they hurtle out of the way, Sasuke grabbing Itachi's body while doing so. Mokuton, Shinsesenju. With a mighty roar, Naruto summons what could only be described as a being from legends. Kisame finds himself several hundred feet higher than he should be. 1,000 arms or at least close to it, shrouding another humanoid, with another humanoid sitting on its head. It is so massive that even Samehada wilts at the thought of trying to absorb that much chakra. Naruto calls forth his Susanoo before punches start flying, and Kisame makes his escape with the 2 alive Uchiha and 1 dead. Cataclysmic noise can be heard as the Geto Mazo and Obito Susanoo try to combat it. It won't last forever, but it has bought them enough time to escape. Obito Susanoo flies through the construct, though instead of chasing them, it throws more of those black shuriken that teleport pieces of Naruto's jutsu somewhere to protect the statue. Pain seems to be trying to blast it away with the power of gravity. Kisame nearly sighs in relief when a small wooden moon begins to form in the distance, far away from them. He wonders just how long Yakushi Kabuto can last in a world where Uchiha Naruto is out for his blood. Tsunade is alarmed when Naruto's Susanoo fades mid-flight. Jiraiya! She calls out desperately. On it. Gamabunta appears under Naruto, on his back. He inflates his stomach to soften the fall for the 4 bodies. Quite the welcome party. Kisame compliments. He's with us. Naruto blocks them from attacking, falling to the ground in exhaustion. What happened? We could feel your chakra from half a nation away. Tsunade can't lean down far enough to check on him with her bulging stomach. Obito has Nibi chakra, the Yanbi and the Gobi. Naruto dry heaves. This is it, this is the end. He's going to go for the others in one fell swoop. Tsunade barks out orders to everyone in sight, telling them to go into full lockdown and prepares many parties for rescue missions. Kisame doesn't think it'll make a difference, but he's along for the ride now, so hey, why not enjoy it while it lasts? Chapter 26, Find Yourself, Lacking. We are losing. Yuto is weary when Sasuke returns from his mission. He'd left in a hurry, only gearing up flightering away with barely a goodbye, but his boy can be quite restless when he doesn't have something to occupy his mind, so Yuto had thought nothing of it. He's a simple man. He loves his wife and kids, he enjoys his job and he wants the best for his Tsukimi and Sasuke. So when Sasuke comes stumbling in with one arm over his best friend's shoulder, drenched in blood, clothes torn and eyes vacant of emotion and soul, Yuto thinks he's justified with his panicked reaction. His boy is always so lively, and while he doesn't often express as much through his words, there's always an air of love exuding from Sasuke. Such a thoughtful boy, nearly a man now, so expressive with his actions towards them, finding difficulty telling them what he wants to say, but they always get the message. Seeing Sasuke not just down, but completely zoned out, has him worried to say the very least. You have a bed for him? Naruto's eyes creep him out, but he speaks lowly as not to disturb his home. Of course he has a bed for his son. What a stupid question, he thinks, but doesn't say to the scariest man alive. Shouldn't he be taken to hospital? Yuto feels the hairs on the back of his neck prick up like an angry cat. It's not his blood, Naruto replies rather dully. Can I put him in your shower for a bit? I need to talk to you about what happened. Numbly, Yuto steps aside and leads them awkwardly to the bathroom. Naruto turns the tap on with a full blast of cold water. Sasuke flinches as it pelts his body, washing flakes of dried blood from skin. Yuto and Naruto close the door behind them as Sasuke begins to strip down of his damaged clothing. Naruto doesn't seem to be standing too tall himself. There's something of a miserable slouch to his shoulders. His coat has been shredded, arms visible for once. But this Naruto is Sasuke's best friend, those two are thick as thieves. Yuto doesn't know him well though, he's a part of Sasuke's life that he'd rather keep separate from his family. Yuto is thankful for this, as much as it might be difficult for Sasuke to separate parts of his world from each other. The lifestyle of shinobi is quite a bit different to civilians like their family. If people like Naruto were waltzing around them all the time, things could get complicated. Like it is right now. And he doesn't even know what's happened. In the dim light of their living area, Naruto decides to speak. I want to keep an eye on him, but I think it's you that he needs more right now. Naruto's eyes don't really look at him, drifting over to where he knows Sasuke is. Yuto would be concerned about the noise of the shower waking up Tsukimi, but his worry for Sasuke has superseded his concern for just a single night of good sleep. Himari stumbles in, having been a light sleeper since the time Tsukimi was born. Her eyes are glossy after just waking up. Yuto? What's with the noise? Unsurprisingly, she's slightly grumpy. Yuto pays it no mind. Sasuke's back. He tells softly, voice low. And expectedly, she perks up brightly. Filled with a sudden vigor, she looks around frantically before her eyes fall on Naruto. The disappointment in her eyes is clear, but she doesn't forget her manners. Naruto-sama. Himari dips her head in respect. She becomes somewhat alarmed at Naruto's own state. Torn clothes and blood everywhere, with dirty marks where open cuts might have been once. The way he hears it from Sasuke, Naruto has some kind of superhuman ability to heal from his wounds in an instant. Would have been nice to have that ability after he fell from a stepladder doing maintenance on their home a year ago. Sasuke is alive, and mostly uninjured. Naruto reveals quietly to her. He is rather astute, reading her so quickly without knowing her. A shinobi's attention to detail is quite frightening, nothing gets past them, least of all this one in particular. Although he thinks one must have to be quite observant to have picked on the tiny traces of treason that had been brought to light in recent events. It really is quite scary that something like the great exodus of traitors from the village could be spurred on by tracking only the slightest of hints. Something so subtle, and Naruto had exposed it with care but with ease. There is something off about him, Yuto thinks though. Naruto had given them a chance to flee, and if gossip were to be believed, enjoyed hunting every last one of them down. He can't quite wrap his head around the logic, but the common consensus is that he didn't want bloodshed in the streets. Sasuke isn't a complete opposite. He has a fine eye for detail, sees things that seem inconsequential and with an incredible memory that can dredge up seemingly the most useless detail of an earlier time that becomes a big and important issue later on, or would if he doesn't tend to them the way he does. He's meticulous and clean, he doesn't like getting in people's way but won't shy away from asking for help. Although it seems unlike his friend, he doesn't enjoy battle for what it is but for the results he gets from them. Fighting is merely a means to an end, not a competition or recreational activity. He knows that Sasuke and Naruto are related by blood, but he doesn't know how the two can even be friends to start with. Rumors do tend to fly across Konoha, even earlier in the boys' shinobi careers. Naruto had violent tendencies, and he'd been willing to risk war with Kusugakure for one girl, because she's his family. Far removed, but family. Himari and himself value family similarly, so he can kind of understand, but Naruto didn't grow up with one. So where had he learned to channel his gifts into the protection of one's family? Sasuke, he could understand too, and while their boy is protective, doesn't have a kill first ask questions later attitude. Yuto doesn't want this kind of man in his home, but he needs an explanation. Sasuke has killed Itachi in battle. Naruto states bluntly. Yuto and Himari's eyes widen. Itachi is finally gone? Out of Sasuke's life for good? He had his heart set on it, so he kept his cool and fought well. But now, I think he's struggling to come to terms with it. He needs your support for this and more right now, though. Something big is coming that will put you and everyone else on the planet at risk. I don't want to sound cruel or callous when I say this, but if Sasuke doesn't return to himself, we could lose everything. He needs to be ready because our enemies aren't going to wait for his mind to settle. Yuto's jaw drops and he clenches his fists in anger. You would demand more of him after this? He just killed his brother, and you want more. Yuto hisses in righteous fury. Naruto is wholly unaffected by the change in his tone and posture. His calmness in the situation pisses Yuto off. I'm not asking you to agree with this because I understand that shinobi culture is vastly different to that of civilians. Naruto doesn't seem irritated at the questions. All the same, Sasuke is at risk and so are you. Regardless of what either of us want, Sasuke will choose to step up and defend you and Konoha, with his life if need be. Then do it yourself. Yuto grits out, frustrated. Naruto does react to that, narrowing his eyes. Yuto freezes on the spot, realizing that it's not exactly wise to anger the strongest man in the world. But Naruto reins himself in and answers, albeit somewhat stiffly. If I could do this on my own then we wouldn't be in this situation. I'll do my utmost to prepare with what little time we have left, but I am still just one man, trying to prevent the resurrection of a primordial entity akin to a god. If you can think of a better solution, then let me hear it. Otherwise, just play family like you usually do and hope Sasuke comes back to his senses enough to help me win this war. Then he vanishes with nary a trace, leaving behind only a tiny gust of wind that they feel barely on their skin in the chill of the evening. Yuto feels numb. He realizes that the sound from the shower has gone. Yuto and Himari try to find him in the house and find him in Tsukimi's room. Sasuke's hair is wet and his body is clad in soft but warm clothes. The blood is gone but the dark circles under his red-lit eyes haven't faded. Tsukimi's forehead gets a poke, and their daughter mews in discomfort but doesn't wake. The stirring gets a huff, maybe even the slightest, tiniest amusement from Sasuke, and Yuto thinks that everything might just be okay. Their boy looks up at them. His eyes are different, even more so than the Sharingan they know. But his face is the same, and the tears pouring silently from his eyes are the same as that sad boy who was forced to leave them 3 years ago. Sasuke? Himari wraps her arms around him in an instant. Near-silent sobs are enough to make his stomach sink. Karen watches passively as Naruto paces back and forth in their apartment. She'd been more than a little worried when he'd come home covered in blood and with torn clothes. She'd never seen him in such a condition before. But even now, he hasn't given up. After being chased away by the Akatsuki and the world is now sitting on the edge of a blade, Naruto's cunning mind still whirls with plans and methods on how to proceed. Giving up isn't on his mind. Ever. There is rethink the strategy, but there is never it is time to surrender. It's one of the first things that she started to love him for. His persistence and can-do attitude. It's what saved her life more than once, it's what gave her the confidence to move on from her past. Naruto has been her beacon of bravery since the day they met. How many girls could say that a man, a boy at the time, is willing to start an international war to protect her? But sometimes, just sometimes, she sees that Naruto overthinks things. Everything he does is so calculated. He runs through scenarios on repeat in his head, always trying to examine everything from every possible outcome to calculate the most rewarding results. He does it on the fly, too. Always coming up with something, and she's sure that no one really sees past the first impression of him simply being another bloodthirsty Uchiha. And that's what she thinks his problem is right now. He's thinking too much. Enough. Karen states firmly. Not now, Karen. I need to figure out what to do. Karen punches him in the nose as hard as she can. She internally winces at the crunch she feels under her knuckles, but doesn't let it show as he tumbles back sputtering with blood gushing out. Karen. She punches him again, this time in the jaw while he's down. She nearly gets a third before Naruto reacts and grabs her arm. You just gave me 2 free hits? Karen scolds loudly. You've forgotten yourself, Naruto. Naruto glares, with confusion and not annoyance or hatred. His mind is still going overdrive. Obito got 2 hits. He took the Nibi chakra, and he took the Yanbi and Gobi. Why did we both get 2 strikes against you? I wasn't prepared. He got the jump on us and got those hits because we sprung his trap like morons. Are you Uchiha Naruto or not? Karen screams at him. Naruto reels back, unused to her genuine fury at him. His nose snaps itself back into place slowly, but his purple eyes don't blink away. Let me tell you what you are, because you don't know anymore. Uchiha Naruto was willing to wage war against an entire enemy nation by himself to protect me. Uchiha Naruto turned his best friend into a Jinchuriki because he had to adapt to a shitty situation. Uchiha Naruto killed Orochimaru, the worst traitor in Konoha's history, even when that traitor had the jump on him. Uchiha Naruto killed a fucking Bijou just to stop his enemies from having it. Naruto just stares at her with wide eyes, but she's not done with him yet. You've been reduced to some pencil-pushing pansy, filing paperwork and handling delicate little office duties. She throws in some mockingly dainty movements with her hands. Oh no, I might upset the other nations if I don't act carefully. Oh no. Some dumbass are trying to destroy my clan. I better handle this with politics so the common people don't get upset with me. I guess the Naruto I love is dead, because the one in front of me is too much of a pussy to take fate into his own hands. Her beloved stands up slowly, shadows cast over his eyes. What happened to the Naruto who loves the thrill of the fight? What happened to the Naruto who doesn't care what anyone thinks, so long as he gets his way? You're losing this war. You're losing, and everyone and everything you ever loved are about to become nothing, all because you can't get your head out of your ass and take the fight back to them. Guess what? Your approach now isn't working. Naruto straightens his slouched posture. His fists clench and his eyes sharpen. The bulging muscles of his arms are visible, revealed from torn sleeves. His armor drops to the floor and his gunbai snaps to his hand. He approaches Karen slowly, form imposing and determined, and everything right that she knows him for. You are right. I am losing this fight. But it is Uchiha Naruto who will stand victorious at the end of this war. He grabs a fistful of her hair from the back of her head and pulls her into a searing kiss. She melts against him, her breaths through the nose taking the smell of his sweat and the grime earned through battle. That's my man. Karen tries to catch her breath. Have your wedding dress ready by the time I'm back. Naruto orders, making her bite her lip giddishly. Now there he goes. The man she loves, off to cause some new disaster. He'd been there for her, understood her before she understood herself. Helped her grow into someone who could move past her pain and hatred and live for the joy that life presents her with. He taught her the value of fighting for what she wants, to chase genuine happiness when the world doesn't want her to have it. And she did, she chased Naruto around the world. Dogging his footsteps and learning from him, learning about him. Because he makes her happier than anything else in the world. And she'll keep following, right into their graves. Anyone who tries to get in their way? She pities them if nothing else. You two are sickeningly in love. Kurama yawns obnoxiously. It's really rather revolting. Shut up, you giant rodent. She watches Naruto fall flat on his face as he tries to leave. Karen refrains from laughing at his comically disposed state. Maybe we take the fight to them after you recover your chakra. Karen suggests wryly. I still need to do something, Naruto insists painfully, speaking to the floor. And what do you mean, we? You're gonna need someone to help you distract the other Akatsuki members so you can get things done. I'm gonna be there by your side. Karen puts her hands on Naruto's back, lighting her palms up with green chakra, like how Sakura taught her. She feels Kurama's chakra trying to poke through, so she lets it for the sake of resources that she can't conjure on her own. At least he's cooperative, and he knows he's screwed if Naruto goes down. All the more reason we should train, so we don't have to rely on an Uchiha. Kurama sounds as though he's shuddering in disgust. I'll ask Sasuke for advice when he's feeling better. No. The other Uchiha runt forged his own path with Matatabi. It is best that we do not soil our minds with false grandeur by chasing what they achieved. We must start from scratch, and on our own. Leave the boy to his grief, for we do not have the time it will take for him to truly recover from it to ask for his help regardless. Where do we even start? Karen says aloud this time, sighing overdramatically. Naruto manages to roll onto his back and looks at her distantly. She's been reliant on Naruto for the longest time. Karen would chase as he burned a path, blazing ever forwards and following his example. But with many things in life, she can't expect following him to be so simple. She knows only as much about the world as he does, and even less about the arts that just might save them in the future. She needs to deviate now and follow where her own instincts go, learn on her own, so that her newfound views can provide something however minimal that might maximize their chances to save the world. And even further down the line, provide differing views to her future husband so that parenting will not have such a lack of insight. They'll have their own thoughts, they may even clash and butt heads, but their children will be thankful to have parents with different skills and people who are ready to tackle the different needs they're confronted with. Now look who's looking too far in the future. Karen thinks sheepishly to herself. Naruto is good at many things, a prodigy in the field of battle and a bloodthirsty shark in politics. But until now, he'd forgotten his faith in himself and in the people around him. Trying to do things on his own has mentally exhausted him when faced with failure, but the ones he's trying to protect have been less than stellar at helping him, teaching him not to rely on them. She is going to change this. You have focus, good. Taking responsibility for yourself with the intention of helping others was one of my father's teachings. He would be proud of you, Uzumaki. Karen smiles at Kurama's words. What good little ball of fluff. She does manage to heft a now sleeping Naruto back to their bed and lets his body recover on its own. That idiot was fully prepared to just fall asleep on the floor. Dumbass. Making her way to their spare room/study, she grabs an ornate scroll from the shelf and a uniquely shaped kunai. The scroll is decorative, almost opulent in appearance. Gilded with a sheen of gold paint, it unravels on the desk and reveals its contents. Hiration. Kisame puts on his best, charming smile. He really doesn't like it when people run screaming from it. He's really trying to be friendly. Green eyes under auburn hair glare viciously at him. So scary. You give sanctuary to a criminal like this from my village. Mei whips around to shout at Tsunade. Now, Mei-chan. Kisame's grin doesn't falter when she twirls around to glare at him hatefully again. If anything, it makes him more amused than before. Do go easy on Hokage-sama, she's pregnant after all. She probably can't handle the stress of being in the room of such a strong-willed force of nature like yourself. Tsunade rubs her forehead tiredly. Kisame thinks this proves his point. That poor, elderly woman. Kisame was instrumental in stopping my shinobi from getting overrun in their encounter with the Akatsuki. And just as importantly, he's willfully providing intel into Akatsuki operations and members. So long as Kisame commits no crime against Hai no Kuni citizens, he has amnesty. You have no right giving a dangerous criminal from my village amnesty, he'll abuse this right. Kisame's grin falters slightly. Hey now, Mei-chan. I think you might be ignoring the fact that my defection from Kirigakure is much the same as your reason for starting a resistance. I'm no more a traitor than you are. You murdered innocent shinobi from my village dash. Under Yagura's orders, Kisame interrupts shortly. And I left because of that. I would say your little merry band of defectors killed a few more of Kiri's shinobi than I did. I mean, can you say that you've killed someone that you're sweet on like I have because your Mizukage told you to? I had friends too, you know, friends I was ordered to kill. And that's what drove me to leave and find peace. So you joined the Akatsuki? Mei spits out with vitriol. Kisame sighs. The woman just doesn't get it. Forced eternal happiness is a very attractive and tempting solution to anyone with no joy in their life. The chance to bring myself peace with my own hard work, dedicated to a cause to bring everyone happiness alongside like-minded people who have known little more than suffering in this world of war and conflict was enough to entice me. I believed that I was doing the right thing and a little blood and guts spilled would be a means to an end. Shinobi still work like this, and you can hardly scold me for doing the same thing that every nation does while under the banner of an independent organization. What you did was treason, turning your back on your people when they needed you. My people? The same ones that hated me for being blue? The same ones that ordered me to kill the few that did like me? The people that chose to hate me for no reason even before I left? It sounds lovely when you pretty it up, but the inside is as rotten as the rest of the world. I've come to terms with the world as it is with its lies included, but you haven't. You refuse to acknowledge that the systems in place cause people like me to happen. Itachi and Obito too, and the rest of the Akatsuki. At least Konoha is willing to give me a fair chance, probably the first I've had in my life. To her credit, Mei actually does look a bit conflicted from his words. Actually absorbing the information instead of being too stubborn to accept that not everyone has hers or anyone else's best interests in mind is a vital trait for a benevolent leader. A shame that not all village heads are like Mei and Tsunade. What will you do with this chance? Mei asks finally, weary from being so amped up for what he thinks is no real reason. Naruto-san has been generous and offered me a place to stay until the Akatsuki situation is resolved in exchange for helping him with his training. I'm not really expecting to live past this, so I guess I'll wait and see. Hee hee. Kisame chuckles morbidly. Mei looks confused. What could Uchiha Naruto possibly learn from you? He shrugs nonchalantly. Blah blah chakra theory, something about my synergy with Samahata like it's my own power. I stopped listening after the first 5 minutes. Tsunade looks bemused, like she's been faced with Naruto's obsessive ranting to himself about such things. Kisame shrugs again, shuffling the strap for Samahata on his back. He's not wearing the Akatsuki cloak anymore, so the thick leather digs in a bit through his thin shirt. The discomfort is tolerable for now. Well anyway, after I help Naruto-san I'll be running around trying to find the Sanbai so Obito can't have it. You know it's regenerated already? Guess I'm more than my good looks, Mei-chan? That's if Naruto doesn't demand your aid first. You'll help him if you want to live. You're really bossy, Tsunade-san. Kisame points out unnecessarily. Tsunade looks at him quite seriously. Remember, Naruto is the one who vouched for you. Betray this temporary truce and he'll be the one handling you. And as far as anyone is concerned, you've got limited options. I can behave. Kisame grins again. Oh, what fun it will be to fight to the death once more. Sakura is winding down after a long shift at the hospital with a warm dinner cooked by her mother and a nice lay down in bed. She picks up the framed photograph on her bedside table. It's dusty, and she can hear her mother's words in her head just from looking at it. Clean your room for goodness sakes, girl. Wiping the glass cover with her overworked fingers, she smiles as the image of a younger Team 7 clears up. Such cute little faces, round cheeks with baby fat clinging to them and a pale representation of how they all turned out. It's funny to see how much they changed though, it does make sense. They could hardly cling to what they were as children. Sasuke's cold eyes becoming warm and full of life, Naruto growing into a giant who took things far more seriously than his personality leads on. She has changed so very much since then. Sakura reflects on what her heart wanted back when she was that tiny genin. She just wanted to be accepted by people, to be seen for once. It had been the childish motivation for chasing after Sasuke like a little fangirl. Some part of her thought that having Sasuke would make people see her as more than she was. More than just a silly girl with a big forehead, and later a loudmouth know-it-all that refused to accept that she might be wrong about what she was doing. How that came crashing down when she was assigned to Team 7, where for once in her life, she was treated like a person by people that weren't her parents. Treated like someone who wasn't just some face in the crowd that would be lost in time, a caricature of someone clinging desperately to what little accolades a 12-year-old girl managed to make for herself with hard work. She knew there were other genin who were stronger than her, despite her strength. She knew there were genin smarter than her, despite her grades. She didn't know how utterly unprepared she was for the life of a shinobi until her team showed her just how out of her depth she really was. Kakashi-sensei had been strict, more strict than any academy sensei or tutor she'd ever had before. If she wasn't dead on her feet, she hadn't been training hard enough. If she couldn't hit a target, she's not training enough. If she couldn't keep up with the boys during team drills, she wasn't focused enough. At the start, it felt like she couldn't do anything right, and more than once she'd gone home crying from an intense and brutal training regime, unable to figure out why all the hard work she'd been putting in hadn't been enough. But Kakashi-sensei didn't care. He offered praise where it was due but wouldn't relent, not even the slightest bit. But slowly and surely, she began to improve. She'd been getting faster. Things she had to consciously think about doing became reflex and freed her mind to pursue strategy and tactics. The insane caliber of the training started to pay off in their D-rank missions where finally she became a help rather than a hindrance. It made her feel good to say the least, but it didn't make her feel closer to any goal. In fact, the juvenile thoughts she'd entertained of acknowledgement from her peers for stupid reasons began to wane and she started to find herself lacking in purpose. Between the rigid schedule Kakashi-sensei had laid in front of her, her time was often spent at home. Sometimes arguing with her parents about being a shinobi and other times simply bored out of her mind. Learning more had been the last thing she'd wanted to do after an entire day of work, and she started to question if she even really wanted to be a shinobi anymore. And then it happened. Their first C rank. The catalyst that solidified her desire to become a shinobi, not because of the horrors that came from it but for the happiness she'd helped bring to the little village on its last legs. She'd helped people for the better. Sakura had gotten little acknowledgement from the villagers of Nami no Kuni, but the joy she felt from helping to rescue the weak and weary had stuck with her ever since. It fueled an ambition, a tiny spark that spurned into a raging inferno of desire to be the best that she can be for the sakes of others. That mission had unsettled her greatly, but it forced her into realizing that there were always new heights to strive for her own sake too. Only, the people that she interacted with every single day didn't need her help. Kakashi-sensei was a seasoned jounin already, a wickedly intelligent man with 1,000 jutsu resting in a cunning mind. An entirely self-motivated man whose legendary skill earned him praise from friends and foes alike. Sasuke, her once crush, was a fiercely independent boy who wanted to do things entirely on his own. He had trouble approaching people and his already existing abilities earned him a title reserved for the absolute best graduating genin. He had no trouble finding the motivation to train and he, much like Kakashi, was a budding genius fully prepared who was seemingly born ready to tackle the life of a shinobi. How could Sasuke accept her help, when she is so much weaker than he? And Naruto, words couldn't even describe the enigma of that boy. He'd seemingly popped up out of nowhere, ready to antagonize anyone dumb enough to annoy him just for the sake of his own amusement. She found him irritating to start with, always one-upping Sasuke and absolutely demolishing anything in his way with so much ease that it made even their other teammate envious of his power. But he never shunted her away, always willing to talk or hang out with her, and as damn secretive as he was, he never left anything but a smile on her face after he'd whisked her away for ramen or praise her for the progress she'd made since graduating. She'd be lying to herself if she didn't admit that at that time, her crush on Sasuke began to shift to Naruto. Just a little. And like Sasuke, Naruto also didn't need her help. He truly transcended what a genin was supposed to be. So what was she to do with this newfound ambition? Find someone else to help? But during that mission, it unravels ever so slightly. Naruto tells them he'd been a practiced killer by the time he was 8 years old due to circumstances he'd been born into. Everyone already knew the tragedy of Sasuke, the last boy standing from a psychopathic older brother that had murdered the entirety of his family save for him. And Kakashi, a war veteran by the time he was a child, someone who'd walked in on his own father's suicide, someone who'd lost nearly every last person who'd ever cared for him and loved him until Shizune came along, but the broken pieces are still there to this day, held together with strong glue but they can still be shattered. And all three of her squadmates are worried about her. By their standards? She's probably the most privileged person they had ever met in their lives. She's never had to worry about coming home to an empty house, without a warm dinner ready for her every evening. She'd never had to worry about a murderer ready to pounce on her in her sleep. She'd never had to worry about losing her friends or family. In their eyes, she is weak. It's why Kakashi-sensei is so hard on her, it's why Naruto is always so encouraging, and it's why Sasuke is afraid to let his guard down and start being her friend. She is weak, and they don't want her to die. So they are strong enough for all of them on their own. That's when it hit her. The best way she can help them is to help herself. Drive herself to being someone that they don't have to worry about losing, and to do her absolute best to stand on even ground with them. Not just so they don't have to worry about her, but so that the walls they've built up around themselves can lower and they can learn to love her as she loves them. Sakura no longer complained about Kakashi's training. She preens at Naruto's praise of her accelerated progress, she delights in Sasuke finally opening up to her and accepting her as more than dead weight. But it's all for one purpose, one single-minded idea that she might be able to help them and let them live their lives as they damn well deserved. And she got recognition for her newfound prowess, but it mattered little. What mattered was being the pillar that held Team 7 together. And quicker than she remembered, they're all as thick as thieves. Bouncing off of each other in play and joy, and it's the best thing that's ever been. Fate had not been kind to her boys. Sometimes they're forced their separate ways, but they're all drawn back together. They lean on each other in times of need and turmoil because their foundation is strong. Naruto is strong. Sasuke is strong. Kakashi is strong. Sakura is strong. And now, she helps even more people than the broken ones she started with. No matter what comes their way, she'll meet it head-on with them. At their side. Where she belongs. She puts down the photo and crawls into bed. Sleep first. Enemies of freedom later. The soft breeze from her open window puts her to sleep. Niji's pale fingers brush distractedly along the lip of his teacup. Hinata had already excused herself a while ago, and while she'd made leaps and bounds in the way of interacting with people again, she does need time by herself and Niji respects that. Hanabi had been petulant and childish, taking out her grief on her sister. Despite the fact that Hayashi was a terrible parent and clan leader, he was still their father and Hanabi is still taking time to process everything. Yamanaka Inoichi-sama had been the one to explain that such sudden and drastic change would completely shake their world. Niji had been prepared for it, building up his case in secret but knowing what result he'd been looking for in the whole debacle. Hinata and Hanabi in all likelihood expected things to never change. That they would remain stagnant or grow into a role respectively. It hadn't been a surprise that Naruto eventually kicked all of the Hyuga out of the Uchiha compound, but he'd given them fair warning. Now, most of the remaining Hyuga have returned to their own compound. Niji expects that the ones who refused to return simply didn't want to carry the baggage of their lives they're going forward and had left to find happiness and peace on their own terms. It seems most of them have a plan, or are at the very least are exploring the opportunities they didn't have before. Some find new jobs, some stay as shinobi with a renewed sense of self-purpose, others blaze forwards and taste things they'd never been able to like partying or even simple things like social interaction. Part of him thought that they'd all stay together at the end of this road, but years, and in some cases, decades of emotional and physical abuse had left marks or mental scars that everyone needs to work through in their own ways before they're ready to be united. Some may never come back, but they always have a home. Niji has made sure of it. Now, as the de facto leader of the Hyuga clan, he has achieved his goal. But unlike the others who are finding themselves, Niji feels lost and unsure for the first time in years. He knows that he must stick around and help his cousins through their traumas where possible, but he wants to believe that after his immediate responsibility to his clan, that he has a future ahead of him that is brighter than he ever dreamed. His thoughts drift firstly to his peer of sorts, Naruto. The man is a titan that doesn't let anything stand in his way, and Niji drew confidence from it somehow. He supposes that he looked to Naruto as a kind of role model, someone he could aspire to be like so that he too may achieve his goals, ethically as he wanted to, but effectively. Naruto is always going on to greater heights, growing in power for a goal that few knew of, as explained to him by Sakura. He's got this thing. I don't think he really wants all that power for himself. Ever since we were genin, he'd told us that he dreamed of having a family of his own someday. He loves to fight, he really does, but once you get to know him, well, let's just say he'd give it all up if it meant protecting Karen. Family is Naruto's endgame. Niji rarely entertained the thought that anyone in the clan besides his father and Hinata were family. But still, he could hardly go making a family with his cousin. He shudders at the thought. But Niji does look towards his role model's dream. A family of his own, where he'd be a reliable and kind father with an equal woman at his side. Highly idealistic, he knows. But he doesn't really know what a normal family is supposed to look like. Or at least he didn't, until he started focusing his attention on the young woman who'd been helping him for months now without expecting anything in return. Sakura. He dips his head down despite knowing that there's no one else in the room that could see him blush. She'd grown up with a wonderful family, and despite growing up in a civilian family, she was afforded the opportunities to chase her dreams with their support. And she'd turned out so loving and kind, so beautiful and caring, and just so right in ways that make his heart flutter just thinking about her. Niji is a realist, despite the harsh nature of the world he grew up in. He knows that there's always the possibility that things wouldn't work out for them. But he wants to try, really wants to try, and he hopes that Sakura will reciprocate. He stands up and shakes off the stiffness in his legs. There's really only one person he thinks that he can turn to in a time like this. He walks into the courtyard of the compound, where he finds his father sitting peacefully by the drained and dilapidated pond. "Can't sleep, my son?" His father asks without turning around, gazing at the half-moon's light washing over the garden. "I probably can, I simply cannot be bothered to try." Niji replies, languidly resting against the bridge over the pond. "What bothers you?" Father asks astutely but kindly. Niji breathes deep of the cold evening air. It bites his lip as he drags it in, but it's nicer than the stuffiness caused by incense permeating the living areas. I worry for my own future. And I feel selfish for doing so when the Hyuga still need me." Hizashi chuckles lightly, almost unhearable. "My boy, you have already shouldered our burdens for too long. It should never have befallen you to correct the mistakes of men who passed hundreds of years ago. If you worry, then go. Live your life. I will be here waiting. Let yourself depend on me for once. Have a drink with your comrades, go chasing skirts if you want. You've already made sure that we have a brighter future than ever. Rest for once, my son. You need it. A tear stings his cheek in the cold night. I may just do that, Tusan. I love you. And I love you, son. More than you know. But why can't Fujita sleep over? Minako's big teary eyes look up at Kakashi. No. He can't let himself be manipulated like this. Be strong. Be like Sakura. You both have academy tomorrow. You need a good night's sleep, so no keeping each other up all night. Please, Papa? The waterworks have nearly started. No. And besides, Fujita-kun's parents love him too. You don't want them to be sad, do you? That you're stealing him from them? Minako shuffles uncomfortably under Kakashi's gaze, and to him it looks as though his words have struck a sympathetic nerve. You'll get to see him at the academy, alright? Now it's time for bed. Minako looks down sadly and shuffles back to her room, sending puppy dog eyes back at him every few steps. His resolve is weak when it comes to his daughter. But she needs to know that she can't have things her way every time. Kakashi sighs under his mask, walking after her and picking her up. She squeaks, but her eyes brighten even as he carries her to the bedroom. He holds her a few feet above her bed and drops her without warning, making her eyes widen and laughter bubbles from her throat. I promise that Fujita-kun will be at the academy tomorrow. Now will you sleep? Minako acquiesces at last, but though she seems sleepy, it looks like she wants a bit more papa time before she can fall asleep. Does my little Minako-chan need a bedtime story? No. She bursts out. I'm too old for that, Oto-san. Oh? You're too old to spend time with Oto-san before bed? Kakashi teases. Minako is quiet for a second. A rare occurrence. Papa, can I see your real face? The request catches Kakashi off guard. He was about to ask why, but what reason would he need from his daughter to see his face? It makes him a bit sad to think that his obsessive desire to keep the mask on would change Minako's perception of him. He pulls it down without another word and her face brightens. Her little hands run all over, scraping against a tiny stubble and tracing the scar over his eye. She pokes the mole on his cheek and the fascination she has with his real face, as she put it, is palpable. It's not the first time she's seen it, but it does pose a sense of playful entertainment that she gets to touch it rather than the mask. There'd been many occasions when she'd been a baby in his arms, tugging insistently at everything she could and nearly demasking him in public, and she'd cry and wail if she didn't get to see it. The mask has always been a part of his identity. Something he'd clung to for the longest time, especially after his own father's death. He didn't understand it at the time, but the sneers and comments he would get in the street as a child about how much he looked like his traitorous father had impacted him greatly. He had a feeling that if hair dye had been a thing when he was a child, he would have used that too. Minako starts to get dozy, and Kakashi pulls the sheet up over her as her fingers drop from their invasive prodding. As expected, she's asleep in no time. He trods out of the room quietly, eyes starting to droop. He really wants to go to bed, but he can't stop thinking about what's about to come. Kakashi? Startled, he turns to one side and sees Shizen standing in the hallway with a cup of tea in her hands. She immediately puts it down on a shelf and damn near identically to Minako, she glides her hands over his face, which he realizes now is still exposed. Minako definitely inherited this much from Shizen, down to the bright smile. His face pulls into a smile of his own, tempered by thought but genuine. Does it trouble you? He asks her quietly, leaving her to her ministrations. The fight? Yes, I always worry that this might be too much for Konoha to bear, and especially you. I didn't mean the Akatsuki dash. Kakashi tries to word his doubts carefully. I mean, me wearing the mask. Does it bother you? Her expression becomes one of realization. The smile she wore became somewhat caring. No, Kakashi. It never did. This little mask is a part of your identity whether you like it or not. You feel more comfortable with it on. I think everyone understands it. Even Minako? Kakashi's gaze returns to the door to their daughter's room, though his movement is unpracticed. He's still getting used to seeing through both eyes again. When she's old enough to understand, she will. She just wants to see Papa's face sometimes. He still feels naked without it. Instinct tells him to pull it back up, but he shuts himself down when his hands almost reach up. Shizen, though, shuffles her hands down and pulls the mask up for him. He looks at her confusedly. I can see this whenever I want, whenever I ask. I know that you're comfortable showing us, but I know that it's a habit that you don't want to break. Maybe there'll be a time where you don't, or maybe that time will never come. But it doesn't matter, Kakashi. It's about what you want. Don't worry so much about us when you already do so much. We accept you, mask and all. Kakashi feels frozen on the spot. Acceptance? Does he not accept himself for what he is when other people do? Why do people accept him for this flaw? He likes to think that he's a bit more reasonable than the impulsive youth he once was. But how can she just accept that her husband is always hiding behind a mask? It doesn't make sense to him and he feels selfish for not having given enough consideration to what his wife and daughter need from him. You fret too much. Shizen winks and flicks his bare forehead. I love you. We love you. That's all you should need, we accept you for it, so just come to bed and stop stewing on it, please? Yeah. Let's go to bed. Kakashi's eyes crinkle up in a loving smile. He is accepted for who he is. By his family, his friends, his students, and everyone around him. He just didn't see it before. They trudge their way tiredly to bed and Kakashi's train of thought casts Obito back into his mind. He and Obito had been similar, not in personality but in their desires as children. Always looking to prove themselves and be accepted by those around them. They'd both be racked by tragedy and Obito had never been given a true chance to get what Kakashi had been given and had earned for himself. Kakashi found solace in reality, and despite everything that had ever happened to him, still found the will and strength to chase what made him happy. He has a wife and a daughter, shining stars of his life. His students love and defer to him when they need to, so he is given acceptance by them as their mentor. Obito is now rejected not just by his peers or crush like it had been in the past, but by almost every living soul in the world. So he chases an escape. A hope that only lives while people exist who have never been able to experience the joy that reality can bring. But even after all this, all these crimes and manipulations, Kakashi can say that he accepts Obito for who he is. He doesn't forgive, but accepts. As he should have accepted himself a long time ago. Obito is a part of his reality that he can't make go away on his own and he doesn't have to. He has support that Obito doesn't have and never had. Obito is a part of his perfect life. Because Obito represents a lesson that he has taken to heart, something that he needed to understand his own sense of self-worth. A lesson of acceptance. It will stick with him to his death. He swears it. The coffin lid he is contained in drops to the ground. Light assaults his eyes, though he feels no pain nor a desire to blink it away. His body rejects it on its own rather than his deliberate will. Who's this guy? Minato's eyes hone in on the man before him. Cracked visage and dark eyes. Battle armor? Antiquated but not impractical. This is Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage. A strange man with white hair and a ponytail introduced slyly. Amazing. The village must still be going strong then, right? The armored man practically bounces on the spot excitedly. This man's chakra. Utterly terrifying, how much he has. Even Kushina didn't have this much. Wait. Battle armor? Monstrous chakra reserves? Konoha forehead protector and... You must be Senju Hashirama. Minato identifies, speaking up at last. Got it. Hashirama winks at him. Hey, you look pretty young. Did you die early too? Aniui, that is an inappropriate question to be asking a fellow Hokage. Have you no shame? Hashirama droops on the spot and bows his head low. Please forgive me. The man seems to have problems paying attention and his eyes immediately skitter around the room. Minato assesses just what the hell is going on. There are 5 coffins, all open with several people of a similar state standing in front of them. There's the man from earlier who'd introduced him and... that chakra. Kunai in hand, he lunges at a speed that leaves the other Hokage amazed. The pointed tip is just about to collide with that Uchiha's head when he freezes on the spot and drops to the cold stone floor. You are wise to have tried to strike me. But unfortunately, I hold the cards here. Minato tries to overpower whatever kind of ability is controlling his movement, but finds it too cataclysmically strong to shake off. My jutsu, Ito Tensei. Tobirama reveals spitefully. Though, it appears to be enhanced in some way. Strong enough chakra can prohibit control over the reanimated shinobi but we cannot do so. We must be linked to something too strong, perhaps even a multitude of bijou. An astute observation, Naidaime Hokage. The Uchiha praises. Indeed, you are currently tied to the husk of the Jubi, of which I can now control. The man turns to face Minato. His right eye is the Sharingan as he remembered it, though gazing at his left eye yields a strum of unfamiliarity. It is purple and ringed, with 3 tomo sitting on the innermost ring. He stays silent for the moment, mind whirling as he tries to decipher what's happening. The Ito Tensei who isn't a Hokage is an elderly man. Robed in worn clothes, with long stark white hair. Similar eyes gaze back at him indifferently. Something passes in that gaze like regret. Do you need to sit down, Ji-san? Hashirama asks the old man. That would be nice, young man. The old man replies. Hashirama puts his hands into a seal, and Minato surmises that he's creating a wooden chair for the old man. The old man spears his cane straight through Hashirama's skull. Hashirama's head explodes into dust from the force, and his body stumbles back as the dust reforms his body. What the hell is your problem, you shitty old fart? The Uchiha and the white-haired man look on with amusement. Nisama, you cannot be this dense. Tobirama shakes his head. Hiruzen looks ready to break into a cold sweat. Minato doesn't think that these dust bodies can even do such a thing. Wait. Husk of the Jubi? Kushina had regaled him with such tales that she'd learned from her father, a father who apparently possessed the Rinnegan. He believed her, of course. But his life before Uchiha was very much a mystery. The Night Aim seems to know who he is, which implies he is from that era. It is said that the union of Uchiha and Senju could generate the Rinnegan in a sufficiently powerful person. Uzumaki Izuna, Kushina's father. But it seems he went by a different identity before that. You are Uchiha Madara. Kushina's father. Minato announces in a somewhat shocked state. Minato, you knew this wretch was your wife's father? Hiruzen sounds stunned and furious. Madara smiles. From such small pieces of information, you managed to divine that I am your father-in-law? Kushina picked her husband well. Courting her wasn't easy. Minato states back. I would have been surprised if it were. Madara's tone is dry and amused. I suppose it would be formal to welcome you into the family. Minato actually finds some amusement in that. Madara? Hashirama is as stunned as Hiruzen. How are you so old? Shut up. Madara scowls at him. I tire of looking at your sad mug. Be your disgraceful self elsewhere. Hashirama droops into a depression again. Minato's mind whirls again. But if you're Madara, then dash. I am not, sensei. The other Uchiha reveals dramatically. The face is mature, but still very similar to another boy who once called him sensei. Obito? How could you dash? I recognized the folly of reality, thanks to your father-in-law. It was actually he who helped convince me that killing you and Kushina would be a good idea. Madara doesn't say anything and Minato's probing and serious look. Where is my son? Minato turns serious, demanding to know if his efforts had been in vain. Uchiha Naruto continues to be a thorn in my side. Obito comments with a fake and ugly smirk. Also, thanks to your father-in-law. I'm sure you have some catching up to do, but from here on out, you'll be helping us defeat him. The white-haired one smiles with cunning. I'll do no such thing. Minato spits viciously from the ground. Kabuto here has perfected the Edo Tensei no Jutsu. You are now bound to an entity beyond your comprehension. You don't have a say in the matter. Minato scowls viciously. You'd have to be a moron to oppose us now. We're about to save the world with your help, and even Naruto won't be able to stop us. 2 weeks later, Amigakure border. Naruto stows his gun by. Sasuke unwraps the bandages over his eyes. Sakura's fists clench nearly tight enough to bleed them. Karen feels a pouring of chakra into her system, a bright and angry red. Niji hones his Byakugan. Kakashi pulls up his mask. Kisame pets his starved sword. They're ready for the most daring, moronic mission in their lives. They're taking the war back to Obito. Chapter 27, I Will Fight. Rain pelts against metal sheet roofing. The citizens of Amigakure had long gotten used to the constant noise, so much that its absence is seen as a bad omen. If there is no noise in the city of rain, then it is a bad dream. Pain oversees his village, shrouded in the shadows of storm clouds. Hundreds of waterways connect this metal village to the lake in a never-ending cycle, a causal loop that cannot be broken by anything less than a god. Long ago, he would have found this realization humbling. That he is not unlike all those who came before him, limited in what he is capable of, finding it easier to change the hearts of people than it is to change the weather. But now, he feels no such desire. He no longer asks them to change. They will change if they want to or not. The cycle of hatred has perpetuated pain, perpetuated him and those like him who would force the world to change. He is a god now. It is he who controls the rain, the pain. The weary miasma casted by war will vanish with the rain once he ascends to true godhood. Madara, or rather, Obito, had captured the Rokubi and Nanabai in one fell swoop. Not only that, but also stealing the old Mizuki's corpse for the faint traces of Sanbai chakra contained in it, and a pair of brothers once known to possess the power of the Kyuubi were reanimated and had their power stuffed into the statue. All they need now is the Hachibi. There is no time to waste, Mugen Tsukuyomi is within their grasp and yet. Do you really think that Uchiha Naruto will wait for you to finish this? Konan's words reverberate in his mind. No, he does not believe that Naruto will wait. Because Naruto too, thinks that what he is doing is right, is just. Konoha believes it's protecting the world from a worse fate by allowing a broken system to continue on. And then he sees it, an olive branch in the distance. But why would the enemy announce themselves so boldly? Surely they must understand that the Akatsuki are not so easily distracted. Flares of dark flame appear in the horizon, somewhere that only Pain could see from his tower. It's something beautiful. Something he didn't think Naruto was capable of. Mercy. Pain is a god. But so is Naruto. Their battle will come at the expense of the innocent. The people they are fighting for. The enemy understands this, for there is no future for either of their dreams without the ones to facilitate it. He could go and find Naruto himself, but Aim is a village that is cursed in nature. It has always been a battleground for the strongest of every generation between nations. It represents something that weathers any storm and any conflict. Unyielding, unwavering, unassailable. There is an opportunity, but is he perhaps being too whimsical? That if this village is reduced to nothing but dust and ashes, then perhaps it's possible that the way of his enemy holds truth as well. Does he leave his village in the hands of fate? Jiraiya-sensei told them once when they were children, that the cycle of hatred could be destroyed. That peace could prevail over war. Nothing has ever lived that will not die. If Pain and Amigakure meet their end together, does that mean that there is still no hope? Or will new hope rise to replace it, or will their destruction be the catalyst for a solution? If they defeat Uchiha Naruto, will their answer be the correct one? History is written by the victor. 3 taps on the door to his chambers echo through the steel hall. Enter. Pain summons boldly. A cane taps against the floor. An old, robed man hobbles towards him, stark white hair illuminated by dim lighting. Come to offer your counsel, Madara? Madara continues to approach Pain, but not Yahiko's body. He makes as much of a beeline a man made of dust can towards the real Pain, the one mounted in a throne of wires and metal stakes, the body whose legs don't function well enough for him to stand on his own 2 feet. You were just a baby when I gave you those eyes. Madara's ancient baritone echoes, voice plagued by decades of wisdom and with something almost affectionate. You have grown in an unexpected way. Your mother and father had high hopes for you, child of Uzumaki. I care not for the ramblings of a relic past. Pain dismisses bluntly. The 4 Hokage could exert control over their personalities but not their bodies, so they remain in Aim to dissuade any attacks that might prevent Obito, Kabuto, and Zetsu from sealing the remaining bijou in the metal caverns that lie under the village. Madara, however, could not be controlled in either spirit nor in body. It appeared that because a piece of him is still technically alive, he is granted some form of agency over his own dead self. Not that a man that was already dust by the time he actually died would be of any use in a combat scenario. Still, a white Zetsu had tried to absorb his chakra to make some kind of younger deterrent version. It hadn't worked. You played your part well. A refined tool to my original scheme. Madara comments with cruel words but no inflection. But it appears now that all you are here to be is bait for my grandson. How pitiful, that an Uzumaki with my own eyes could be so weak, delegated to being little more than fodder. Where is your passion? Your sense of self? Those things were robbed from me by the world your kind left behind to me. To the rest of us. Now, only Pain exists. Madara doesn't acknowledge this physically. His eerie, ancient gaze appears inaccessible. Don't throw stones in a glass house, boy. Pain narrows his eyes. A dark stake erupts from his leg mount and launches towards the old man. The giant metal rod freezes midair in front of Madara and drops to the floor harmlessly with a loud clang. Juvenile. Madara nearly tuts. You are the most experienced wielder of the Rinnegan since the Rikudo Sannin and you used its power to throw a stick at me. I would be insulted if I did not know that you are just a lost and unfortunate boy. Are you quite done with your tantrum? Because I will speak now, and you will listen. Anger coils in him viciously, but he stays his tongue. You, like me, are a coward. But unlike me, you can still change. Rage bleeds into confusion. I am a coward, because I sought escapism instead of solutions. I ignored reality and it struck back at me violently. When your head is buried in the sand, you cannot perceive the dangers around you, and more importantly, what your inaction leads to. I was born with blood of hatred, where my very bones demanded of me that I kill. And when I tried to run away from it, I was met with the cold facts that what I have done in my life would never give me absolution and freedom. I thought that this plan would fix everything, create a world in which no one would be born into circumstances like I had been. Madara begins to levitate, creaky joints cracking into crossed legs. I ignored that I perpetuated my own problems. Instead of seeking a solution to my cursed blood, I wanted a reality in which it wasn't. Instead of taking action to protect the ones I love at the expense of myself, I lost them. It was only in the twilight of my life that I truly understood that I had been born into a world that is very cruel, cruel beyond all measure. But rising from the shadows and into the light provides an experience and euphoria that is unmatched by any cruelty contrived by the self-delusion of the human mind. We suffer, but we can live with the burden of suffering because hope gives us the ambition and drive to make things better for ourselves. Some suffer more than others, but we cannot truly embrace joy without knowing what pain is. We cannot enjoy escapism recreationally unless we surrender ourselves to discipline that it is not the be-all end-all solution to pain. Madara takes one great breath, a raspy baritone hindered by a near-dead body. In a sense, we are already born into a perfect world. That is why my soul changed. Because I came to terms with reality and found myself lacking instead. The human mind cannot comprehend a life without suffering and pain, because it gives us meaning. Robbing humanity of its struggles will only turn them into husks of who they could be, never able to explore the potential that those who come after us can bring. Perhaps they will learn from us too, and find an answer that we could not, but in order to do that, we must become our best selves in the lives we are given so that we can give them a future where such opportunity can be explored. We can do what we can with the time that we have, but the future does not belong to us. It belongs to them. And this speech is to dissuade me from my efforts to follow the plan that you left behind to me? No. This is my interpretation of reality, and a question in itself. Do you truly believe in this plan, or have you experienced so little joy that you are unable to see any alternative? I believe that no matter what your choice is going from here onwards, it is valid based on your experiences. You will succeed, or die trying. You will fail, and live on. You will succeed, but it isn't what you expected. You will die, only for someone else to pick up the flame of your ambition. You will give up, and leave the fight for peace to others willingly. The possibilities are not endless in this world we have left behind for you, but you have the agency to choose what you do, or don't do. Pain considered Madara's words. He'd been ready to discard them as simply the ramblings of an old man. Jiraiya-sensei's dream had always been one of a world in which people could understand each other. That dream had been the foundation of the Akatsuki, the first iteration. The idea that they could start an era of world peace by starting in Amigakure, create a world of words instead of swords. One of discourse, where people could share their experiences and others would learn from them instead of abusing them to their selfish advantages. The name pain was brought about when the naivety of that dream became cynicism. They had tried with everything they had to change aim and were brutalized at every single turn. Peace by trust in humanity was something hollow and unworthy of attention. Humanity would be forced to understand each other by mutual pain, they would all experience the same uniting pain, a god of which they would cower under, but even that dream fell through, because a life of only suffering and fear is one without any happiness. But Madara had seen this all before, understood the contrast of pain and joy, shadows and light, and just like Jiraiya-sensei, is choosing to share those growing pains with him. Madara believes that in his subjective world of truth, that he really does understand how the world is and how it ought to be. Perhaps pain is missing the big picture, but he sees no alternative. He has devoted his being to this plan, because his outlook is tainted by his joyless life. There are others like him, who have suffered more and suffered less. He doesn't see this as burying one's head in the sand. He sees the upcoming world as one of true peace, where everyone gets what they want and never has to worry about what they need. Pain, Nagato, realizes that the world will continue with or without him. It will blaze on forward to its own destruction or be saved by him. Those are the paths. So he will fight for his dream, for everyone. You have not changed my mind. Nagato addresses Madara, who simply nods stoically. Then you will go onwards? Madara asks astutely. Not changing his mind doesn't necessarily mean things will be the same, after all. I will continue, but not as I have. This dream is mine, not Yahiko's. I will shoulder this responsibility myself, not behind the face of a man who never would have made the decisions I have. Your body is broken. You cannot fight my grandson as decrepit as you are. True. Then I ask that you leave me with your wisdom. That is your duty as my elder, is it not? Madara gives a cracked, crooked smile. I will do this for you, child of Uzumaki. But I want one thing in return. Name it. Nagato states instantly. Give me a few moments with my grandson before you do battle. I wish to see my legacy. It will be done. Naruto stands with his arms crossed, rain pelting against his black coat as he spectates the evacuation of every last villager in Amigakure. There are few bridges from the city on the lake, so its people are packed shoulder to shoulder as they trudge across the concrete and into the forests. Kisame. Get in the water. Naruto starts barking out orders. Kakashi, Niji, walk on the underside of the main bridge and see if you can find where the Geto Mazo is. Sasuke, Sakura, kill any Akatsuki member left in the city to protect the sealing ritual. Go. Understood. They chorus, swooshing and splashing away. Tsunade would send backup when she realizes what they're up to, but Naruto thinks that it would ultimately be futile. The only people in Konoha that could really be of help now would be Guy and Jiraiya, and it would be best for them to remain in Konoha to protect it in the worst-case scenario. At least Nagato isn't putting anyone else at risk. Karen comments beside him. I thought he'd come to us so we don't level the village, but I get the feeling the Ghetto Mazo is here somewhere. The infrastructure won't survive if they manage to animate it anyway. Regardless, this is the end. For better or for worse. Karen takes his hand, tucking it under her chin. Naruto draws her in close and cradles her in his arms, enjoying the intimate silence for how little it will last. Over the course of half an hour, the rapid evacuation had completed. Never had there been a more dead village before. The crowds had passed long ago and left a wake of lonely silence. Something enters his senses, however. Something that makes him draw a startled breath. It can't be Naru? Crossing the bridge is a single figure. A figure that hobbles along slowly with cane smacking against the bridge. Strained and weak. So very familiar. He leads Karen by the hand down from the hill they'd been perched on. Their feet touch the hard concrete of the path leading to the bridge, and they make their way down and into the city. The figure in tattered gray gets closer. It's clear that the old man is struggling to even move, but he does so with purpose and without pause. And then, after one long walk, they're face to face with the elderly mirror image of Naruto himself. Something close to, at least. Given his cracked skin. To me, it was only days ago that my young, foolhardy and boisterous grandson was ranting to me about how useless and pathetic his academy teachers were. He would whine and stomp his feet before he learned patience over fear. He loved to make friends, and he loved to fight with them. And more importantly, his heart was set on the value of family above all else. He dreamed of nothing greater than having one of his own, one that he would treat better than his grandfather treated him. It was his life ambition. Tell me, has anything changed? Naruto looks down at the man. Though he tries to stay tall and proud, the old man cannot help but slouch and rely on his cane. Your grandson is a fool. Naruto states to the old man, earnest and honest in tone. He is impatient and petulant, he doesn't like it when he doesn't get his way. He loves to make friends, who he bickers with and plays with but still loves them. His greatest ambition in life, above all else, is to have a family, and he has already found the woman who brings him a joy he'd never felt before in his life before meeting her. Not even from his grandfather, who he loved very much, and still loves to this very day. Madara dips his head low, shadowing his eyes, and the rain sticks his white hair to his dusted skin. Naruto. Gigi, Naruto interrupts without a thought, still clinging to the affectionate term for his beloved grandfather. This is my fiancée, Uzumaki Karen. She is the person I love with every fiber of my being. Karen gives a shy, nervous, and quick wave. Hi, sir. I'm Karen. But Naru already said, sorry. It's nice to meet you. Ihihe. Madara's eyes hold a life in them that Naruto hadn't seen in a long, long time. He drops the cane. Karen instinctively raises her arm to support him, and Madara takes it. His other arm reaches out for Naruto, who takes it much the same. Held up by the pair of them, the old man smiles. Naruto, Karen. Grandson, and granddaughter. Madara speaks of his acceptance and blessing. This battle will not be the last trial in your lives. This one is my fault, and for that I can never truly repent for the sin of leaving you with this broken world. But whatever comes from here, you must face it head on. I hope that one day, you might both forgive me for forcing you to face monsters of my making. You should learn to forgive yourself, Gigi. You left me with a perfect world. Madara looks up at the pair of them, eyes weak and weary. His skin begins to glow gold. Flakes of the dust holding him together begin to dissipate into the air. I tried to change Nagato's mind. But he has never experienced happiness like I have. He gave me this moment with you in exchange for helping him find himself. I have made things worse for you in the little time I've been back. You're not the only one who loves the thrill of the fight. Go in peace. We'll take it from here. Madara's spirit rises from the old body. His soul is youthful. He's exactly where Naruto gets his looks. A handsome and cunning smile to go with a bright face. Then I leave this world to you. I love you. I love you too, Ji-san. A column of gold light flashes, and Madara's soul vanishes. The dust of his body crumbles in their arms and is swept away by a weak gust. HMPF. Naruto chuckles, breathing away his shaky voice. Well, that was a bit of closure that I didn't know I needed. Even as an old man, your Gigi was really scary. Karen comments in awe, no doubt having felt the sheer power in his chakra. He's just Gigi. Always has been. Naruto says, reflecting idly on the childhood he'd had with the man. Legendary power and reputation were just never things he'd associated with Madara. Now, Naruto edges forward. Towards the man with red hair at the cusp of the city. The man in the Akatsuki cloak, wielding the same eyes as he. Let's save the world. What is he doing? Nagato asks the white Zetsu beside him. Naruto is absorbing natural energy. White Zetsu's voice conveys urgency. He is going to use Senjutsu. He will have an extreme advantage if he enters Sage mode. It may be too late for that. Nagato rasps, unused to using his natural voice. His left eye, which he transformed mechanically into a spyglass, sees the changed pigmentation around Naruto's eyes. Indeed it is. White Zetsu replies in a more natural tone, with clouded eyes. You can't stop me, Nagato. Nagato takes flight with the power of the Rinnegan, dodging massive roots that spool out of the Zetsu and wrap around the bridge, encroaching on Amigakure. Gakido. He raises his hand at a root, absorbing it into a near-translucent shield before him. This chakra is heavy. The absorption of it is far too slow, the sheer density of chakra contained in it ensured more would grow too quickly for him to pack it away. But aim is done regardless, so he forgoes the courtesy of going easy on his enemy. Naruto zips forward, a mere speck on the bridge from this distance but visible and easily felt. The best way to separate him from the group is obvious. His chakra whirls into his eyes, and it flushes through his limbs and expunges outward with pure force. Shinra Tensei. The shockwave hits the bridge first. Naruto summons his light blue Susanoo, using his own Rinnegan to channel as much force as he could into the construct, so much that it begins to glow white. The rest of the energy splits the lake, crushes the portion of the bridge that Naruto isn't standing on, and slams into a building on the fringe of aim. Towers creak and shake violently, and one of the tallest sways back before collapsing over Nagato. He floats away deftly, avoiding the tower and shunting his arms mechanically forward. His pale skin reshapes into projectile containers that launches dozens of explosives. Naruto chases him, Susanoo still glowing. The construct takes greater shape into its perfect form as he channels its power into a single point on its blade. Naruto slashes with it, upward. Nagato is dragged from the sheer power of the gust and nearly loses his independent flight, and the blade of raw energy slices straight through Amigakure and into the mountain range in the distance. A clean cut. The storm clouds part in response to the force generated. Just in time to show a meteor slowly crashing down upon them. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Nagato seamlessly summons 3 massive, demented avian creatures to try and slow the Susanoo's approach. Naturally, even their sharp beaks don't so much as crack the Susanoo. He thinks Naruto's plan may be to bury anyone alive that may be hiding under the village. Obito would survive as a cockroach does, but it would disrupt the sealing process. Instead, he uses the Deva path to compress all of the air around him into a tiny ball in his hands. It grows ever so slightly with each second it takes for Naruto to fly towards him, but it would achieve its purpose in time for him to drag the meteor away. With the power vested to him by Madara's eyes, he applies his control over Futon to help in maintaining shape in one hand while using his other to pull the meteor towards him. Naruto has his own ideas too. Not unexpected. Senpu, Katanyo Kina Yuta, Sage Art, Fire Release Jolly Song. A small ring of fire darts through the sky, glowing and hissing and a bit too hard to avoid in his current predicament. He launches the ball of hypercompressed air at it, leaning as much into the predictive ability of Madara's eyes as he could to make it strike true. 2 chakra signatures appear beneath him. Sandame and Yandame create a gold barrier to separate Naruto and Nagato. Ninpu, Ipatsuko Johiki, one-way rampart. They call in unison. The wall of golden light rockets into the sky and Nagato's improvised futon bomb passes through it. Twin chains of gold chakra stab into the barrier from somewhere on the ground, twisting it and making it wobble as though it were made of thin sheet metal. It flags around, but still manages to catch Naruto's jutsu on its corner. A halo of flame erupts from the point of contact, brightening the dark sky even more and emitting the most bone-rattling shriek that Nagato had ever heard in his life. Enough to sway his concentration. The barrier is torn to shreds by the power of Naruto's senjutsu, making it quite clear that barrier ninjutsu won't be enough. It seems that luck is on Nagato's side, however. 9 red, enormous torii gates descend from the heavens and plunge into Naruto's Susanoo, knocking it and its wielder out of the sky and into the deep and dark lake. He uses this moment to pull the meteor away with full force. Naruto lets out a puff of air as he slams into the lake. His Susanoo sinks under the weight of Senjutsu enhanced Fuinjutsu. He has lost control over the Susanoo. Hashirama really is a force to be reckoned with, and losing his Susanoo, even temporarily, will affect how this battle goes from here on out. There are kunai sinking in the water too, regularly shaped but marked with an unfamiliar formula. Tobirama appears before him, seemingly trying to reach out and touch the jewel on the forehead of his Susanoo. And as if wrenched back, Tobirama pulls himself away and puffs out bubbles, face marred by irritation before a transformed and shark-like Kisame swoops in to bat him away. He tried to teleport me away. He had a brief moment of control, but it was stripped from him. The Night Aim clearly isn't happy with this arrangement and is trying to help them at any given opportunity. Naruto Susanoo is clearly too great of a target for Hashirama. Even with Senjutsu, it doesn't have the Fuinjutsu-resistant properties granted by another of his abilities. Light blue chains sprout from his back and latch onto the torii, counterbalancing the ceiling and giving him just enough wiggle room to withdraw his Susanoo and reabsorb its chakra. Tobirama teleports behind him, but Naruto's senses are too amped up with Senjutsu for the surprise attack to be of any use. Even through the dense water, he whips around and grabs Tobirama by the throat and blasts his face with black flames. He simultaneously spears a black rod through the Night Aim's throat. He feels the magnitude of the chakra controlling the Hokage through the connection. Even these rods wouldn't restrain them. A bubble forms around their heads. Tobirama is still burning from Amaterasu and is missing the top half of his head, but his mouth is still working. Uchiha Naruto. You must seal us or else we'll continue to obstruct you. What if I rip your soul from your body? Naruto theorizes that taking their soul would dismantle Edo Tensei. No good, we're bound to that sealing statue, we'll simply regenerate our bodies where our soul is. Tobirama suddenly teleports them away. Naruto quickly realizes that he's upside down and whirls into a spinning kick that sends the Yondaime away as he's charging at him with a Rasengan. As they're still falling, Naruto forms a Rasen Shuriken in one hand. Not to throw at two enemies that can just teleport away, but to put a grinder between them to defend himself without having to summon his Susanoo again. A massive pole chops downward at him. A pole with an eye? And Hashirama on its tip. As quickly as Hashirama falls upon him, two golden chains sprout upwards and manifest a red barrier between them. Karen catches Minato's attention and the reanimated Yondaime throws a kunai, sparking with vibrating lightning chakra to hasten it. Naruto throws the Rasen Shuriken at Karen, not at Minato. She'll know what to do. But in the meantime, Shinra Tensei. The shockwave sends Tobirama flying away, far enough that he's plucked down into the water again by jumping, glowing sharks. Run, Uzumaki girl! Minato shouts over the blistering winds. The girl does no such thing. She stands immovable and unyielding, right where she is. Very nostalgic, he thinks, even as his son's terrifying mastery of the Rasengan hurls towards them. It zips around him and straight at the red head. But he's getting too close, if she doesn't flee then. Stomp. The shuriken vanishes and Minato finds himself crushed under the heel of his son. He's so fast. Minato thinks, vanishing and reappearing at another of his kunai before his head is run through with a black stake. Irritating jutsu. Naruto spits out, face contorted not too dissimilar from that damn jutsu. Kushina melts the kunai in his hand with superheated katan, looking vicious. Limbo, Hoken. Minato freezes in place, only to vanish again. He finds himself in water with Tobirama. What happened? It was as though Naruto had done something that completely halted him, but Tobirama had used Hiraishin to summon him away. If they all get caught by that jutsu at the same time, perhaps they could be sealed simultaneously. Minato and Tobirama both reappear beside Hashirama and Hiruzen in a dingy, broken bar with neon lights shining brightly on them. The best chance we can give them is to be as uncoordinated as possible. Minato states immediately. Our instinct is to work together, but we have control over our minds, so we tell each other complete gibberish that our controlled bodies will accept as a viable plan. Good thinking, Yondaime. Tobirama agrees seriously. Your boy is gifted, but even he cannot defeat all of us with time to spare to stop that Obito if we're too in tune with each other. I fear that Naruto-kun is the only one that is capable of fighting us. Hashirama points out. I can sense the Uchiha Jinchuriki, he is making efforts to dash. Enough. Tobirama interrupts. Not too much information. We focus on Naruto. We do not speak a word of his allies or our bodies will be forced to go after them. Reconsolidate your mind, think of Naruto as our enemy. Our only enemy. It's difficult. He is my son. Minato says sadly. He is not your son. He is the enemy. Hiruzen corrects. Minato doesn't want to think of the vile undertone to his statement, he just dismisses it as being in character. Let us go. Tobirama orders, evidently sensing something that they can't. He puts a hand each on Hashirama and Hiruzen, while Minato teleports in his wake. They reappear again, pelted by rain as the sound of toppling metal assaults their ears. They stand on a connecting bridge between two skyscrapers, ill-lit as though all lights around them had turned off suddenly. And across from them stands his son. His chakra is intoxicating. So much like his own and yet so much more powerful. Does this make you Uchiha Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto? Minato asks with a weird confusion and almost jesting tone. Wow! Naruto says incredulously. Jiraiya said you were terrible at giving names, but I had no idea it was this bad. I sincerely hope that Kaa-san thought it was funny instead of stupid. She did not. Minato replies sheepishly. It's Uchiha Naruto. His son corrects, pulling the gunbai from his back. Minato looks at his son properly, absorbing everything about his appearance and demeanor that he could while he has the chance. There is so much he wants to say. I wish I had some time with you, Naruto. I wish that I could have been there in your life, that I could have been the father I always wanted to be to you. It was my weakness that started this mess. I'm just sorry for everything I've done and haven't done, and I wish that I could set things straight now but dash. It's alright. Naruto smiles, cunning and exasperated but so much like his mother that it hurts. I pity that you didn't get the life you wanted and deserved, but I can't fix that any more than you can fix these things that weren't your fault. It took me a long time to realize that I couldn't do everything on my own, let alone for things I had no control over. That's why I didn't come here alone. So I'm gonna just say it, don't blame yourself. Let us take things from here, and when I'm done with you, you can have your well-earned rest. We will not make it easy for you, young Uchiha. Hashirama states regretfully. I'd be a fool to think that fighting all of the previous Hokage would be easy. Naruto's chakra vanishes from their senses, for just a moment before it skyrockets again. Fighting me won't be easy either. Senjutsu. Tobirama identifies easily. We also have 2 sages, young Uchiha. Rinnegan or not, you will need more to defeat us. Naruto smiles again, wicked and prepared. Then allow me to show you a level beyond sage mode. Something I divest myself. Oneness, with your own power. His black coat unfurls into even darker flames. His hair gains the same properties, flicking as a controlled fire in contrast to his skin. It continues, downward, until every article of his black clothing is an umbral flame, harmless against his own flesh. Naruto levitates, showing that even the metal he was standing on seemed untouched by Amaterasu. I'll say it now while I have the chance. Konohagakure still stands strong. We've had our fair share of hiccups, but the citizens and shinobi are happy. Their Hokage treats them fairly and with respect, and they fear little in the face of trouble. Tsunade has proven herself to be the leader that Konoha needed in your wake, Toussaint. Hashirama, she's even bringing her own little Senju into the world soon. And Tobirama, your own grandson is my apprentice. I swear to you, all of you, that I will protect what you left behind with my life. Except you, Sarutobi. I've seen to it that your kind is a scarcity. What do you mean by that? Hiruzen asks darkly. Die in a hole, Sarutobi filth. Like the rest of your kind. I thank you for your words, young Uchiha. Tobirama nods with a smirk. It's good to know that there are still men like you in our village. And I hope that my grandson will flourish under your tutelage. Minato, against his own volition, enters sage mode quickly. As does Hashirama. Son, I hope that you really are ready. Minato feels the last of his control slip. The black flames adorning Naruto do not settle. They still flick and wave, as if he is cloaked in it. The pigment under his eyes makes his Rinnegan stand out even more with the dark, fiery bang over his other eye. You've done something quite remarkable. Hashirama compliments genuinely. It's as though you've dash. Minato feels lost, but perhaps that is for the best. Shodai-sama must be far more adept at senjutsu if he can feel what's going on. A personalized sage mode, one unconnected to the chakra of other people. This power is who and what I am. I am a part of nature, changed and altered by the blood and flesh of my ancestors and someone who cannot be dragged down by anyone's folly but my own. The combination of senjutsu, and the theoretical state of chakra that I call Itakiri chakra mode, thread cutter chakra mode, in which one's chakra truly belongs to them, and only them. I am Uchiha Naruto, and I formally introduce you to Kuronorijetsu. Ready yourself Naruto. Hashirama shouts desperately. Senpu, Mokuton, Shinsesenju. Eclipsing the sky is Hashirama's massive, 1,000-armed wooden monster. It casts an even darker shadow over aim. The noise it leaves with every stumbling step as buildings are squashed under its immeasurable weight almost makes Minato cover his ears, even from its head. But Naruto doesn't flinch, even as buildings topple around him and even on top of him. A tower crashes upon him, but he slides right through it as Amaterasu engulfs the area around him and burns straight through. And then, he readies his weapon. The gunbai. A tool of mostly fear, and only a utility in the hands of a true monster. Naruto gives a wide, horizontal swing, and a black blade of fiery wind launches through the sky and expands so massively that it becomes an inevitable conclusion. And instantly, the black blade arcs so fast and expands so quickly, that it slices straight through Hashirama's jutsu and bisects it entirely. Black-painted moon. Minato thinks, teleporting away. A fitting name for a chakra mode that can turn the Shodai Hokage's pinnacle ninjutsu into broken, wooden doll. He smiles. Maybe things really will work out for the best. Karen stares up at Nagato. Nagato stares back. She wonders just how much Nagato inherited from those eyes. Madara's will, at the worst point of his life. She entertains the thought that it even has an effect on how he likes his hair, parted to cover his right eye. Just like Madara and Naruto. It is not strategically sound to bring a Jinchuriki into a battle against powerful shinobi who are attempting to capture all of the bijou, let alone two. I do not see the wisdom in your actions. Nagato drones, almost lecturing. This isn't a strategy. It's desperation, you twit. Yeah, well, it's not exactly a great strategy to let the enemy run through your village and find the people responsible for this mess. And now you're yapping to me. Great. Curiosity. Nagato persists. You are an Uzumaki, like myself. I wish to understand your motives. I want to know why you grew to become this woman while I festered in darkness. Be grateful that I'm giving you more than a moment to speak before I place you in shackles. This battle should not have been yours, and I want to know why you're here. You're looking too deep into it. Humor me. And you'll let me answer as honestly as I can? Karen thinks this is a good opportunity to bide time and prevent Nagato from returning to the battle. If it so pleases you. Nagato replies dryly. Karen thinks carefully. Hard to do over the noise of the rain and the collapsing architecture. How does she pinpoint exactly why she fights? Naruto gave her the choices to pursue life however she pleased. She could have been a regular shinobi. She could have been a medic, she could have been a baker, and Naruto wouldn't have cared. He would have been happy to let her do whatever she pleased, and yet she chose this path. One that leads her into danger and great risk. But she can't think of a convoluted answer with more than one word that explains it all. Love. Karen answers. I found someone who could drag me from my deepest pit of despair. Someone who presented me with endless opportunity and choice. Before I met him, my life was just figuring out how to survive. He let me learn who I was, he gave me a sense of belonging, even from the day we met when I was completely terrified of him. He let me decide for myself what I wanted to do, who I wanted to become, without once asking for anything in return. His unconditional love helped me learn what love is again. I can't put what I do to logic. I just love him so much that I'll be by his side, even as the world ends. And before love? What was your life before you found this reason? Pain. Karen shrugs. Despair. Loss. Hate. Take your pick, you're way older than me, you'd know what those things are even better. Does your love make the pain worth it in the end? Even as the world you know collapses around you. Hundreds of times over. Karen answers with heart. Nagato appears pensive in his silence. You are young, he says bluntly. You have yet to experience the world as I have. Yeah, well, there are plenty of people who never will. I'd say a good portion of oldies have suffered too. I don't know what made you turn out like this, but I don't care. I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure other people can have a chance at love and joy like I do. In Mugen Tsukuyomi, everyone will. Nagato argues. A life where everyone is happy all of the time? Gimme a break, people's brains'll melt and they'll find excuses even in their own dreams to give meaning to that happiness. Face the music. It's not the world that sucks, it's people. We already live in a perfect world, you just got the short end of the stick because of shitty decisions made by shitty people, but even dreams can become nightmares. A pointless dream, thought up by a man who thought life was nothing but suffering. Just like you, and guess what? He made his grandson the worst enemy of that dream. Just because you've had a bad life, doesn't mean it can't get better. Things do not appear to even be capable of being better from my perspective. Sucks to be you. Karen retorts snidely. She pulls a kunai from one of several pouches. It's longer and thinner than average, with tiny bladed hooks pointing upward from the top of the hilt. Designed to stick into something without budging, free from little force. She throws it in the water and rapidly throws another straight at Nagato, manifesting a Rasengan in one hand. It glows brightly, gold light reflecting off of wet rubble, before all the moisture around them converges into a sphere around Nagato. A thick tendril of water erupts from the ground, busting open the concrete and taking the shape of a giant shark. Swimming in it is Kisame, who gets ready to chomp down on Nagato's shoulder from behind before he and his water prison are forcibly dispersed by invisible energy. Kisame goes stumbling and lands next to Karen, Samahata bleeding off of his skin and into its usual shape as he returns to normal. Sorry, Karen-chan. Kisame apologizes, though with his usual bemused inflection. I tried to get the jump on him. You took some of his chakra, that counts for something. Not much, I think, it's even stronger than yours. Better than nothing. Thanks. But we should get on this before he rejoins the fight against Naruto. My thoughts exactly. She spots the kunai she threw at Nagato in the mouth of Samehada, poking out just a little. Kisame. Traitor. Nagato narrows his eyes, seemingly unaffected by having his chakra forcibly drawn away. Have you not done enough to this dream that you would fight against me again? The ground shakes before Kisame can respond. A wooden construct eclipses Amage Cure. Even Nagato appears unsettled by the sheer size. Naruto-san? Kisame asks Karen hopefully. No. Karen answers nervously. That was the Shodai. But in that very moment, a wave of black fire splits the Shinsesenju in two, and topples with loud crashing and creaks. Sawdust explodes out through the village. Not just that, but massive sharp slats and chunks come breezing through. As the dust covers them, Karen grabs Kisame and teleports them into the water. Safety. Or it would be, if the Nidame and Yondame didn't also have the idea to hide in the water. They look at each other awkwardly and Karen lets bubbles out in surprise before Kisame whisks her away, transforming with Samehada again and leaving quicker through the water than they could follow. Karen can't fight them in the water though, and the best method that she can use to counter them is Hiraishin-based ninjutsu. Plus, she can't see well underwater. Or smell. Or breath. Or do much of anything. So she splits off. Sekiyu Torikeigo, Red Yang Birdcage. Chains spring from her back, circling around her and creating an anchor back on the steel shore. The freezing water siphons away and spills out, causing a vacuum of much-needed air. Minato doesn't even attempt to get through the barrier. He pelts a kunai out of the water and instead launches through the entrance of the chain barrier at such blurring speed that Karen couldn't possibly keep up. So instead, she narrows the barrier to barely conceal her and puts her hands out, her own unique kunai in hand. His eyes are different and so is his chakra, but he has the same light blue glow that Naruto does when he charges a massive Rasengan. Hiraishin, Dorai, Guiding Thunder. Minato slams into a web of formulae. His body flickers as he tries to use Hiraishin to escape but continues to be absorbed by her jutsu. Well done. Minato is positively ecstatic. But I'll be back as soon as you get me away. You need to seal me up. Easier said than done. Karen strains against Minato's resistance. Even a jutsu of this level quakes before the power of the Yondame. I have an idea. Kurama growls from within the seal's cape. Feel free to share. Minato instinctively knows that letting himself be absorbed will let him teleport back sooner, so seemingly against his will, he does exactly that. I can't beat him. Karen isn't shocked to realize that. No, but you can cut him off from the Geto Mazo. Seal him in here, with me. Karen is completely dumbfounded and confused. Kushina used to seal things in the seal to try and bribe me to lend her my power. Shiny baubles and such. But the fact that she could do it means that there's a possibility that we can seal Yondame in here too, separate him from the Jubi and my power can cover his tracks. Minato appears again, seemingly assessing how to best attack her before a black ring of flame forces him to jump out of the way. The ring explodes and unleashed the most horrid howl she'd ever heard in her life, making flames arc into the sky. The Yondame's body struggles to hold itself together. Pieces of his dust skin flake away, although it repairs itself soon after. What to do? Karen closes the barrier and hides in it. Kakashi and Niji don't know what to make of the underground network. Waterfalls pour into the deep chasm under AIM, but the scenery is inconsequential to what else they're looking at. A great red light around a jutted corner, and a volume of chakra so great that they can only surmise that the ceiling is reaching its end. And familiar faces? Sasuke blurs into motion, striking at Niji with bladed claws. Niji whirls into Kaiten. Sasuke is not this slow. Niji shouts to Kakashi, who's running a kunai through a pale mockery of Sakura. I'm aware. Kakashi responds, disconcerted. They also wouldn't attack us in the first place. These must be the chakra-stealing clones from Sasuke's report on the battle against Itachi. Niji hits the faded-looking chakra points on the Sasuke clone, watching as it instead droops like it was liquefying instead of injured by having its network disabled. That red light, it's where the Jinchuriki is. We can interrupt the sealing. Niji recommends. Too bad there were hundreds of the clones between them and the Geto Mazo. All of which are probably only there to accelerate the reincarnation of the Jubi by absorbing as much ambient chakra from all of the battle going on above them. An earthen ceiling above them cracks open, or is rather sliced open by an arc of black flames. Niji stands in front of Kakashi to shield him and uses Kaiten, stopping the gust of raw sound from ripping them apart. The Shodai Hokage appears to have been thrown down it. The air around him is compressed so tightly that it creates a visible stream straight to the cavern ground. Naruto follows down, levitating and looking like he's shrouded in black flames. Strangely, Niji can't see his chakra network. All there is in the Byakugan is Naruto's light blue chakra that's so dense that it's overriding any visibility his coils should have. Naruto. Kakashi cries out. The Geto Mazo, it's at the end of this chasm. Naruto seems to acknowledge Kakashi and his words, but doesn't move to act. Ah. He can't. Naruto Dano knows that we can't defeat the Hokage and the Rinnegan wielder. Naruto. The Shodai tries to get his attention. Use Idio Tensei. Of course. Kakashi understands the message, but Niji is lost. What use will that be? We can't defeat the Ido Tensei without sealing them, but we can stall them by using the same thing. Someone who can't be killed, only sealed, would be the perfect defense. But Kakashi trails off. But what? Ido Tensei is a forbidden jutsu, because it requires the sacrifice of life to bring another soul back. Not only that, but at least a piece of the original flesh of the person one is trying to resurrect. No. Niji is startled when Naruto appears before them. As far as he knows, Naruto can't use Hiraishin. So how dash? These ones are different. The Hokage are at what is virtually full strength. Ido Tensei is meant to use the chakra network of the sacrifice to suspend one's soul in it. Whatever bodies were used to create them is abnormally compatible with their chakra. I think they're white Zetsu clones. But they shouldn't have souls. Something is off, something terrible. The white Zetsu have souls? Kakashi asks astutely. I'm sure there's a moral dilemma there to solve after we save the world. They shouldn't have souls. Naruto reiterates sternly. That's the problem, which means that they used to be humans. Kakashi's mind is clearly working in overdrive, but Niji isn't a prodigy or a master of seeing underneath the underneath. Mugen Tsukuyomi has only ever been used once in recorded history. We know that it captures people in an unbreakable genjutsu. Kakashi realizes what Naruto is leading to. The genjutsu doesn't just capture them, it harvests them. Naruto nods. Exactly. They were once humans trapped in Mugen Tsukuyomi over a millennia ago. It's not a perfect dream world, it's a trap that Obito is falling into. Someone else wants this plan to come to fruition. It's too late for questioning motives. Kakashi goes back into shinobi mode. Ido Tensei is our best bet, we can capture some of those Zetsu and use them. We don't have any genetic material to use. Niji points out. I might have a plan. Naruto waves a wrist toward the swarm of Zetsu, who seem blissfully ignorant to their existence. Why aren't they attacking? Kakashi asks in confusion. You're in my Tsukuyomi shroud. Instead of using it on one person, I'm projecting the genjutsu into the world around us to alter our enemies' perception of us and their sense of time. A white Zetsu crash lands at Naruto's feet, who's still very much on fire. Niji would like to take note of. Here goes nothing. Naruto deactivates his chakra mode and bites his thumb, causing it to bleed. He smears the blood on the forehead of the white Zetsu, and it flinches at the touch and swats Naruto's hand away like it's an annoying bug. It seems that it can't actually see or hear them, judging by this reaction. Kuchios, Edo Tensei. The white Zetsu releases a blood-curdling scream as it folds in on itself, shrieking and turning inside out and refolding again and again until its pigment starts to change. Its formerly pale, slightly green skin shifts into something fair and natural. And its short and scruffy green hair turns into a long curtain of crimson, reaching its ankles and flowing beautifully. It's working? Naruto breathes, looking a tad relieved and excited, but mournful. I must go. She will help you with the Hokage, but my priority is stopping Obito. Good luck, Naruto Dano. Naruto reignites and levitates away, but not before looking at the person taking shape. We'll talk later, I promise. Naruto turns to observe the marching Zetsu and narrows his eyes. Without even a flick of the wrist, chakra whirls around him. Senpu, Enten, Goka Mekyaku, Sage Art, Blaze Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Niji often wonders if he's going mad when he's around Naruto. No one else could paint a cave with black flames and make it look normal. Sasuke and Sakura make quick work of Konan. Their task was to find any remaining Akatsuki and make sure they stay out of Naruto's way. But it didn't even seem like the woman really wanted to be in the fight at all. She did surprise them by luring them out onto the lake, only to barrage them with thousands of paper bombs hidden in the water. Sasuke managed to throw Sakura out and replace himself with a Susanoo arrow using Naruto's Kawarimi. Substitute with one's own chakra is quite chakra efficient, it turns out. They don't kill her though. Yet. Do I have to kill you? Or can you convince your Rinnegan friend to butt out? Sasuke offers an olive branch. Konan looks at him with a stale and emotionless stare. The gaze of a woman who's already given up hope. Her clothes are but rags on her now, barely clinging to her body, but her modesty is disguised by the blood gushing from her wounds. But she gets wrenched away from them before Sasuke can give her a pitying final blow. The man with the Rinnegan looks viciously angry. Shinra Tensei. Sasuke and Sakura are blown away and skate nearly weightlessly along the water surface. They slow down just enough to not hit a pier for fishing boats. I thought Naruto had this one occupied. Sakura snaps her elbow back in place with an aggressive whack and some healing chakra. Matatabi accelerates the healing of his concussion. This is just chaos. Sasuke shakes off his blurry vision. A tingle goes down his spine. Wicked laughter echoes across Amigakure. A woman's, but not Karen or the one they'd just been fighting. Golden chains of chakra light up the sky, holding up a feminine figure. Katan, Rasen Tastamaki, fire release, spiraling tornado. An entire block of the city is engulfed in a tornado. That's on fire. Over the blistering heat, they hear the yondaime call out in exasperation and affection. Kushina! For goodness sakes, I'm trying to explain dash. Shut up and fight. Chapter 28, Unleashed. Stay out of my way. The beautiful red-haired woman tells her. Doesn't ask. Tells, with an uncanny smug smirk that Karen has seen only on Naruto. Violet eyes stand out in stark contrast to dark sclerae. Her red hair, impossibly thick and smooth, reaching down to her ankles and carried by the wind of a firestorm. Her fair skin is cracked and jagged, but to Karen, this dead woman is still enviously beautiful. Even equipped in pale armor, covering a red and white surcoat. Kushina. The yondaime sounds happy and affectionate. Our boy bought you back? Karen spies the twitch on Kushina's eyebrow. Minato. Kushina does not sound happy or impressed. This is great. Minato continues obliviously. Karen finds it genuinely impressive that he can be so hopeless when Kushina Tone is making hairs stand up on the back of her neck. You can help the Konohanin seal us away, or maybe even overwrite the tags controlling us dash. Minato. The yondaime's eyes go wide and he instinctively hunches his shoulders. 30 minutes ago, Kushina starts ominously. I gave birth to our son. Before someone abused the single time of weakness I would have to take my bijou. My bijou. My power. The one man I trusted to protect me as I brought his son into the world failed to do so. Our son had to grow up without us. Minato stands upright again. That is not fair, Kushina. Neither of us could have predicted that someone that powerful would be there that night. I did. Kushina spits viciously. No one could have known where we even were. I'd selected a site to give birth that not a single person would have been able to find. And yet, we were found. Why? Because you foolishly placed your trust in Konohagakure no Sato. Instead of listening to me, you decided that the wrong kinds of people needed to know exactly where we were. And look what happened. Word slips out and instantly, an enemy is on our doorstep. Authorities needed to know where their Hokage would be in the worst-case scenario. There wasn't anything I could have done dash. You could have trusted me. Tuchan and Kaachan are fighting. Karen thinks wryly, feeling she really shouldn't be hearing this. Can't we talk about this later? Not in front of our daughter-in-law. I'm not angry that you tried to turn Naruto into the Jinchuriki. Kushina completely ignores him. That power would have done him well. I'm angry that you refused to trust in my instincts and that our son has paid the price for your naivety. Minato's lips purse shut, evidently understanding there's no way of talking Kushina out of her wrath. When this whole thing is resolved, and I hear from Naruto's lips that he has had a good life, and will have a good life going forward, I will forgive you. But for now, I'm going to take my time tearing you and your fellow Hokage to pieces. Out of thin air, the Sandaime appears with Tobirama behind Kushina. A chain manifests out of nowhere, spontaneously appearing and swinging with a vicious fire in its spinning wake. It clubs the two Hokage and sends them flying, their dusty bodies burning into fragments of ash. Karen is caught off guard by the sheer speed of her jutsu. Evidently, she has a long way to go before she could even hope to match Kushina. An upswing of chakra tells her that Minato has entered Sage mode. Hashirama jumps down beside him, also sporting Senjutsu chakra. Sasuke lands beside Karen with Sakura in tow. Kakashi and Niji, having followed the Shodai, also appear next to them, with Kisame wriggling out of a puddle, ready to attack with Samehada slung over his shoulder. Kushina actually looks annoyed at everyone. Stay out of my way. She orders openly again, before chains whirl around her at blinding speed with bright flames. The red glow in the cavern pulses like a heartbeat. It reverberates, an echo of powerful energy unlike anything he's felt before. It is potent and consuming, and yet, it doesn't feel unnatural like the foulness of Bijou chakra. He doesn't feel a hint of the Sanbai, which means that's already packed away in the statue. Nor does he feel any trace of the other Bijou he's familiar with. All that there is a mass of tentacles being absorbed quickly into the growling statue. Too late again. Kabuto jeers excitedly from one of the fingers of the statue. This is an ongoing problem for you. Isn't it, Naruto? Always on the scene too late, held back by your desire to protect a broken system while charging ahead into the unknown. Kabuto. I see you. Naruto comments dully. You were a worthy adversary. In another life, I like to think we would have been friends. Obito has the Rinnegan. He checks out the cavern. It appears as though even the environment around the Ghetto Mazo has changed, forming unusual swirls in the rock faces. The only people left to seal the Hachibi are Obito himself, Kabuto and Black Zetsu. Getting sentimental on me? Is this what you're like when you know the end is coming? Kabuto seems off-put by Naruto's words. Merely the regret that I have to kill you now, instead of being a lifelong friend and rival to push me to even greater heights. Do you see me now, Kabuto? No matter what happens tonight, you will not live long enough to see anyone's plans come to fruition. Stop him, Kabuto. Black Zetsu growls impatiently. Kabuto leaps off of his point, rushing at Naruto with all of his senjutsu-enhanced speed and bearing fangs. His horns glint in the red light and his eyes glare maliciously. He slings himself through the air, pushing off of nothing, and snake-headed limbs erupt from his cloak. Naruto waits. He takes every bite and every slash of jagged claws. Because they mean nothing to him now. The snakes disintegrate instantly after touching his cloak of black flames. Kabuto's arms are reduced to burning stumps and he reels back in fright. What dash? Kabuto severs his limbs with seal-less medical ninjutsu, giving them an opportunity to regenerate with his unmatched skill in the art. But it's all for naught. He freezes on the spot, unable to move and suspended in the air. Goodbye, Kabuto. I hope your next life is more rewarding than this one, as an enemy of Uchiha Naruto. With one swift motion of his empty hand, Kabuto's entire body collapses into a tiny ball of compressed meat, glowing with what remained of his powerful chakra. Naruto slaps it onto his gunbai, making it glow a blinding white before all the energy contained turned pitch black. Tenbunri, heavenly separation. With one downward swing, a massive arc of black flame that eclipses the Ghetto Mazo, cleaves its left arm off and sends Black Zetsu tumbling to the ground with it. Brown liquid pours out of its amputated arm, but it stops before it could bleed its chakra everywhere. Stopped, and then reversed upstream. The detached arm fuses back. Obito smirks, Sharingan and Rinnegan glowing and one hand in a seal. Too bad for you, I always have an ace up my sleeve. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. In Black Zetsu's place, Nagato appears with Konan slung over his shoulder. What? Nagato's Rinnegan look around in confusion. Sorry, Nagato. Kihihi. Black Zetsu's arm melts onto Nagato's back. You dash. Obito casts another sign, causing black stakes to erupt all over Nagato's body. Black Zetsu's liquid-like body swarms over Nagato and takes control. Finish the ceiling. Obito barks out. I will handle Naruto myself in the face of his incompetence. Hashirama ducks under the pink-haired girl. For such a delicate-looking child, she has a devastating punch, smashing apart everything her fist comes in contact with. If only she were quicker, although he's forced to create a massive, senjutsu-enhanced hand of wood to catch a miniature Bijudama. This Uchiha is fast. What he lacks in strength against Hashirama's Sage Mode, he makes up for aplenty in speed and chakra strength. To think that someone had attained this level of synchronicity with a bijou, so much that they fight as a single being. It's beautiful. And against his will again, he leaps over a lightning dog running at him and spears it with a wooden stake. The absorption properties of the Mokuton completely nullify it. The white-haired one spoke of you three, he roundhouse kicks the pink one in the head, breaking her jaw, though she heals in a snap. You are the ones close to Naruto. Listen, you must seal me. The three of them stay silent, merely continuing to assault him. They already have a plan. I must be distracted, else my body will betray my intention. He backflips over a set of burning claws, stamping on them as he lands and pinning them to the face of the collapsing building with vines from the gaps in his sandals. The Uchiha spits a blue fireball straight in his face in retaliation, though Hashirama backhands it and directs it away with a blast of raw chakra that cracks the already destroyed building and sends it crashing down. Sudden weakness hits him, fluctuating his chakra wildly. What dash? Nausea assaults his senses. That shouldn't be possible. He's dead. Something overwhelming overcomes his body, like an instant fatigue and hopelessness. Like his body has completely given up. His chakra is gone. The Uchiha is evidently shocked. The three Konohanin leap away as the building collapses on top of Hashirama. A block away by the torn pier, Kisame faces off against the Nidaime Hokage. Conventional combat will be ineffective on my current body. I hope that you know Fuinjutsu, swordsman. You're such a chatty Hokage, hee. Kisame chuckles, albeit with a strained look and some irritation. But Kisame doesn't really know what to do besides keep shredding away. His jutsu speed is too slow to keep up with the Nidaime. All he can really do is fight to a stalemate, putting water between them to buy him a second of life before Tobirama can slice his throat open. Unless Tobirama has strong chakra, being a senju. If he can turn that chakra against him for even a moment, he might gain the upper hand long enough for Karen to seal him. So, he'll exploit Tobirama's jutsu. Suetun, Suryuden, Water Dragon Jutsu. Tobirama weaves one sign, and the rain and liquid around him transform into a massive water beast. Kisame whirls Samahata around and round, kiting the water dragon around it and compressing it into a sphere of water. Suetun, Dai Bakusui Shoha, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. The sphere of dark water expands rapidly. Pillars of water gush from everywhere, sewerways and the lake, even the air around them, to create a water prison so massive that it even eclipses the fiery tornado that Kushina set into motion earlier. With Tobirama's chakra virtually distorted and therefore sealed in his water prison, Kisame gets to work before the Nidaime can rush him. Suetun, Daikoden, Great Shark Bullet. Kisame grits his jagged teeth with desperation. The entire sphere reforms in tsunamis into the shape of a shark, glowing with the power of ambient chakra. As if it has sucked the light out its surroundings into its monstrous mouth. Near-translucent lines are drawn in the sky between Tobirama and the shark. Well done. Tobirama praises genuinely. I can't feel my chakra at all, I won't be able to use Hiration. Now finish it. The massive shark crashes into Tobirama, absorbing so much chakra that his body flakes and the pale clone used for his resurrection is exposed underneath. The surrounding buildings were collateral damage in their wake. The shark swims across the village, whipping around and causing destruction everywhere, even in the face of the tornado. It moves exactly as a predator of its namesake, before Tobirama's chakra is finally fully drained. Kisame's jutsu collapses. He's exhausted from using that much power, though the chakra he'd stolen quickly transmutes into at least a little of his own, enough to keep standing. The shark, drained of chakra, plummets and floods the city. Tobirama lay helpless on the ground. Karen! Kisame calls out. Swordsman, Tobirama says forebodingly as his body begins to regenerate. I don't think you'll need to. Don't get all tricksy with me, Tobirama-san. Kisame slams Samahata onto Tobirama's chest to keep him immobile. My body is regenerating but I don't feel my chakra. I can't move. Something has changed. Kisame says nothing as rubble around him begins to levitate and the air starts to feel heavy. Niji initiates a kaiten with one of Karen's chains in hand. He slings her forward toward their enemy. He doubts this would work, but they had to try at least. Rasengan. Karen cries out, slamming into the Sandaime Hokage and blowing his chest cavity out of his back. What? That was meant to be a distraction, not actually effective. Sarutobi's entire torso is blown apart. It puts itself back together with the characteristic dust of Ito Tensei, but he remains immobile. A flaw in the jutsu? Hiruzen speculates. No, something is different. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura appear before them. You guys alright? Karen asks with short breaths, wiping sweat from her brow. I guess. Shodai-sama stopped attacking us. Kakashi dumps Hashirama's immobile body next to Hiruzen. Slightly disrespectful, Niji thinks. But he'll give it a pass considering they probably barely got away with their lives, given the horrid state of their clothing and their open wounds. Even Sasuke appears worse for wear. Kisame appears this time, doing the same with Nidaime-sama's body before collapsing to his knees. Sakura rushes over to him. Where are you wounded? Sakura inspects him. Just chakra exhaustion. Kisame slouches back and rests his back against some rubble. He pokes a floating rock out of curiosity, watching as it floats away. Is this Naruto? Niji activates his Byakugan. The sheer amount of chakra in the atmosphere is frightening. But it's so dark, pitch black even. But Naruto's wasn't this coloration, even using that strange new chakra mode. Naruto and Obito are probably duking it out. Karen falls on her backside, trying to catch her breath. Gravity is part of the power of the Rinnegan. We should seal them. Kakashi instructs. I don't know about any of you, but I won't survive another fight against any of the Hokage. Where is the Yondaime? Tobirama asks astutely. Right here. Kushina strolls up with Minato slung over her shoulder. A fight just isn't the same without hot blood pumping through my veins. Kushina mutters, dissatisfied. She drops Minato down a bit more delicately than her demeanor suggests she would. I've got an idea. Karen opens. I could seal the Hokage in here with the Kyuubi. She pets her stomach. Niji wonders of the validity of such an endeavor. But if they don't have chakra, then surely they couldn't find a way out? Kushina laughs. Did Niji miss something? That doesn't seem safe for you. Please don't put yourself at risk for something that may not work. Hashirama insists. I like you, girl. Kushina compliments with a smirk. Something as harebrained as that would be something I would think of. I agree with Kushina. Minato states robotically, though his eyes glint with mischief. Kushina whips around to glare at him. Minato smiles back. It won't be necessary. Kushina turns back around and approaches Karen. He sees where Naruto gets his height from. Both Yondaime-sama and Kushina-sama are certainly genetic specimens of an interesting variety. Why aren't you affected, Kushina-sama? Niji asks, trying to connect the dots. You are an Edo Tensei, but so are the Hokage. Did I say that you could speak to me, Hyuga? What she's trying to say is that she's not bound to the same thing that we are. Minato translates kindly. Naruto summoned her, but the thing we're bound to has changed. It absorbed all of our chakra but not our souls. Kushina ignores all of this, walking over to Kakashi instead and immediately pulling him into a close hug. Are you alright? She whispers in his ear, uncaring or unaware that she's heard. Yeah, Nei-san. I'm fine. You looked after your little brother? I did, I promise. You took care of yourself? Kakashi hugs back hesitantly. It took me a while, but yeah. And I have more to look after now. Good. My strong boy, I'm proud of you. Now, care to explain why Obito is alive and you don't have the Sharingan? Kakashi looks around at the impatient and exhausted allies surrounding him. Karen, still waiting for an explanation as to what they need to do about the Hokage. Niji, looking off-put by Kushina's rebuttal. Sasuke and Sakura just looking sick of everything and wanting to be anywhere else. Alright. Do you want a quick or long explanation? Quick. Kushina releases him. So turns out your father is Uchiha Madara and he got all sad your mother died, so he made a convoluted plan to put everyone in the world under an illusion of eternal happiness by becoming the Jinchuriki of the Jubi and reflecting a genjutsu off the moon, but he couldn't do it himself due to bad hips and dementia, so he rescued Obito and made him assume the identity of Madara, trained him up and had him try to fulfill the plan for him. Madara faked his death again and then got all sad that Obito killed you, so he had a change of heart and raised Naruto with full knowledge of all this crap and taught him how to use his power before he actually died. Obito was pretending to be Madara until recently and he took his Sharingan back, but it's all good because Naruto made me a new eye. Oh, and the Jubi is kinda real and it can only be controlled by someone with the Rinnegan, which is real too by the way, but both Naruto and Obito have it and Obito's kinda got a head start, but Naruto's basically the strongest man alive, so it's kinda fair. K. How do we assist Naruto? Just like that? The people around them chorused. Unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot we can do. Nei-san, I don't want to tell you this, but even you wouldn't be able to help. The best thing we can do right now is to wait for the perfect moment and hope. The pile of Hokage bodies don't move, but the Sandaime still begs a question. Kakashi, what happened in Konoha? What happened to the Sarutobi? Kakashi looks down upon him coldly. Under the rule of the Godame Hokage, Tsunade-sama, traitors to Konoha die a traitor's death. The ground shakes under them, causing some alarm. What now? Karen asks. We still need to do something about this lot so they don't get in the way. Ceiling formally turned inside out. Kushina shrugs dismissively. Stop chakra going in rather than out, they can't be manipulated. Easy. Karen looks at Minato, dumbfounded. Minato gives a sheepish smile back. Yeah, she really does make it sound way easier than it is. But she's better at Fuinjutsu than I am. I'm more of a space-time guy. You should watch, Karen-chan. You might learn a thing or two. Kushina merely waves a hand over Minato, gold chakra spiraling out and making a print on his chest. The signature spiral of the Uzumaki clan is the centerpiece of a slowly expanding network of back-to-front seals in a tight network. It's really a rather basic piece of work, but the mastery of putting it on backwards effortlessly like this speaks of such fine control and expansive knowledge that Karen really is in awe of how easy she makes it look. Minato's own chakra seems to spawn from within him. Maybe the template used for his reanimation remembered how his chakra felt and is instead using natural energy to restore itself quickly. Possibly the perks of being sage, but the chakra of dead people is uncharted territory. It is wholly unlikely that they could test any theories or conclusions they come to. Minato regains control over his movement, setting everyone on guard again. Hey, it's all good. I'm me again, well, dead me. But I'm in control. Kushina punches him in the head, causing the weak skin to flake off before regenerating. I don't suppose telling you that it doesn't hurt right now will stop you from being angry about this? No. It won't. Kushina glares up at him, though she appears more hurt than vicious. I didn't take your warning to heart and made you feel like I didn't trust you, and I wish I could take that back, but I can't, and our son grew up without us because of my mistake. I've got 100 regrets that I can't fix, and I know that nothing I say or do now can help. I'm not resentful of you, Minato, I just wanted you to discard your naivety for the sake of our son. Your trust was abused, but I feel like my trust in you was too. It was my choice. Minato says quietly. If it takes me 1,000 lifetimes to earn your trust, then so be it, but don't think for a second that I'll apologize for doing what I thought was best from the bottom of my heart. Especially when we left our son in capable hands. He gestures to Kakashi, but his eyes don't stray from Kushina. There's no way of knowing if what we wanted was really the best case scenario. So I'm going to accept my mistake, learn from it, and if by some divine miracle we're reborn, I'm gonna damn well listen to you next time. But I'm not going to tell you that I'm sorry when it's our son that went through those hardships, not us. Kushina raises her fist but throws her punch at the last second and an open palm lands on Minato's chest. Just, listen to me next time. You wouldn't be you if you didn't make that choice with your heart. I am still angry with you. I never expected an apology, but you will make it up to me in death and make it up to Naruto in what little life we have left. I will. Minato promises. Something rolls from Kushina's lips that is undisguised and genuine. I love you. Don't go breaking my heart again. I won't. I love you. Without warning, the ground and cityscape on the barely visible horizon pop as though something is trying to break out. The 3 Hokage that hadn't been sealed begin to glow. My soul is leaving. Tobirama appears relieved, as much as his stony visage can convey at least. I wish you luck, little saplings. Hashirama's structure begins to melt though his soul rises from it. When you win, don't let my little Tsunade touch alcohol, ever. Make sure the boy she falls in love with knows her place, or so help me dash. Hashirama shakes his fist threateningly. I can't believe I missed so much. He wails dramatically. Why aren't I going? Minato looks down at himself. I guess you're severed from the control point. Kushina suggests. Regardless, if we're unable to assist, then what do we do? And who's the Uzumaki girl? Karen-chan is our daughter-in-law. You are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Kushina deduces quickly from her chakra. What nation do you belong to? Hi, do you too? I don't belong to a nation, I'm just Naruto's fiancé who happens to live in Konoha with him. Am I gonna get the, if you hurt my son you'll regret it talk? Naruto chose you, and I trust that he has picked his partner well with Kakashi's guidance growing up. Kushina knocks back. It is not my place to argue with his decisions, even if I were alive. His decisions are his to bear, though I hope his faith in you is not misguided or naive, nor yours in him. I do not know him and I do not know you. Perhaps when you're both dead we can introduce ourselves and understand each other. But for the record, my name is Namikaze Kushina. Uzumaki Karen, soon to be Uchiha Karen. I'm too young to be a grandmother. Take your time. Wear protection. No. Karen refuses instantly. Protection is illegal in our house. Kushina throws her head back in a great gale of a laugh. All right. I like you, Karen. As the remaining dust of the Hokage vanishes, the air itself gets thicker. I guess we'll wait now. Kushina sighs. She didn't have to wait long. Black and purple swirls lunge at each other. Virtually blurs to the naked eye, only the coats of the battling warriors could be seen through the dense smoke and rain. From the figure cloaked in black flame, what appears to be white ribbons with a silver sheen launch from his hand. They curl and bend with unnatural accuracy and speed. Everything they crash into reveal what they truly are, a wood that brings white roots and black flowers. A building is virtually terraformed, held up by the white life-giving energies of nature. Black flowers bloom into many petals. The figure in purple manifests skeletal arms to fight hand to hand. They glow a sickly green and burn away when they black flames touch them, but it's a necessary evil when one's flesh is on the line. His eyes change form, and as if shunted forward by the power of spacetime itself, he vanishes and reappears with near-instant swirls of air and clubs the figure in black in the chest with his green-clad arms. As though seeing it before it could even happen, the figure in black gives a wide sweep of his weapon, casting a blade of black flame through the air. It slices through anything that it touches. All but the one thing it was supposed to hit. Obito moves through it as though it were merely a phantom. Intangible, an apparition of rancid power and hatred. Naruto is the other side of the coin. Controlled, unlike the fiendish ghost before him. Radiant in energies of the world and the self, something harmonious. His gaze is not marred by hatred, but by a frank determinism of someone with his heart and mind set in stone. Obito glides through Naruto, green ribcage trailing behind him to slam into the younger Uchiha. Naruto vanishes as if he were never there in the first place. Obito looks around in confusion before he's punched into a tower. His body flies through several concrete pillars before he reacts and activates Kamui. What just happened? Obito looks around, Sharingan and Rinnegan darting in every direction to find his foe. He assesses his position in space, using his Sharingan to peer into the Kamui dimension. In his vision, the two realms blend together and he realizes that what he's seeing in reality isn't the truth. Very clever, Naruto. Using Tsukuyomi on the environment to confuse me. Obito grins, seeing through the game. If he isn't aware of where he really is, then he'd probably have ended up smacking into buildings without realizing it. The grin is wiped off of his face when he sees Naruto in his Kamui dimension. What? Obito exclaims before Naruto pierces him with a wooden ribbon. Your mistake, Obito. Naruto's smile is cocky and confident. Obito reflexively attempts to use Kamui, and to his surprise, it works. He slides out of the whitewood with no issue, regenerative cells already at work patching the holes. He got inside my Kamui dimension and hit me, but I shouldn't be able to be intangible in there, so how dash? Obito puts one hand out. Gakido. The chakra of Tsukuyomi is pulled into Obito's palm, rendering the genjutsu unstable and forcing Naruto to cut it off. Naruto doesn't just let him. He vanishes again, gun by whistling through the air and alight with black flame. Obito is hard-pressed to avoid it, even with his mastery of the Sharingan, but manages to bite the skin of his teeth. A mechanical arm erupts from his shoulder, whirring as it sparks up Raitun chakra that pulses out. Another arm from the same shoulder grabs Naruto's wrist, metal wires clinking out of the fingers and holding Naruto still for a moment. The charge of Raitun chakra explodes into beams, creating a miniature lightning storm. Ninjutsu may be ineffective alone, but in the face of my mastery of all shinobi arts, a child like you cannot defeat me. Naruto, being electrocuted, quickly reveals himself as a wood clone that unravels into hundreds of ribbons to turn Obito into a pincushion. Obito forces himself intangible again, very quickly approaching his refractory period for overusing Kamui. He floats downward, struck by the sudden sensation of being lighter than he should be. His two metal limbs enter his sight, along with his purple sleeve whisked away by the wind. Of course. Obito's lips turn into a snarl. Tsukuyomi isn't just an illusion, it affects your perception of time. He used it to make me think I had longer to use Kamui when I've been fighting in slow motion this entire time. I thought he'd gotten into Kamui, but he's just been making me think he was. No matter. It won't work twice, this Tsukuyomi and Hoken combination. He thought Naruto was teleporting, but he's not just moving quickly to his senses. He's freezing Obito in spacetime so he appears to teleport when he deactivates it. Naruto may have realized the weakness of Kamui, but even he must have weaknesses of his own. Obito uses ranged Kamui to create a massive hole in a building. It topples over quickly, right on top of Naruto, who merely raises a hand to fling it away. Obito slingshots himself forward again, accelerating his body so quickly that a lesser man would be torn apart by the speed. He floats toward Naruto, activating his right eye's power. Kamui. The chunk of building he'd absorbed is ejected from his eye and sails towards Naruto with spontaneous momentum. Naruto slices through it again, blackening the sky, but Obito weaves around the chunks into Naruto's blind spot. His palms clap together before spreading apart with swirls of darkness between them, forming shuriken in the shape of his Manjikyu pattern. Kamui Shuriken. His three projectiles zip and dart through the air, flight path controlled by his sight. Naruto flies upward, not bothering to use hand signs. Enten, Ryu and Hoka, blaze release, dragon flame loud singing. Elongated dragon heads breathe from Naruto's chakra cloak instead of his mouth, making contact with the shuriken. Although the shuriken vanish, so too does Naruto's jutsu. Obito appears above Naruto again suddenly and finally makes contact with a skeletal fist of Susanoo. Useless. Naruto smirks, catching the fist with his bare hand. Senjutsu strength, Obito thinks bitterly. Continuing to be Naruto's best advantage against him, ever since Kabuto unintentionally helped Naruto master it. Obito won't be able to win in his current state. Without Senjutsu, his speed and strength won't be enough to keep up or even really damage Naruto substantially enough that he can't heal from it straight away. He needs old-school tactics, something simple and shinobi-like, just to deter Naruto for a while longer, and maybe one more grand attempt at pinnacle ninjutsu. He doesn't want to admit it, but he has never been pushed this hard. Not even close, even fighting the Yondaime was child's play compared to the sheer insurmountability of Naruto's power. Raw talent alone does not make one this powerful. Ingenuity and hard work is what has carried Naruto this far. Obito needs to respond in kind. The ground shakes. The Jubi is nearly ready. His right eye changes. Katan, Hygiene Ranbu, Ash and Dust Wild Dance. A plume of smoke is set in motion by the power of Kamui. It waves around, collecting more smog from the fallen city and creating a cloud so thick that even Obito's sharp eyes could barely see through it. Instead of settling, it gusts around Naruto by the power of his left eye. Obito's form lights up green. A skeletal ribcage quickly evolves into something bigger, armored, and utterly terrifying. And standing tall above even Amigakure, Obito uses his perfect Susanoo for the first time. Purple eyes glow above the smoking wreck of a village and two great wings spread majestically. Two lighter green katana hiss to life, a thin black edge decorating the blades. They drag along the ground, absorbing into the edge of the blade in swirls. In one great upward swing, a missile of raw force travels along the ground and absorbs everything in its path, leaving one clean scar through the village and a temporary chasm in the previously undisturbed lake. It fills itself in, creating massive waves, but the water source is lesser after the strike. The power of your Manjikyu is marvelous, Naruto comments, unrushed and casual as he drifts out of harm's way. Naruto's praise resonates, bringing back a memory from long ago. Your Sharingan is singularly unique. Madara assesses him unblinkingly, still connected to the statue. Never have I heard of a Manjikyu that enables spacetime control. It would be wise to recover your real left eye. Then that eye isn't so disposable, I'll let Kakashi nurse it for a while until I run out of spares. Your faith in your friend is strong. Kakashi is merely a surrogate. Somewhere to safely store my eye until I need it. I will not stray from bringing peace to this cursed world. Madara's head dips low with a crooked and dark smile. Good. You are special, Obito. Naruto continues. But you will find no respite in me. He's enjoying this. You talk big, Naruto. I am not ignorant of the fact that you can only maintain that strength for so long. As if by prophetic foresight, Naruto's sage mode sputters out of his control. The pigmentation around his eyes fades and the Rinnegan dims slightly. Don't make me laugh. Naruto howls with a glorious smile. A Rasengan as big as his head blurs into life before vanishing. And in an instant, Obito feels his body expand profusely as his organs grind away. He looks down and spies the giant splatter of blood on his cloak that was once his stomach in pain and horror. Blood keeps gushing out, and Obito gives all of his focus into absorbing the Rasengan before it consumes his entire being. How? He pants, almost squeaking when the jutsu clips his lung. Naruto wags his finger. You should have been paying more attention. The wood. Obito's rage grows, Susanoo slashing madly at the ground. He left a piece of his Mokuton inside of me to substitute the Rasengan with. Humiliation and anger is what he feels as his chakra pool drops to heal the extensive damage. Nearly killed by an alteration of the Academy Kawarimi no Jutsu. Now then Naruto's light blue chakra whirls up around him. As Obito's body restores fully, his Susanoo stands strong to fight head-to-head against Naruto's own. Let's dance some more. Nagato collapses to his knees, unable to breathe after Zetsu had exploited his weakened body to finish the ceiling. Kihehe. Soon, Ka-san. What? The Ghetto Mazo unleashes a howl. The cavern ceiling above it collapses down as a metamorphosis begins. A humanoid mouth turns into something primal and 10 eyes converge into one. Massive tassels of unknown material smack against the cave. Nagato crawls desperately over to Konan, trying to shield the unconscious woman from the tails bigger than the Bijou themselves. Nagato's bones rattle. The creature beyond his comprehension begins to dig up and out. Gruo. Karen's head perks up. The hairs on the back of her neck feel as though they're sparking. What do you sense? Kushina asks with arms crossed. Minato seems equally clueless. It appears that only the living are affected. The end. Kurama growls within her. There is still time. We can still fix this. Do not give up now, but know you are about to face something of insurmountable power. Nothing, just a bad feeling. A great canyon bursts open under the city, causing a massive shockwave. Karen feels her body droop, as if struck tangibly by the emotion of helplessness. What is this? Karen lifts her palm up, feeling an unnatural tingle against her skin, but she can't feel any chakra. Gruo. Minato and Kushina stand straight as the others collapse under an invisible weight. What is that? Minato breathes out in shock. Bijou-sized appendages begin to crawl out of the chasm. Naruto's Susanoo blades slice in different intervals. Obito is forced to turn his entire Susanoo intangible to dodge, unable to contest the skillful swordplay. They take flight, weaving around each other and timing their strikes carefully. Obito can't land a hit without taking one, so he doesn't. And Naruto can't land a hit without getting absorbed or having his strike fly through entirely. A temporary stalemate. One of them will fail eventually. Of that, both of them are certain. The pale and beautiful moon becomes a bloody and gruesome backdrop to a battered city. Naruto and Obito stop in motion. They can feel something that the others down below can't. Obito feels its immeasurability compared to his own power. Naruto feels something off within nature itself. They're both the most powerful shinobi alive, and yet the pair of them understand that this thing is beyond reckoning, beyond reason and sense. It is primal. It does not hate. It is the incarnate of destruction. Naruto and Obito turn, Susanoo following suit. The sky is lit by shining blue and sickly green, figures looking at a red moon. And the 10 tails cradling it. Its one eye eclipses them. Gruo. Chapter 29, Savior. Naruto and Obito stare at the creature. Its chakra permeates the atmosphere, challenging the laws of nature by making things defy gravity, heat up unnaturally or freezing the rain as it falls. Its eye shifts course. Swishing tails blot out the crimson moon, every step of its monstrous claws shake the earth and the ground ripples as though it were the surface of water. Juvenile beast, Obito rasps. It's chasing the rest of its chakra when it doesn't need it. No matter, I'll be putting a collar on it. Obito slings forward, space rippling around him as he vanishes and reappears, getting closer to the hulking demon. Naruto's mid-air speed is hindered by the lack of senjutsu chakra. He can only move so quickly, blurringly fast to the eyes of people who aren't on their level, but painfully slow and by far enough to reach the Jubi before Obito can. So he sets a different goal: protect the remaining sources of Bijuu chakra until he can work out a plan to defeat Obito and the Jubi. He flies through the air and hail leaves temporary welts on his skin. In a way, he wishes he could turn off that ability to heal for a moment. Such inconsequential wounds sapping the tiny portions of chakra that could be helpful later. A surge of purple chakra enters his vision. In the distance, Sasuke activates his Nibi chakra mode. The giant flaming purple cat swirls chakra in front of its mouth, creating a dark orb as big as the beast itself. Sasuke and Matatabi fire the Bijudama at the Jubi, a futile effort. The massive chakra bomb goes so far that it virtually vanishes to untrained eyes. The Jubi merely opens its jagged mouth and shuts it over the jutsu, allowing it to explode inside with little more than a puff of smoke from its maw, signifying that it actually went off. Naruto lands with a thundering crash, kicking up dust and leaving a crater in the ground. Naruto! What do we do? Sasuke shouts over the howling winds. Don't let it touch you, stay out of its way and keep Karen safe. Naruto barks back. Obito can't become the Jinchuriki until the Jubi matures into its new life in a short while. The best defense is using your own chakra, not the Bijuu's. Sasuke sends a tendril of chakra down to pluck Karen up and deposit her inside the Nibi's form. Hey! I can help too. I can do both. Sasuke's eyes transform, and the flaming cat is shrouded in his Susanoo. Naruto looks at the remaining crew. Kakashi, Sakura, Neji, Kisame, Tusan, Ka-san. They straighten to attention, even as the demon approaches. The only thing that's stopping Obito from becoming the Jinchuriki is the fact that Sasuke and Karen still have pieces of its power, so it has to absorb what it can from nature to replace what it doesn't have yet. Protect them with everything that you have, just buy me enough time to do something crazy enough that'll stop him. Our best bet is the source. Minato announces seriously. The others can flee, I'll fight with you against Obito. How? Flying up against that thing will only get me smacked down. Don't worry about the how, I'll make it happen. Minato had severely underestimated the scale of the Jubi. Initially from a distance, he'd thought that each of those tails were about the size of a Bijuu. He'd been wrong. The eye itself eclipses Naruto's Susanoo. There is no conceivable way that they could fight this thing head-on. He only hopes that Naruto can think of something to redivide its power and release the Bijuu, maybe shrink the Jubi to a manageable level, or maybe even taking out the person controlling it would be a more effective measure. As they soar through the sky towards the beast, Minato looks at the blue-lit face of his son. Hard with resolve, as if the fight against the beast is an inconsequential hurdle in his path. Focus! Kushina hurls at him, nestled within the jewel on the Susanoo head with him, though Minato realizes that Naruto had said it too. Keep going, Naruto. I'll drag you out of the way of its tails. The air itself feels charged during their flight. Rain and hail pelt the Susanoo and the sound of thunder crackles in the sky, and there is an unbearable heat and humidity. Minato is glad that he isn't really affected by it in his dead state, but he's sure that Naruto is trying to put it out of mind to keep going against the Jubi and Obito. One of the beast's massive tails flicks through the air. Wind howls and tornadoes whip up on the ground from the force. Kushina launches a volley of chains onto the tail, acting as crutches to sling them around it. They all hurl through dense clouds, deftly dodging the tails and making a direct path towards the Jubi's eye. A bright light begins to emit from in front of its jagged, open mouth. Get ready, Naruto. Minato howls. Keep going. Ready and attack. Naruto claps his hands together. The black pigment under his eyes returns to form and his coat reignites in black flames. The Susanoo begins to change form. Its arms open up from its middle side, as does the mouth. It expands enormously, back opening as black flames rush to fill the gaps. The armor itself becomes a mask to a titan of Amaterasu. Yellow eyes stand out against the dark visage, and once blue glowing scabbards vanish to be replaced by one great obsidian blade. Its majestic wings become the same, flecking with light blue chakra but still blazing in darkness. It lifts the blade above its head, and gives one downward swing. And in an instant, the Susanoo teleports right above Obito. Tenbunri. The sky is blotted out, and the Jubi's face slips from its body. Holy shit! Karen shakes, feeling the overwhelming chakra of Naruto and the Jubi. His power is approaching the level of the Rikudo. But even that dash, Kurama trails off. Did he kill it? Sasuke can't turn his eyes away from the cataclysmic battle. I fear not. Matatabi's Susanoo-cloaked avatar disaffirms. But perhaps he has bought a little time. The Jubi's head turns into a puddle of brown muck. We can take advantage of this. Sasuke insists. Let's do this, Matatabi. Right. She agrees readily. Two purple bows take shape where the pauldrons of her armor are. Their arrows are pulled back by each of her tails, heads sparking with lightning chakra. She creates a Bijudama in front of her mouth, flaring with blue flames that the arrowheads penetrate with connecting Chidori sparks. All three projectiles launch at once, virtually teleporting across the battlefield with how fast they are, and colliding directly with what is supposed to be the severed face of the Jubi. A bright flash of blue light and heat marks the imminent explosion, and another wave of heat slams into the team. The mass of ooze tears apart into ribbons, but instead of rejoining, they soar downward and behind the black veil that Naruto had left behind. No luck. Karen clicks her tongue. Don't you understand? Obito asks incredulously. It's over. Your little crew is dead in the water. The Jubi begins to change form again. The world will know peace. Obito spits out. Hoken. The piece of the Jubi trying to reach the ground is halted in motion. More petty tricks to delay fate itself. Obito shakes his head. You really don't get it. A tail slams into the Susanoo, sending it flying, but Minato teleports Naruto and Kushina right behind Obito. How are you doing this? He growls, forcing himself intangible so he doesn't get bisected by Naruto's gunbai. Using both Manjikyu, he creates a small portal in front of himself. Grabbing one of Kushina's chains, he hurls her through and closes it. Minato suddenly appears behind him, though he was ready for it this time. Grabbing Minato's wrist, he tries to absorb him into the Kamui dimension, but Minato vanishes again. Hiration. Obito growls. You left a marking on me. He tucks his arm under his coat, ripping away the piece of flesh with the invisible marking on it. The wound heals, but Obito tosses the flesh away. Just you and me, Obito. Naruto blurs straight through him, leaving a trail of black flames. If Obito becomes tangible, he'd be getting burnt. He walks casually out of the flames as Naruto's Hoken expires. The root that he'd been using to connect to the Jubi is incinerated, but the transformation continues. The head reforms without its eye and the beast becomes more humanoid. Naruto chases him up to the crown of its head, surrounded by jagged horns. What was once the head of the Jubi is released from its suspension and lands, warping into large roots and a massive trunk with a budding flower at its tip. Suddenly, they keel over with an onslaught of unusual weakness. What are you doing? Black Zetsu rages. Nagato tries to conquer the hold that Black Zetsu has over him, clasping his hand together tightly with teeth grit so tight that his gums begin to bleed. Konan tries peeling Zetsu off of him, tugging with what little strength she has left. I won't let you use me. Each of his hands glow red and blue, melding into a purple with his once hand seal. He closes his eyes, and almost all of his chakra is drank by the jutsu. What have you done? With no chakra to cling to, Black Zetsu is flung from Nagato's body and lands with a wet slap on some rubble. Nagato. Konan fusses over him. I think it worked. Nagato can't even breathe deeply with how exhausted he is. I used Madara's eyes to bring imagination into reality. Just like I did to fix my body. Now, no one can control the Jubi. You delay the inevitable. You underestimate Obito's will, and my own. Obito's Sharingan glare with full force hatred at Naruto while his enemy laughs hysterically. That Nagato. How creative. Naruto praises with his signature wicked smile. Naruto's Sharingan maintain their Manjikyu form as his body retains Senjutsu chakra and remains wreathed in Amaterasu. Using Yin-Yang release to temporarily make it impossible to possess the Rinnegan. Ingenious. Although I wager it was an accident dash. You damn fool. Obito roars, eyes also changing into Manjikyu form as he charges at Naruto. Massive shuriken eject from his eye, twisting and zipping around to grant foe unpredictability. But Naruto's Sharingan is perhaps as refined as his own. No longer possessing the gift of flight, he ducks and dances around them, eyes darting from one corner to another. The menacing crimson glow leaves streaks of light with his superior speed. Naruto's Susanoo makes its return flight, smashing its black blade against where Obito is meant to be and making another smooth cut in the Jubi's head. This isn't working. I need to take out the problem at the source. Obito quickly senses where the problem has started and devours his body with Kamui. He reappears before the broken red head, whose own Sharingan look up in surprise. Konan flings paper shuriken at him. They sail harmlessly through his body. Fear builds on her face for a second before he creates wooden stakes from his hands to tear her to pieces. Two golden chains appear from the darkness to deflect the attack, and a vicious red barrier hisses as the wood burns to ash. A flicker of yellow whisks away Nagato and Konan, and Kushina vanishes as well. Obito's face begins to cramp from the scowling of his raw hate. Minato dumps Nagato and Konan next to the joint construct of Sasuke and Matatabi. Why did you save us? We should kill them. He's unsurprised by both reactions of the Uzumaki. Can you do that again? I felt you do something and all of a sudden, neither Naruto nor Obito possess the Rinnegan. Can you do something like that again? Nagato's Sharingan dart around against his will before he manages to focus enough to look at Minato. No. That used up all of my chakra. Why did you do it? Minato asks sternly, aiming his kunai at Nagato. You were my son's enemy. Are you still? The creature that serves Obito, serves another. Madara convinced me to challenge my perceptions, and Black Zetsu has outed himself as forwarding a different goal. This Tsuki no Mi plan, it is a cover for the goal of someone or something else. All of these years, I have worked toward something hollow and false. I wanted to give just the slightest chance that perhaps Naruto could end this before the world ends. I don't believe him. Kushina states openly, charging up a Rasengan. Nagato nods, closing his eyes and accepting the inevitable. Black and purple blurs interrupt before Kushina can kill him. Obito lunges. Naruto kicks to intercept the wooden point. Obito turns intangible again but spins into his own kick, arming his leg with a portion of Susanoo to deflect and counterattack. Naruto shunts his elbow, pushing away the leg with an invisible force, and they both whirl again, one in defense of Nagato and the other aiming to kill. Nagato's trick won't last long, Ka-san. Black Zetsu touches the root of the tree that sprouted. His body melds into it, being eaten entirely. The Jubi marches towards the tree. Take me. Take my power. It's all yours. Who said that? Naruto stops, as does Obito. Take my power? Nagato mumbles. No one else seems to have heard it. This is the end, Naruto. Goodbye. Obito smirks, disappearing into his right eye. Naruto flicks the gun by, cleaving off Obito's right arm before he can completely vanish. It lands on the ground, bone and blood visible. No, I'll stop this. Naruto swipes with his left hand and slices Nagato's eyes open. His Rinnegan return, and he launches into the sky in pursuit of Obito. Sasuke is already firing Bijudama in a relentless attempt to pause Obito at the crown of the Jubi's head. Obito takes one deep breath, smiling genuinely as he does so. The Susanoo that Naruto left behind fails to stop him. Nothing can now. He falls flat on his stomach, blood gushing from his wound but too happy to care. He doesn't have enough chakra left to fight. The Jubi begins to swirl like water going down a drain. Naruto substitutes with his Susanoo, bringing down his gunbai in one last effort. Obito acknowledges the pain of being bisected vertically. Too late. Both of his severed halves say mockingly. Karen can't feel anything from the distance, but all of them can see the Jubi get sucked away. Is Obito teleporting so that he can become the Jinchuriki in privacy? Kakashi asks her. No, Karen shakes her head, watching as the red glow of the moon gets brighter. Worse. Naruto is left floating in the air where the Jubi used to be, looking at a pitch-black cocoon. I really must thank you. Your struggle, while futile, has made this victory 1,000 times more worthwhile. The shell shatters like glass. Obito's skin is pale and fresh, his short white hair flicks with a silvery sheen. A monochrome cloak sheathes his body. And his left eye is red, ringed and lined with 9 tomo, spinning ominously. 10 dark orbs levitate at his back, and a shakujo is his weapon in his left hand. Obito slingshots through space faster than Naruto can react, jabbing a dark rod through his heart. Naruto coughs up blood, desperately swinging his gunbai to attack once more. Obito merely turns his head, left eye spinning faster, and the weapon shatters into thousands of pieces. The rod in his chest breaks and sprouts into more, turning Naruto into a reverse pincushion. With his hands free, he whips up 2 Rasen Shuriken, howling with wind and blaze chakra. He makes a direct impact. Obito is clearly cut, showing that Naruto's senjutsu can still hurt him, though he shrugs it off and regenerates. You will be part of this new world. Obito releases Naruto, letting him fall to the cold ground. The Jubi Jinchuriki turns to the tree, and it stares up at the moon with its flowered eye. You think I can't see you, Zetsu? You think you can double-cross me now? He swipes his shakujo into the tree, plucking something out of it. A woman looks at him emotionlessly, faded Byakugan glinting but ultimately powerless. A good attempt. Obito smirks. I don't know what you think you were trying, but I'm the savior of this world. I am its protector, and I will shield it from its own destruction. Don't do this, Obito. You do not know what forces you toy with. Obito ignores Black Zetsu clinging to the woman and tears their souls out with his Rinnegan. No. Zetsu snarls in desperation as his body fades, as does the woman's. At last, peace. The flowering eye whirls once, and Obito casts his final jutsu. Mugen Tsukuyomi. Naruto. Sasuke shouts, sprinting with Matatabi to where Naruto is about to crash. Oh no! Karen mutters fearfully. Naruto's body sinks into the Nibi, splashing into its chakra and having his fall broken. Naru? Naru, wake up. Karen holds his head and sobs. Naruto's Rinnegan open and blood spurts from his mouth. Just trust me. Naruto moans, barely being able to speak with the urchin-like spikes in his chest. A flash of light turns the night sky into day. Karen limply lets go of Naruto. Sasuke's construct fades away as he stares up at the moon. Kakashi, Neji, Sakura, Kisame, Nagato and Konan all do the same. Completely stopping and looking up at the moon in a trance. Their eyes all take on the pattern of the Rinnegan. Roots spring up as far as the eye could see. Ribbons sprout from them, wrapping the incapacitated shinobi up into their own little cocoons. Naruto watches painfully as his friends are trapped in the infinite dream. Minato and Kushina rush over to him. You're alive? Kushina cradles him. Oh just hold on. I'll do something. Minato. I don't understand. Minato prods the rods jutting out of Naruto's chest, feeling a cold tingle over him. He's not affected by the genjutsu. Is it because of these? No. Naruto wheezes, puking a bit. I'm not connected to anyone else's am immune, to genjutsu. My boy. Kushina delicately hefts him up. Naruto lungs make a ghastly whistle with each labored breath. Till fix this. He whispers. What? Minato leans in, ear right over Naruto's mouth. Can S still fix the ish? How? How do we save you? Kushina holds him tight, trying to mitigate any blood loss while she can. Take me to the tree. Use Send jutsu, break the ishin me. I can still dash. It's our last chance. Minato nods, looking at his wife. She nods. Minato grabs her and Naruto and they teleport away, right to the base of the tree. Minato realizes that he teleported to the chunk of Obito's back that once held his Hiraition marking. Tree. Naruto slurs. Yeah, we're here Naruto. On the route. What do we do? Break the ish, Rasengan. Sage Muode. That'll kill you. Kushina nearly swears, cutting herself off and trying to maintain composure. Dead, Naiwe. Do et. If this doesn't work, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry my son. Minato quickly enters Sage mode. Rasengan. Obito feels slivers of the Nibi and Kyubi chakra reunite with the tree and himself. At last. Obito breathes in the quiet air, unmarred by war and the perpetuity of hate. There is a disturbance. He chalks it up to ninjutsu decomposing and dismantling itself. Probably Naruto Susanoo fading away as the boy slips into his last sleep. I think I'll wait until all of your chakra is back with me, where it belongs, before I join you in peace. Is that okay with you, world? Obito chuckles morbidly. Nothing can answer him. Just to be sure, he'd wait until he's bled everyone dry before he sees Rin again. The sound of a quake reaches his ears. The air itself around him shifts unnaturally. No. Obito laughs again. No. It's impossible. I've won. He chances a glance down towards the sound. The tree is sinking. Into a frail body, guarded closely by two dead souls. No. I'm the savior. I am the winner, Naruto. Naruto wakes up to a world of darkness, illuminated only by a dim light the same color as his chakra. I'm dead? In a manner of speaking, young Naruto. He looks down at himself, seeing no injuries. What do you mean by that? You stand at a crossroad. You may choose to live on and fight what your kin has brought on upon the world, or you may choose to let your soul move on and rest. Both are acceptable choices. I'll make whatever choice I please, regardless of what you're providing. He turns to face the speaker, who's floating in a meditation pose. You are? Rikudo Sannin? The man, or alien nods. He holds himself up with dignity. I must apologize to you, young Naruto. My mistakes have culminated into this conflict, in which you and countless other lives have been caught. I confess myself surprised that your kin has fixed my point of concern. My kin? You mean Obito? I do. Your keen intellect has already foretold that Mugen Tsukuyomi is no mere genjutsu. It's a mechanism in which souls are bled of their identity and turned into abominations. Obito has killed the weakened progenitor but will soon find himself with a problem he did not foresee, nor had the wisdom to divine it for himself. Mugen Tsukuyomi will keep working, even if Obito tries to stop it. Naruto theorizes. He can deactivate it, but that'll go against his goal. He's too far gone to have a change of heart. Yes. I'm afraid so. He clings to the fantasy of Mugen Tsukuyomi, and he will lose everything because of it. My mother Kagaya may be out of the picture, as your kind say, but the worst has yet to pass. Naruto looks around and sighs. Where are we? In a place outside of time and space. Where only ascendant souls can reside until they are needed once again. I have stayed here so that I might pass on the knowledge to one like yourself necessary to protect the world in instances such as this. Do you understand me, descendant of mine? I do. And I will stop this. I'm going to let humans decide their own fate. Hagoromo smiles at him. You do me a great service, even if that is not thine intention. What will happen on the outside? I only guessed as to how I might be able to stop the key from turning. When you awake, you will be the Jinchuriki of the other half of the Jubi, the part not sealed within Obito. With that power, you will be capable of things beyond even your comprehension. You will be the most powerful being who has ever walked this world. And you're okay with that? Trusting that power to a human? The trials and tribulations you have faced until now have shaped you into a person that I believe will do what is in the best interests of humanity. Your children say the same thing about you. That you had good intentions, but that turned awry. How can you be certain that I will not make the same mistakes? I cannot. I am not so wise that I am omnipotent. But it is as you said yourself. I wish to let humans decide their own fate. This struggle is beyond my time in the world. It is now yours. Naruto nods, feeling as though he understands more about the Rikudo now than he'd ever speculated before. Rest in peace, Rikudo. I'll handle it from here. Naruto's body begins to fade. I thank you, Naruto. May your victory be swift and just. Minato and Kushina reel back as Naruto's body puts itself back together. It worked. Kushina goes limp in relief. He's changing, look. Naruto's eyes open. A dark smile crosses his face, laughter bubbling out. Obito stops in place. Against his will. He's clubbed in the head by a staff, one tipped with a moon-like shape in Naruto's right hand. Truth-seeking orbs float at Naruto's back. His hair is white now, same as Obito's, flecked back behind his head but still with an unnatural sheen. His skin is white too, though not as shiny as his hair. A once black coat turns white, collar flattened down and a dark bodysuit underneath. Two eyes glare back at him, above a contrarian inhuman smile. They're purple still, though 6 tomo whirl around in each. It's last call, Obito. Want to dance before the bar closes? I am done trying to save you. You are a lost soul. It is time I put you to rest, boy. Obito roars and teleports in front of Naruto. Naruto is already swiping his staff, catching Obito's own and punting the other Jinchuriki so hard that his body is sent crashing through a mountain in the distance. I can't turn intangible? Obito thinks dimly. No matter. Just because he has too much chakra to turn intangible now, doesn't mean that Kamui itself isn't more powerful. He absorbs the entire broken mountain into his eyes and creates dozens of portals, sending the pieces at Naruto and creating a massive field of raining rocks. Naruto merely waves his staff again, uttering his jutsu. Senpu, Inton Kyuin, Sage Art, In Release Absorption. In a heartbeat, the chunks of rock vanish. Their shapes appear as glowing outlines on the ground. Chibaku Tensei. Naruto creates a flurry of dark energy, picking up boulders the size of whole villages. Each portion of that chakra creates its own satellite and the rocks that were sealed in the ground are suddenly released and increase the size of the meteors again. Obito absorbs a few of them with his ranged Kamui to use later. Senpu, Mokuton, Shinsesenju. The shorter-haired one between them recreates Hashirama's ultimate jutsu. It's twice as large as even the Shodai could create. Each head of its inner golem fire off ninjutsu of the 5 basic chakra natures, though the jutsu themselves are far from basic. He then wreathes the wooden construct in his Susanoo, creating a huge green glow. Some of its hands sprout massive Kamui shuriken, and Obito creates a portal to eject the meteors. Using the Rinnegan, he accelerates them with the ease of his gravitation powers. Naruto meets the challenge. He creates his own Susanoo, though this time its size matches even this monster of a jutsu. As before, it takes the form of a humanoid of black flame in light blue armor. Its greatsword slashes once, pulverizing anything in its path. Hoken. Naruto freezes many of the flying projectiles, turning them around and sending them straight back. Holes are left in Obito's armored creation. The two constructs duke it out as Naruto and Obito eject from their positions to fight head-on. No words left for each other. Only battle. Obito takes a deep breath. Senpu, Rantun Koga, Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang. A bright purple light streaks across the sky. Naruto activates Hoken again, making the light bend around him. He counters. Senpu, Inton Reiha, Sage Art, In Release Lightning Dispatch. Obito shields himself with the malleable orbs, using Kamui to vanish while Naruto thinks he's attacking. He gets behind Naruto silently, arm aimed to reclaim the power that Naruto has stolen. Another head appears out of Naruto's hair. Senpu, Rantun Koga. The other head tears Obito's Shikujo in half while he barely escapes being split in two again. Obito opens a portal, which is quicker than fleeing by Kamui itself. He floats through and closes it behind him. He looks down at Konoha, riddled with roots and pods. Naruto is there on the other side waiting for him. Obito can barely get through another portal as Naruto keeps up a relentless onslaught of taijutsu. He didn't even have anything to substitute with. Did he do it with the air itself? Senpu, Dasakujur, Sage Art, Mudslide. Obito spits out dense mud that chases Naruto around rather than just falling. Naruto reacts without fail, pushing his advantage. Senpu, Futon Raisin Shuriken. Naruto throws the shuriken, and glides through the mud as though it were paper. It does the same, chasing Obito around of its own will. Naruto follows up with more. Senpu, Haidoi Haimai, Terrible Scream. Naruto roars and it resonates with the Raisin Shuriken's noise. Horrid screeching echoes across the world. Obito covers his ears and surrounds himself in the truth-seeking orbs. And in an instant, an arm is speared through his heart. Naruto blurs into existence before him. No dash, Obito gasps, feeling all the Jubi's power drained from him. Yes. Naruto smirks. His hair stays white, even as he is drained completely. His skin returns to normal but his Sharingan, for the first time, deactivates entirely. He can't move. It's over. Minato and Kushina look on in awe at their son as he floats down to them, holding Obito by the scruff of his neck. Empty eye sockets are what they see when they look at the former Jubi Jinchuriki. Naruto drops Obito at their feet, and proceeds to carve away repeatedly with his staff until there is nothing left of him, finally releasing all of his anger at once. There is no physical trace that Uchiha Obito's body ever even existed. Naruto had even chased down the severed right hand, just to make sure everything is gone. It's done. Naruto looks up at the moon. It's finally over. What now? What can we do? Minato looks hopefully at his son. Now? Why don't we catch up on what you missed since you were dead before I make my decision on what to do with this power? A decision? I need to make sure nothing like this happens again. I met the Rikudo while I was dead. He opened, possibilities. Kushina bundles Naruto up in a hug. How about I start by telling you that I love you with every fiber of my entire being? That sounds nice. Do it again. The three share a final triumphant laugh. The sun had long since risen after they were finished. I guess it's time for us to go. Kushina assesses her glowing body, realizing that she's reached the closure she needed to pass on. Minato drags him and Kushina into one last hug. I am so proud of you. You've saved the world and accomplished so much more than I ever could have dreamed. It's not just what you've achieved. Kushina melts into the hug. You're our son, and I hope that you know that no matter what has happened or will happen, we will always love you. Goodbye, To-san. Ka-san. I hope I can live up to what you say from here on out. They smile one more time, and they finally move to the Pure Land. Left all alone in the world, he has to make a choice. He only hopes it's the right one. Naruto looks up at the moon and claps his hands together. Chapter 30, Epilogue. Uchiha Menma is not a prodigy. It is a fact he acknowledges and understands, because that's what everyone tells him, so it must be true. People always regale him with tales of his dad, how powerful Uchiha Naruto was at this age. That Oyaji had fought off an invasion when he was 13 and gone off to kill traitors that were too strong for even the Godame Hokage. Menma isn't like his prodigious big sister and brother. He struggles with shinobi arts, and sometimes it feels like the only people that care about that are the ones that are closest to him. Oyaji, Kaa-chan, his sister Ichika and brother Hibiki, Sasuke Aji-san, even Fujita-sensei. Everyone who points out his struggles to climb up the ladder are the ones who have the least to gain from him being strong. And sometimes it hurts. He has the unconditional love of his family, but it's as though those on the outside expect more of him than they do. So, he skulks to the training grounds where he knows Oyaji is slacking off, just to ask what to do, what the secret is to getting stronger. Oyaji looks his way. The way Menma understands it, his dad can feel someone a whole nation away. He's been told that he's very easy to sense, but hasn't really gotten an explanation for it. Maybe some people don't know why? Menma. Oyaji smiles, his one visible eye sporting the Sharingan, shadowed by the angular hat on his head. Oyaji, what the hell do I do? Menma blurts out quickly. About? You crucian on someone? He asks wryly. What? No. I want to get stronger. Dad leans back against the tree a bit with Menma still hovering over him. Stronger? You're plenty strong, Menma, don't be too hard on yourself. Fujita has been telling me about how well you're doing in your D ranks and teamwork dash. Of course sensei would say that, Oyaji. He looks up to you and he doesn't want to disappoint you, and I don't want to disappoint you either. Oyaji straightens, looking a bit confused. What's brought this on? You've never disappointed me. I see how hard you work and train, you've got clear goals, you operate very well in team environments, and you're my son who I love very much. Why would I ever be disappointed in you for your skills and character? You haven't been comparing yourself to your siblings, have you? They're like you and I'm not. Yeah, I was a bit of a pain in the ass at your age. It's probably a good thing that you're not trying to start wars. But I want to be strong too. I'll give you a tip then, because it's pretty obvious to me why you're feeling like this. Stop caring what other people think. If you want to be strong for the sake of being strong, then train your guts out for it. Don't do it for the sake of gossiping losers who don't have anything to gain from supporting or deriding you. The expectation that you're gonna disappoint someone is only going to hold you back. I can't help it, Oyaji. Menma sulks. Everyone wants me to be like you and I want to be like you too. Naruto rests back again and sighs. How long has this been on your mind? You know that you can come to me anytime if you need help? I didn't want to bother you at work. Pfft, my job is easy. I've got a clone in the office right now doing all the boring stuff. And I didn't want Fujita-sensei to be upset. Fujita knows that he can't teach you how to fight like an Uchiha, that's why I'm here for whenever you need me. Menma feels a thrum of warmth. He never feels disregarded when he talks to his family about stuff like this. Oyaji takes him seriously. He won't be mad then? If I get you to train me instead? No, of course not. He out of everyone knows what it's like to be in someone's shadow and feel like you've got expectations to live up to. He moved past it and made his own path. I do expect, however, that you take your drills and missions seriously. Yeah. Yehiyahaya. Let's train. Hold your horses, we haven't assessed which areas you're lacking in yet. You must study yourself with the same intensity that you study the shinobi arts as a whole. What's the biggest thing that you think is holding you back? Menma thinks hard. He has always struggled with ninjutsu, taking days at a time to just be able to use it, let alone master it, and he's not very fast with it either. Similarly with genjutsu, he always fails to maintain a strong connection with other people's chakra, being thrown off easily, especially during the academy days before he was a genin. His taijutsu is pitiful for the son of Uchiha Naruto. Hyuga Sarah had destroyed him with her juken because he'd been too slow. I guess, speed and genjutsu? Take me through your line of thinking for reaching that conclusion. Why speed and genjutsu? Well, I'm really slow at hand seals, so I can't use ninjutsu in a fight before someone else, so I don't have that advantage. My taijutsu is slow too, even though I have the Sharingan. I can see people moving but I'm too slow to react to it. And genjutsu, I suck with the Sharingan. Menma looks down at his still-seated dad, who nods as he goes through his points. Logical thinking, unfortunately marred by a lack of understanding as to what your body is really capable of. The best way to address a problem is to look at the root of all of these. I feel like I have neglected your training when you've asked me, so I'm sorry. I'll fix it now. Oyaji stands up and makes a hand sign. Out of Dad's body spouts a miniature Naruto. This is me, when I was your age. You don't keep up with fashion trends, huh, Oyaji? Oh ho ho. Oh son of mine, your bark is louder than your bite. Pay attention, I'm going to walk you through how to understand what you're doing wrong. Spar with Mini-Me. Menma activates his Sharingan, flecks of his eye-length red hair parting out of his face. He immediately goes for the first hand sign of Gakakyu when Mini-Dad blurs and grabs his hands, kicks him in the stomach and sends him tumbling backwards. Oyaji. Stop whining. Assess the encounter while you can. What did your opponent do? You stopped me before I could use ninjutsu. Correct. How? With taijutsu. Good. What could you have done instead to counter? Use taijutsu too? Yes. Taijutsu is? The art of physical combat using hand-to-hand or weapons. And taijutsu prowess changes in accordance with dash. Technique, strength, power and speed. Which, to a shinobi, is affected by chakra control? Naruto smiles down at his son. Now, let's do that again with genjutsu. I want you to ask yourself the right questions this time. If you come to the same result that I do, then you'll know what to do for the rest of the basics too. Menma tries to wrangle the wood clone under his control with the Sharingan, but it virtually slides off and again, he gets punished with a retaliation. Genjutsu. What's the first question? There's only one question, I guess. Genjutsu is affected by? Chakra control. Very good. Your issues in power are stemming from one basic factor. You've assessed yourself and your level of strength, so how do you go about fixing it? I need to do a lot more chakra control exercises. You're very clever, Menma. Don't underestimate yourself. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret that the people saying bad things about you don't know. Naruto pokes Menma's chest. You have more chakra than I did at your age. The more chakra you have, the harder it is to control it. You let yourself get swept up in gossip and didn't give yourself enough credit. You figured out the problem, figured out how to fix it, and have the drive to fix it too. Fujita-sensei was right, Oyaji. You're a good teacher. I hope I'm a better dad than I am a teacher. Menma jumps on him and hugs him. Naruto chuckles. I'm proud of you, my boy, don't ever forget that. Hyuga Sakura is a happy woman. It is a fact she acknowledges and understands, because it's something she has earned and is happier for it. After the fight to save the world, they'd awkwardly stumbled slowly into getting to know each other better. Niji had been attentive and Sakura had been fearful, unsure of relationships in general, but Niji's kindness and compassion had slowly won her over into looking at things differently, outside of childish crushes. They had struggled a bit to conceive, but when they did, Hyuga Sarah came screaming into their lives with hearty lungs and bubbly laughter. Menma has been weird lately. Sarah comments at the breakfast table. He isn't being bullied, is he? Sakura asks with concern. Not just for Menma, but for anyone dumb enough to bully him, with a family of Uchiha ready to tear anyone who might dare to try apart. Nah. Just being real secret. I never see him anymore. A part of her is mightily proud that their daughter had achieved Rookie of the Year, despite Naruto's youngest being in the same class. And as ashamed as she is to admit it, also proud that even Menma couldn't beat their daughter in spars, although that is tainted by the fact that Naruto's boy seems to have some difficulty in learning in the way of practical shinobi arts, despite his clear gifts academically. Still, out of Naruto's kids, Menma is the one that takes after Naruto the most. Just out of sheer drive alone. Well, if you're not careful, then Menma might just overtake you. His dad was the same at that age, keeping things to himself, and then, pop, turns out he was stronger than most jounin. Sakura subtly pushes her to keep up her training. Nah, Menma's a complete dunce. Sarah insists, though the tone wasn't malicious, she could still feel the casual disregard for someone she went to the academy with. That is not how you should speak about your friends. It's disrespectful, you should be encouraging him. She scolds. Whatever, mama. It's not like he's on my team or anything. Still, just be careful with what you say. You don't want him to take it personally. I know what it's like to not be very good at the practical side of things and feel like you're being left behind. I get it. Sarah whines in exasperation, making Sakura roll her eyes. You were on a team with Hokage-sama and Sasuke-sama, yeah, cool. Gotta go now, bye mama. Sakura watches her daughter disappear in a rush out the door. Keep training for the Chunin exams. She shouts after her. She picks up the unwashed plate. That girl? She shakes her head. Uchiha Sasuke is a busy man. It is a fact he acknowledges and understands, because Naruto won't shut up about him taking a break and spending more time with his family. He had to admit, he was surprised that Naruto had gone so far to ensure that nothing like that would ever happen again. He'd redivided the Jubi and let the Bija roam free. Naturally, this caused a geopolitical disaster that Tsunade had quickly shunted off onto Naruto as soon as he'd recovered. The other nations were always scrambling to capture them again, so Sasuke felt that the responsibility fell to him to keep tabs on the Biju and make sure that they weren't going to be used to cause mass destruction, not on Konoha, but the rest of the world. Konohagakure doesn't have to worry about being caught in crossfire. The world is already too scared of Naruto to make a move on the village, but many innocents die in the path of people learning to control their Jinchuriki powers, so Sasuke and Matatabi make sure it's contained to the respective village that finds the Biju. Naruto had figured out a way to outright dismantle the Geto Mazo and turn it into natural energy, flung across the world so far that the air itself had fragments of its power. But such a result required an equal sacrifice. Naruto had used the remaining power of the Jubi to destroy the possibility that anyone could ever possess the Rinnegan. Now, even with the right genes, no one could ever reconstruct the Jubi or create a new disaster on the level of Mugen Tsukuyomi. After that, Naruto had been bedridden a whole year. So he, Karen and Sakura, all closely guarded him and nursed him back to health when he was on the brink of death. It had been 2 years before Naruto could even walk on his own, and shortly after, Naruto and Karen had gotten married and had their firstborn, a daughter named Ichika, for which he became the proud uncle of. And as was Sasuke's desire, Naruto had sent him off out into the wilds to go on with his goal. He'd not given much thought to settling down, preferring to be active and in pursuit of anything that might be a new goal, just something to do so he doesn't get bored. ANBU had become a bore long ago, well beneath his class of mission. So he goes exploring a bit. Finding rare and esoteric knowledge about the ones who were here before, ancient ruins dating back to before even the Rikudo's time. To make sure that the Rinnegan wasn't the only method to bring about destruction. And he was happy to come across nothing. But he'd prefer if he'd been coming across nothing on his own, in peace. Not with Nissan, when are we gonna stop? My legs are tired. Patience and persistence are virtues, Tsukimi. That's still not an answer. Tsukimi had thankfully taken Sasuke's and her parents' advice about avoiding shinobi life. She'd insisted that she wanted to be just like Nissan, but capitulated in the end when she'd found an interest in digging up rocks with words on them. Archaeology, in other words. And Sasuke is actually grateful for her help. While they hadn't found anything relating to threats per se, her research had been invaluable to scholars across varying fields in Konoha. Primarily historians trying to catalog what the age of Ninshu was like. Tsukimi had nearly been brought to tears when he'd told her that Naruto had destroyed a priceless artifact in the Uchiha's possession. The whining from a grown woman, and wasn't that quick? Does get on his nerves from time to time, but there are few people he would trust with her safety on potentially dangerous excavations and adventures. It's why she finds the valuable stuff. Because he's here to stop her from falling into pitfalls and traps left by people of the past wishing to preserve artifacts. Uzumaki clan ruins were the main offender for that. Figures. So, the port town is just ahead, Tsukimi. Not that. When are you bringing your girlfriend home? Sasuke refrains from vocalizing his annoyance. He instead tries to think what anyone else would do in the scenario. Turn it around. What makes you think I've got a girlfriend? Why not a boyfriend? Tsukimi stops, sucking her lips in and stuttering. Wait, I didn't know Nissan likes boys? She spots what must be visible laughter in his eyes and immediately turns cross. Screw you. I remember my first joke too, geezer Nissan. Was it your life? Tsukimi pushes him, ignoring his chuckling and storming past him with hurried steps. And Tsukimi, soon. She turns around and walks backwards, doing a little skip. Really? Those hickeys aren't just a roll in the hay. I'll be sure to tell Kin that you thought she was just a roll in the hay. Kin? Watch where you're going, asshole. Sasuke looks down at the woman. Straight black hair propped out of her face by a Konoha headband. He doesn't recognize her, but she seems familiar with Jiraiya, who'd he'd come to for tales of the Rikudo, something that might help his search. He doesn't have time for this. He walks past her and towards the old man, who's languidly resting in a soft chair on a porch in the Senju compound. Hey! Don't ignore me. Kin-chan, Jiraiya looks a bit sleepy but smiles. Don't go bullying my apprentice now. I don't care if he's your apprentice, he knocked into me and I want an apology. She hadn't left him alone since. But it all worked out in the end, in a way. They're happy in their own little bubble, taking some kind of refuge in each other. His friends had been supportive, there's no keeping secrets from them. But they hadn't even remembered the little team that Jiraiya had convinced to turncoat during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. It's really hard to keep her out of his head these days. She just keeps worming her way into his head. He'd been very awkward about it to start with, asking everyone close to him what he should do to explain his affection to her and court her. Bang her. Jiraiya recommends, before getting hit over the head by the aging Tsunade. Why don't you ask her out on a little date? If it goes well, you can ask her out again. Shizune is more delicate. Kakashi doesn't say a word with feminine glares pinning him down to prevent him from suggesting what Jiraiya did. Bang her. Naruto has no such filter or fear. Sakura slaps her forehead and groans. Yuto and Himari don't even give him the chance to ask, merely pointing out and teasing the love bites on his neck. Matatabi looks at him like he's an idiot for the first time he can recall. After all, what does a bijou know of human courting rituals? Is this what romantic love feels like? He doesn't quite get it yet, but he's willing to try. As soon as this menace he's dealing with right now stops asking invasive and probing questions. Uchiha Karen is living her best life. A 2-year waiting period of anxiety and stress had passed. Things only went up from there for her. Doing what makes her happy, being a mother and wife. Things were bleak for a while. She thought that the choice that Naruto had made could have been the wrong one for them. She was sure that she wouldn't be able to cope if he died. But that's now in the past. In the present, she's a busy woman. Ichika and Hibiki are about ready to leave the nest. They'd always been pretty independent, but that's about as much as they got from their dad besides his talent. Sure, she still puts her shinobi skills to good use. Her 2 eldest can be a handful. But they know to fear the righteous anger of an Uzumaki woman. Kaa-san, you don't have to keep packing me bento. Ichika is very much unlike her and Naruto. She has the family values that they'd instilled in her since she was young, but her personality isn't quite as lively or serious as her parents. Her smooth black hair nearly reaches her ankles now. Dark gray eyes look down at her fondly. She's a bit taller than Karen herself. Still, Karen worries that Uchiha doesn't take things seriously enough. She's gifted, very gifted. But she spends more time socializing than she does training. Networking can be a valuable tool for learning from different people, but ignoring your studies just because you pick things up quickly is a surefire way to get caught off guard. Maybe things are just too different now, but that shinobi instinct in her wants her kids to be a bit more ready for the dangerous world. There's always someone stronger. And it could be an enemy. If I don't pack it, then you're not going to eat. How are you gonna cope when you move out, huh? Before Uchiha can answer, thumping footsteps come down the stairs in a slow crawl. Hibiki looks very much like his dad. A bit shorter, and with shorter and less wild hair. Dark circles under his eyes are not from training too hard. They're from spending all night up with his friends chasing skirts. I better not see some hussy up there again. Karen pins him down with a glare. Hibiki has gotten good at barrier ninjutsu, just for the sake of hiding his escapades from her senses. Ka-san. He mumbles lazily. Eat, you've both got missions today. And take your bento with you or so help me dash. They both nod hastily, fearing her wrath. Bursting through the front door is their most recent spawn. Ka-chan. I need food. Please. Menma is direct, like his father. Tall like his father. So self-driven and disciplined, like his father, and inherited the exact same prankster mentality that his father has. It's almost like looking at a mirror image of Naruto at that age. Only with red hair, not black. And a little less self-assured due to his struggles with controlling his immense chakra reserves. Something has given him a bit of faith in himself in the past few weeks. Maybe Naruto has given him a few tips? Settle down, it's too early for noise. Hibiki groans, taking nibbles of his breakfast. You can eat Hibiki since he wants to eat like a hamster. Uchiha suggests, getting a dirty look from Hibiki. Good idea. Menma takes it seriously and goes to snatch the plate. Hibiki lifts it above his head. The quickest he's moved since he woke up. Oi! Get your own. This is mine. You're not even eating it. Ka-chan. Come here, Menma. I'll make you something. Just be patient, okay? Karen offers gently. Okay. Menma gives Hibiki the stink eye, who just looks back vacantly and boredly. I dunno why I can't have his though. It's not like it's gonna cure his crabs. Uchiha stifles a laugh and Hibiki narrows his eyes. Just sit down. Karen puts an end to it, or tries to. Menma just happily lets Uchiha know all about his morning. She listens patiently as Menma explains that he's been training, but refuses to give away any detail as to how when he's prodded. Apparently, he's learned Naruto's infuriating evasiveness. You know you can come to us if you need help, don't you? Uchiha is delicate, knowing it's a bit of a sore spot for Menma. That's okay. I got it figured out. I'm gonna be stronger than you two soon. As if. Hibiki mumbles, just to tease if the glint in his eye is anything to go by. Menma's eyebrow raises and he gives an exaggerated frown, as if to say, you really wanna do this? Hibiki returns it, but stops when an eerie expression crosses Menma's face. The boy wore a smile. One of nightmares. One of pure evil. And as soon as Karen places a bowl in front of the boy, he and the food vanish. To be replaced by a civilian girl half naked and braiding her hair. Karen recognizes the sheet covering the girl's body. It's from Hibiki's bed. Uchiha makes a quick act of disappearing as Karen draws a frying pan like it's a weapon of war. Senju Fujita is a patient man. It's the way Naruto-sensei taught him to be. It helps him in his goal of doing what Naruto did for him, giving children of Konoha the right tools to be ready for a dangerous world. He'd always wanted to be a sensei. He'd even been prepared for the inevitable difficulties. Some kids just need a bit more attention than the others. And if he does say so himself, he's pretty good sensei. But sometimes he doesn't feel adequate when he doesn't get the results that he expects of himself when teaching. He brings this up to his girlfriend when he's feeling a little down. Don't stress so much. Minako says over a mouthful of dango. It's not as though kids like Menma don't have more than one teacher. I mean, look at Naruto Nizan. He learned from everyone he could, his Gigi, my dad, Jiraiya-sama. He even learned from his enemies if you count the Sharingan teaching him. I dunno, I mean, Naruto-sensei trusted me enough to teach Menma. I don't want to let him down. Oda-san probably felt the same. Minako says nostalgically. Honestly, Naruto Nizan was a force when he wanted to know something. But just be proud that he's taking initiative. People learn in different ways. Menma's just like his dad. He picks up on things, even when he doesn't want to. It could just be a single word that you won't say to him that he'll use as a clue to help himself. And besides, Menma isn't your only student. Don't go neglecting the other two. I'm not, I just hoped that Menma would bring it up to me so I could do something about it. Minako doesn't dismiss him, but doesn't really help either. And I kind of hoped he'd be ready for the Chunin exams coming up soon. I know he'd been feeling a bit in the shadows of his siblings. Minako starts to smile like she knows something he doesn't. The Chunin exams? Oh ho ho. That explains it. What? What does that explain? Fujita is confused. You were a bit sheltered back then, but did Naruto ever tell you about his Chunin exams? Fujita tries to think back, but no. Naruto hadn't really brought it up. Nisan's Chunin exams were when he revealed that he had the Sharingan. That's so cute. Menma just wants to surprise you with something. That's it? Fujita is disbelieving. I've been stressing just because Menma wants to do something big like his dad. I dunno. Minako states with inappropriate cheer, making his face fall flat. Before he can respond, they're interrupted by a few guests of esteem. Fujita stands up to make room. Kakashi-san. Shizun-san. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. Fujita dips his head politely. Mama, Fujita-kun. No need for that. Kakashi waves it off. Come here, knucklehead. Tsunade pulls Fujita into a hug. This is where you were hiding? Shizun asks her daughter. Not hiding, more like listening to Fujita complain about Menma not liking him anymore. Fujita splutters. Menma-chan, huh? Jiraiya gets whimsical. That brat actually dash. Hush, Jiraiya. Tsunade wags her finger at him. You know something? Fujita asks. Nah, I'm just reminiscing. I've seen him running around the village like a madman. Boy can't keep still, always has something on his mind. Menma-chan is just like his papa Minako Kuz. The harassment being one thing he has in common. Tsunade reveals. Honestly, he's been at our compound nearly once a week to try and harass our son into telling him about the Mokuton. The Mokuton? I think I would have noticed if Memna had visited. The fact that you didn't means that either you're not paying enough attention or he's advancing very quickly all of a sudden. Although knowing him, he's just figuring out his dad's weaknesses to ambush him. Shizun puts a stop to all the shinobi talk. Are we interrupting? What? Oh, no Shizun-san. I was just taking a quick break before I find all of my students for our first C rank. Well, you must be quite confident in those munchkins if you think they're ready for that. I am. Fujita states firmly. Despite his team having its share of problems like any other, he doesn't doubt that they're ready. Well, good luck Fujita-kun. Shizun bids him farewell with a kind smile. Have a safe day, Shizun-san. Everyone. Fujita dips his head respectfully again, before making a quick turn to kiss Minako and vanishing. Bye. Minako whispers to the air fondly. Hoshigaki Kisame giggles at the freaked-out looks he gets from the Genin squad. He. I've seen those eyes before. You must be Naruto's boy. The little redhead looks surprised. Kisame-sama. The team sensei isn't afraid, but in awe. Ah shucks, if I'd known I'd have guests, I would have prepared some beds. My apologies for the short notice, Kisame-sama. Would it still be okay if we stay in your cabin tonight? I'm happy to compensate you dash. Nonsense. I'm happy to have some company once in a while. Come. Leave your sandals at the door. The pouring rain and harsh winds wouldn't be good for this lot if they tried to set up a tent. Now, what brings you to humble seaside abode? We're actually on a missing person search. We were commissioned by the current Mizukage to find Hozuki Suigetsu. It's rumored that he managed to escape the prison containment that Orochimaru kept him in years ago, but his brother misses him very much. Ah, so Mangetsu is the Mizukage? Good on him. Moving up in the world. Are you really Hoshigaki Kisame? The redhead bounds up to him, fear forgotten. That's me. Kisame confirms with a grin. I take it your dad told you about me? Yeah. The kid sounds excited. He said you were the best Suden user who ever lived, and that you were a legendary swordsman. And that you fought at his side and saved the world with him. Bahaha. Naruto-san gives me too much credit. Kisame laughs it off modestly. I'm afraid you won't see anything like that from me anymore. My old bones are much too dusty to fight. Still, you're so cool. The redhead's excitement seems to put the other genin at ease. Kisame reflects on his life after the final battle. He decided it would be best to find somewhere to retire. He was tired after all of that. Tired of the lies and lifestyle of shinobi. He'd looked around for nearly a decade to find a place that would accept him, fish face and all, and after accidentally stumbling upon a settlement built by former Amigakure refugees being besieged by bandits, he'd taken the time to butcher the assailants. Not out of any real desire to save anyone, but just for fun. And the locals had praised him for saving him, calling him their hero, offering whatever they could to repay him. All he'd asked for was some help building a cabin and a place to feel welcome. He'd been here ever since, only venturing out on occasion but making sure that Naruto knew that he could send teams his way if they needed somewhere to stay safe. He'd protect them. It was the least he could do after Naruto had saved the world and cleared his name from the bingo books. Can I get you tea, Kisame-san? No, dear boy. Rest, get your clothes dry. Actually, let me help. Kisame pulls all the moisture from their clothing and flicks it down the sink. To Little Redhead's absolute amazement. You just pulled moisture. He gawps. It's a good trick if you need water. It's important to stay hydrated in the field. Alright Menma, let's let Kisame-san have some peace. Menma. A funny name for Naruto's son. Later that night, Kisame is sitting out in the rain and enjoying it on his skin. The kid comes out to see him. Hi. Sorry to disturb you. Not to worry young man, I enjoy the company. Got something on your mind? I couldn't sleep. I just want to train. I was like that too when I was young. Couldn't get to bed unless I was exhausted. Now I'm lucky if I can stay awake for a few hours. Can I ask you something, Kisame-san? Go on, little man. What was it like? During the bloody mist? Kisame hopes the kid is usually more tactful. It was horror. Imagine never being able to have a friend. Because you could never know for sure if you would have to kill them yourself. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Don't be sorry, but do take care about what kind of questions you ask. Curiosity is not a crime, and it is important that this generation knows what it was like so the world doesn't have to go back to being like that again. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of things did you learn? Menma asks with avid curiosity. Every village is more or less the same, with a few differences depending on the needs of the nation, mostly based on location. The standard stuff we learned back in the day was management of intel. How to get it, how to dispose of it. And of course, fighting on, in, and with water. I'm trying to be a good shinobi. Can you please teach me anything? I suppose giving a few tips here and there couldn't hurt anyone. Konan is the last of the Akatsuki. The first Akatsuki, not the twisted vision of a desperate man. She is the one who buries her best and only friend. Not in the mud and swamps of aim, but in a lush field surrounded by flowers. Nagato lived his whole life in darkness and pain. She thought he'd want to be somewhere peaceful, in the light. Nagato hadn't coped well. Not just because of his lack of sight, but a lack of hope for the world. He'd never been able to move past the catastrophic losses, and neither had she. But Nagato just sort of gave up. Lost the will to live. He'd gone in his sleep. She hates herself for being a little relieved. She misses him every day, prays to every god, that his soul may find rest. But Nagato's death had been a weight off her shoulders. And now? She lives simply, with no one the wiser that she even really exists. Konan feels a shift in the wind behind her. Checking on me? Konan rasps, unused to using her voice. Yes. And paying our respects. Naruto says, voice low. Karen is at his side, having teleported them nearby. She really should find those pesky markings and get rid of them so she doesn't have to see these people again. The last thing Nagato would have wanted is the respect of someone who tore down his dream. Neither Naruto nor Karen say anything. Konan frets over the details of her origami on Nagato's grave. Wanting it just right again. She knows that they don't really care about Nagato. They probably just feel responsible for her in some twisted way, as Nagato's only real friend. And Nagato had tried to find another way to bring peace, he just didn't have the experience with the way normal people worked. And he was apparently an Uzumaki. There was probably some kind of clan obligation that Naruto felt he had to make sure she's alright. It was Naruto's grandfather that had started this mess. It could be that too. Just do as you will and leave. Konan states, not looking back at them. Karen drops a bag of supplies, and they both take off. Konan's lips wobble. The annual Chunin exams have finally arrived. Naruto had been impressed by Menma's performance so far. His team had completely blitzed the first two exams. His youngest is quite sneaky, even the proctors had failed to examine how he'd stolen the exam answers. And then he'd come out unharmed from the forest of death, with a record time even. Thanks for sending out that team, Naruto Dano. Mangetsu slouches in his designated chair to observe his village's genin participate in the newly built stadium. My brother is back in the village. Can't remember shit but at least I know he's safe. It was no trouble. A good learning experience for that team, I'm sure. I'm not late am I? Kuratsuchi enters the viewing platform. I stopped at the ramen joint in the city center, man. Ichiraku's has been the best in Konoha since before I was born. I'm not surprised it took you a while to get here. No Reikage or Kazekage, I see. Mangetsu looks around. Their teams didn't make it through the second stage. Naruto replies honestly, having a sneaking suspicion as to who was responsible for that particular mess. Excited? Kid number 3 coming in for his Chunin vest. Kuratsuchi takes off her hat and places it on the stand next to her seat. If he's ready to be Chunin, then he will get a Chunin vest. He will not be getting preferential treatment, just like his siblings didn't. Ugh, the wait is so boring. Attention! The first match between Uchiha Menma and Hyuga Sera will begin shortly. Naruto pays close attention. Gu Sera. He hears Sakura scream from the crowd. This is it. Menma is slightly nervous in front of the crowd, but he's been working too hard to worry about them right now. He doesn't let it show on the outside. Ready to get your ass kicked again? Menma doesn't look at her. He must remain focused. But also hydrated. He takes a sip of the small flask in his pouch. His hair is kept back in a spiky, low ponytail, with a few loose bangs over his forehead protector. The proctor evacuates the genin besides Menma and Sera. Cat got your tongue? Sera grins. Menma stares her down. You won't put a scratch on me. I'm above your level now. Several oohs echo from the stands. Sera narrows her eyes. Menma activates the Sharingan. Uchiha Menma vs Hyuga Sera. Hajime. Sera gets low into her Juken form as she sprints forward. Formidable speed for a genin. Menma predicts it however. She has tried this before, successfully. He drops low as well, using his longer limbs to block her strike from the inside of her wrist, pushing it outward and following up with a knee to her chin. She tumbles back and lands in a crouch, Byakugan wide open with shock. Huh? Naruto smiles. That looks like one of Fujita's moves. Looks like my boy has gotten much better with the Sharingan. Don't sound too proud, Hokage. Mangetsu grins. Sera glares. But she picks up details she'd missed before. Menma's chakra is so calm and controlled, not wild like before. She isn't like the Hyuga of old days. She can adapt. With a jab into the earth, she flips her palm upward and lifts a slab of Doton up vertically, pushing it with her chakra forward to force him to weave around, where she can shut off his tenketsu. The giant brick slides forward and she goes to pincer him around the side she'd left more room to escape from. Hakusho! She slaps the air, sending a gust to make him get even closer to seal the deal. Just as she's about to wipe that superior look off his face, the slab swaps with the kunai that he'd already had pointed at her. Her Juken strike leaves a crack in it, but effectively shields him completely from harm. She gets frustrated. Menma has never lasted this long against her before. He sucks at elemental ninjutsu, I'll give him a taste. Sera cartwheels back nimbly. The showy display is punished with a kick in the head just as she's about to right herself. You might as well stop now. Menma suggests boredly, making her prick up like an angry kitten. Don't get ahead of yourself. She snarls. Oh dear. Sakura sighs. He's controlling the whole fight. Niji had hoped to curtail Sera's attitude and temper. They've been too easy on her. They see that she pauses for a moment though. So far, Menma had only been reactionary. Maybe he's relying too much on the Sharingan? He starts to weave a hand sign. Snake. What could he do with one snake sign? Menma stops himself from grinning. It feels good to be winning. Given up? Or do I have to put more effort in? Menma taunts. Go on then. Give me your best shot? Menma tried to tell her. He puts his hands in a single seal. Thank you Oyaji and Itama. Mokutan, Menma announces loudly. Daisoju, great spear tree. The ground shakes beneath them, and a massive tree erupts from where Sera is standing. She flips between the branches in panic as it increases in size rapidly. More trees begin to sprout up and she does her best to weave around them with all her flexibility to land safely on the ground. You're very nimble, Sera. Menma compliments loosely. She does not look happy with him. That does it. She shouts angrily, putting her hands in a tiger seal. Blue seal patterns melt out from her forehead, becoming more intricate and starting to glow lightly. The strength of 100 seal. Menma identifies out loud. If I get hit by you now, I'd probably get hurt pretty bad. Shame that's not going to happen. I don't have to hit you. Sera roars, and with straightened fingers, jabs the ground so hard that the arena surface splits into two even and clean-cut pieces that collapse and leave Menma sinking into the crack. Exactly where he'd be an easy target. Menma doesn't even attempt to move. But the Sharingan in his right eye changes. Sera doesn't care if it's a trick or not. Using all her control, she speeds through the arena with a sharp jab straight at Menma's forehead. The entire stadium is stunned into silence when Sera doesn't make contact, but instead slips straight through him as though he were a ghost. That's dash. Naruto is speechless. He'd honestly thought that nothing would surprise him today. He knew that Menma would pull away with a victory today. But with that? And be the only one of his kids to inherit his Mokuton? Good grief. His son is going to be more of a menace than he is. A few days later, the news spreads across the village like wildfire. Naruto smiles proudly at his son. By a near-unanimous vote, Menma had earned himself a step above Chunin. The same rank of Jounin that his brother and sister have. Menma whoops loudly with a huge smile. Naruto can say he didn't expect his life to turn out this well. But is he glad that it did?